The story begins at Mingda High School. Our female lead, Fei Fei, is dozing off in the school hallway when she is woken up by her best friend, Chu Mei. She opens her eyes to find that she has been reborn back to her 11th grade year. Have I been reborn back to 11th grade? Chu Mei doesn't notice Fei's confusion and hands her the homework she has completed. Fei, here's today's homework. Hurry up and copy it. The teacher is about to come in. The female students nearby see this and start mocking Fei. The workload for the international class is clearly very light, yet the female lead still can't keep up. She can even fall asleep while being punished. They tell Chu Mei not to lend her the homework notebook anymore. A talentless, uneducated person like her wouldn't even know how to copy homework. Hearing this, Fei becomes very angry. Are we that close? With such a long tongue, why don't you know how to tie it in a knot? After raising her voice at them, Fei no longer borrows Chu Mei's homework. Thanks, Chu Mei, but you don't need to copy homework from me anymore. Hearing this, Chu Mei becomes very worried for her. Fei, even if you don't know how to do it, you still have to turn it in. Our female lead, after being reborn, is extremely determined to study hard. She is resolved not to make the same mistakes as in her previous life. Starting today, I have to study hard. I won't copy homework anymore. Hearing the usually lazy female lead say this, everyone around is extremely surprised. Meanwhile, our heroine is currently stressing over the morning physical fitness test. Other people get reborn to start businesses, make money, and become bosses. I get reborn and am forced to take a 3-part morning physical fitness test. Fei recalls her past life. It was the day of the Baidu Film Festival. She was a Golden Tiger film queen, Dongfang Fei, a beauty who collected scumbags. As soon as she fell in love, she would retreat into seclusion, each time relying on charity work to make a comeback. Although she was indeed a stunningly beautiful woman, she was useless and illiterate. Recently, she had been heavily criticized online for a statement claiming she was the third party in the relationship between her ex-boyfriend, Zhong Jiaoluan, and his wife. Fei paid no mind to the press's rumors, confidently waving to everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice called her name. Fei turned around to see a figure in a black hat, face hidden, lunging at her with a knife. Call an ambulance. Quick, call an ambulance. The culprit ran towards Area A. I've never done anything to harm anyone, and I'm so beautiful, yet I die a tragic, senseless death. I'll never believe that good deeds are rewarded again. Fei died resentfully, unexpectedly, because she had accumulated merit by donating to charity during her lifetime. A handsome young man gave her a chance to live again. The handsome young man took Fei's hand. Hello, I am an underworld VIP, receptionist 7th master. I'm sorry to say you have died. Considering you contributed $4 billion to charity while you were alive, your accumulated merits have earned you a chance to be reborn, to return to the age of 17. Hearing this, Fei was overjoyed. Who wouldn't want a chance to start over? It's fine. Even though it was money I donated, it doesn't matter. Ahaha, am I also going to be one of heaven's chosen ones, reborn to turn my life around? Our female lead was extremely smug, thinking she had unlocked the reborn heroine script. It seems I've gotten the main character script. I can choose to be reborn, but life is not a dream. Nothing in this world is free. The handsome young man doused Fei with a bucket of cold water. Even if you are reborn, you can't escape everything. You must get into Tsinghua to avoid being murdered. What Hua? What Sing? But I'm a bottom-of-the-class student, and you're making me get into Tsinghua? Spare me. Are you my real father? Fei screamed internally. But the handsome young man didn't give the female lead a chance to protest. With a wave of his hand, he sent the terrified and bewildered Fei directly back to her high school days. Back to the present. Fei was rummaging through her desk drawer, looking for textbooks to start on her path of diligent study. But after searching for a long time, she couldn't find a single book. Where are my books? Why aren't there any? The junior sitting in front of her saw her rummaging through her desk and thought she was looking for comics. Here. I took them home to read yesterday. They're really interesting. Fei looked at the pile of comics on her desk, feeling completely helpless. Not these. Where are my textbooks? The junior was surprised by her question. Didn't you cut them all into confetti and scatter them last time? The wind blew them into the office, and the teacher was so mad they made you run up and down the stairs 10 times. Hearing her junior recount her glorious past, Fei was utterly speechless. she silently walked out of the classroom. Her junior thought she was going to find Lu Fong. Little did they know, our female lead was truly determined. I have to go buy new textbooks. When I get back, I still have to write a self-criticism letter. I'm so busy. After buying the textbooks, Fei Fei recalled that this was the beginning of her 11th grade year. At that time, she led a group of girls to intimidate the goddess Zhou Jiasu from the rocket class and was forced to write a self-criticism letter. She was a bona fide problem student. As Fei Fei passed by a glass door, she couldn't help but look at her reflection. Oh my God, this look is truly unbearable. Back then, she lacked confidence and didn't wear the school uniform, wanting to use makeup to become a beautiful girl, but her taste was just not up to par. Fei Fei clenched her fists. She was determined that since she was reborn, she couldn't let herself be murdered again. The first step is to change this look. I must turn my life around. I must get into Tsinghua. Not long after our female lead Fei Fei was reborn, the day of Mingda High School's flag-raising ceremony arrived. A teacher stood on the stage reading an announcement calling Fei Fei's name. The following is a criticism of Dongfang Fei Fei from the 11th grade international class. Last week, she gathered a group to fight, causing physical and psychological harm to student Zhou Jiasu. Following investigation, Dongfang Fei Fei is to be criticized and must also perform a self-criticism in front of the entire school. Youthful impulsiveness had indeed caused so much trouble. Now, it was up to our female lead to turn over a new leaf and gradually make amends. Zhou Jiasu stood below the stage, surrounded by friends asking about her with concern. Jiasu, is the wound on your hand okay? Dongfang Fei Fei is too much. She even dared to push you to the ground. Oh, what if it leaves a scar? It was clear that Fei Fei's impression in the eyes of her classmates was disastrously bad. And who knows what our female lead was up to now. The teacher had to call her 2 or 3 times to come up to the stage for her self-criticism before Fei Fei's figure was seen running from a distance. She's here. She's here. Oh my God, who is this girl? Her beauty is so stimulating. Mom, I want to fall in love early. It turned out Fei Fei was late because she had gone to remove her makeup and change into a proper uniform. The female lead's true beauty was no joke. Everyone was stunned and full of praise the moment they saw her. Her junior saw Fei Fei, waved her over, and handed her a self-criticism letter downloaded from the internet. You forgot your self-criticism letter. Dongfang Fei Fei hurriedly took it and ran up to the stage, not even bothering to read what nonsense was written in the letter. Dear Grand, teachers and fellow students, I feel very regretful for my actions last week. At a time of happy studying, I let my mind wander elsewhere. Oh my God, the self-criticism letter was full of typos. The students standing below couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, it's arduous studying. I can now confirm that idiot is definitely Dongfang Fei Fei. Her literature skills are ranked first from the bottom. How could you mortals possibly understand? The more Fei Fei read, the more she felt something was wrong. In such a superior learning environment, I instead increased the tax. What's increased the tax? What a waste. Fei Fei continued reading. Starting today, I will definitely strive to study hard, to be intelligent and time ly. Oh my God, another mistake. It should be intelligent and erudite. The quality of this self-criticism letter was truly terrible, causing her to lose face in front of the whole school. She didn't know where to hide. The teacher standing beside her felt embarrassed for Fei Fei and quickly told her to get down. All right. We hope student Fei Fei can mend her ways. Fei Fei returned to her spot, wishing she could dig a hole and hide in it. She took the terrible self-criticism letter and tapped her junior on the head with it. Where did you download this letter from? There's so many idioms I can't even read. It's true what they say. Fear not a strong enemy, but a useless teammate. 2 more days passed. Fei Fei had been acting very strangely lately. Not only did she buy all new textbooks, but she also wore her uniform and didn't wear makeup like before. Fei Fei's underlings also noticed their leader wasn't her usual self. But soon, one of them, a blonde junior, came up with what he thought was a reasonable explanation. I think I heard that Lu Fong has shifted his affections to Zhou Jiasu, so she's in emotional turmoil. Don't you guys think her actions look like she's trying to imitate Zhou Jiasu? Hearing this, the group only felt pity for the female lead. No matter how hard she tried, how could she ever catch up to Zhou Jiasu? Although her looks might surpass her, her grades were still far behind. Meanwhile, Fei Fei had no idea that her efforts were being misunderstood as an attempt to win over that Lu Fong guy. Right now, Fei Fei just wanted to focus wholeheartedly on her studies. Where you fall is where you get back up. Only by studying hard could she dare to dream of changing her life. The class had begun. The math teacher walked into the classroom. Fei Fei took out her first textbook and declared with full determination, "It's just getting into Tsinghua, right? I can do it." At first, she was all fired up, but when the extremely complex formulas were written all over the board, Fei Fei's head started spinning. "Oh my god, what the hell is this? Math is truly the bane of my existence. Just looking at it makes me dizzy and want to collapse." Forget it. Where you fall is where you sleep. On her first day of determined study, after less than one period, our Fei Fei had a bucket of cold water thrown on her. It seemed studying wasn't as easy as she thought. Next was literature class. The teacher lectured enthusiastically on the podium, while Fei Fei sat below, understanding some words, but not others. But this time, she knew to raise her hand and ask questions. She was indeed making progress. English class had to be taught in English. When Fei Fei couldn't keep up with the teacher's reading speed, she proactively spoke up and asked the teacher to slow down a bit. Seeing Fei Fei's eagerness to learn, the teacher happily agreed. The fact that the female lead was paying attention in class all day and taking notes became a topic of discussion for the 4 dogs of Mingda, who were Lu Fang's underlings. "My god, what's wrong with sister-in-law today? So noisy. Stop calling her sister-in-law. She's probably about to get dumped. What's the point of studying in international class? It's all a waste anyway." Among the underlings, someone was actually interested in the female lead. Her current appearance was indeed much more pleasing to the eye. "This is the first time I've seen her dressed so purely. If Brother Fong doesn't want her anymore, I can TSK. Who would have thought that as an underling, he would dare to have such thoughts?" He hadn't finished his sentence before he was hit. "Get lost. Once a sister-in-law, always a mother. Don't you know?" After fooling around, the underlings quickly sent a message to inform Lu Fang. They all thought the female lead was acting this way because she was heartbroken and even felt she was pitiful. Hearing this, Lu Fang also found it strange and said he would come over later. Time flies like a dog running in a field. In a flash, it was time for school to end. Yet our female lead Fei Fei was still obsessed with studying. She didn't loiter around with her underlings anymore, but packed her school bag to go home and study right away. Seeing their leader like this, the underlings were extremely worried. "We're doomed. She's really gone crazy. Love is truly a poison." Unexpectedly, just as Fei Fei stepped out of the classroom, she was stopped by a hand. It turned out to be none other than Lu Fang. He very naturally wrapped his arm around Fei Fei's waist, pulling her into his arms. This Lu Fang guy was quite good-looking. No wonder the Fei Fei of the previous life was so infatuated with him. Lu Fang lifted Fei Fei's chin and asked with a smile, "Are you crazy?" TSK. Anyone who didn't know would think he was the male lead of a romance novel. "Are you okay?" Looking at her past life crush holding her and showing concern, Fei Fei couldn't help but be stunned. She subconsciously called out Lu Fang's name. In her previous life, Lu Fang was the female lead's first love. But for our Fei Fei, this relationship, from beginning to end, was not a good experience at all. It was in Fei Fei's 10th grade year. One day after school, she was walking home alone. As luck would have it, she was stopped on the way by a hooligan who had been constantly harassing her. The shameless hooligan cornered Fei Fei against a wall in a deserted alley, not bothering with reason and trying to force the female lead to accept his feelings. "I've been pursuing you for 3 years. Are you fucking playing with me? I don't care if you agree or not." Not only was the hooligan's appearance mediocre, but he was also crude. How could our beautiful female lead possibly agree? She swung her hand and slapped him. Little did she know she had stepped on a landmine. The hooligan, embarrassed and enraged, said, "You bitch. I'm going to deal with you now." The hooligan's ferocious expression terrified Fei Fei. "Don't. Someone, save me." Just when the female lead was desperate and helpless, Lu Fang's group happened to be passing by. So Fei Fei used all her strength to scream for help. "Classmate, help. Save me." Seeing the female lead call for help, the hooligan shouted, trying to drive Lu Fang's group away. "Fuck, don't meddle in other people's business. If you know what's good for you, get lost." At this moment, Lu Fang had walked into the alley. He paid no attention to the hooligan's threats and just looked at him coldly, as if he were an animal. "Oh, sorry." Before the hooligan could hear the full sentence, Lu Fang kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying out of the frame. "There's nothing that Lu Fang, can't handle." Lu Fang's cool demeanor successfully made the female lead's heart flutter. After the very satisfying hero saves the beauty scene, Lu Fang then kindly went to the female lead, helped her up, and casually teased her a bit. "You're even beautiful when you cry. Be my girlfriend. Being confessed to so suddenly, how could Fei Fei handle it? She shyly ran away and even scolded him. Classmate, don't joke like that. And she thought Lu Fong was a good person, but it turned out he just wanted to tease her. However, after that incident, as if fate had arranged it, the number of times Fei Fei saw Lu Fong at school suddenly increased. Being approached by a handsome, cold, and domineering school king, how could an innocent young girl's resistance hold up? And so, Fei Fei eventually developed feelings for Lu Fong without even realizing it. From the time Lu Fong cornered her against a wall, demanding she thank him, to when Fei Fei proactively clung to Lu Fong's arm, refusing to let go. Fong, what do you like about me? You're very beautiful, not embarrassing to take out. It was Lu Fong himself who said this, making Fei Fei even more infatuated. At that time, Fei Fei was mesmerized by Lu Fong, liking him very much, even wishing they could be together 24/7. But this Lu Fong was clearly a huge womanizer. Countless female students surrounded him, yet he never took the initiative to keep his distance, even doing ambiguous things with them in front of Fei Fei, making her jealous. This led to an increasing number of arguments between the two. But Lu Fong's uncompromising attitude made Fei Fei even more insecure, afraid that Lu Fong didn't like her as much as she liked him. It turned out that was the reason for the change in Fei Fei's appearance. She started wearing strange clothes, smoking, and getting tattoos, just hoping to hold on to that. Scumbag. But it was all in vain. In 11th grade, rumors started spreading in school that Lu Fong had shifted his affections to Zhou Jiasu, and Fei Fei had been cast aside. At first, she didn't believe it, but then Zhang Chu Mei sent her a photo of the two of them being intimate. This finally made Fei Fei give up completely. She lost all motivation to study and stop going to school. It was at this moment that she left home to participate in a well-known director's audition, starting on the path to becoming a star like in her previous life, burying this relationship and never mentioning it again. Recalling a life of foolishness, being toyed with by a scumbag, Fei Fei only felt disgust for the boy in front of her. This time, she was determined not to pay any attention to this player. She coldly pushed Lu Fong's hand away. You're the one who's sick. Lu Fong didn't let Fei Fei off easily. He grabbed her wrist. Why did you bother Zhou Jiasu? When did I ever bother her? So he came to find her for this ridiculous reason. How absurd. Fei Fei couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Fong. Right now, she just wanted to leave and go home to study. But even that was so difficult, because you have water in your brain, even a dog can't stop you. Get out of the way. All right, wasn't it just carrying her to the nurse's office? What are you sulking about? This Lu Fong guy really thought too highly of himself. He insisted that the female lead had changed herself because of him. Suddenly dressing like this, you're still very beautiful. The sweet words of a scumbag now only made Fei Fei feel nauseous. Die, scumbag. She raised her knee, wanting to kick Lu Fong in the groin, but he blocked it with his hand. Lu Fong, let go of me. Lu Fong ignored Fei Fei's warning. After grabbing her leg, he didn't let go right away, but started to grope her. This leg is even fairer than Zhou Jiasu's. Our female lead was truly driven mad by the scumbag. She angrily pushed him away. If you Lu Fong, like Zhou Jiasu, then just go pursue her. Don't come looking for me anymore. After all, I did like you once. Can you give me some face and let me back out gracefully? At first, Lu Fong didn't understand. The female lead didn't beat around the bush and told him straight. Lu Fong, let's break up. Although Fei Fei had given up and wanted to let go of the scumbag. Unfortunately for her, a scumbag who agrees to a breakup isn't a scumbag. Lu Fong flatly refused. One might think it was because he had some feelings for the female lead, but it turned out this guy just didn't want to be the one who got dumped because of his pride, so he wanted to keep stringing her along. I've only ever been the one to dump others. Don't you dare dump me. After saying that, the scumbag Lu Fong turned and left. He insisted that the female lead must do as he wished. One immature scumbag. Watching Lu Fong leave, Dongfang Fei Fei could only sigh. I almost forgot this Lu Fong guy is very concerned about his pride. Fine then. She didn't want to make a fuss either. She decided to wait until he successfully seduced Zhou Jiasu. Then he would automatically break up with her. Getting involved with Lu Fong was truly nothing good. Fei Fei originally wanted to go home early to study, but because the scumbag blocked her way, it was already dark. The scene changes to Fei Fei's house. At this moment, the female lead's mother Li Mei Ru and Zhang Chu Mei's mother, Shirley Mei, are sitting and chatting. The conversation eventually turns to Fei Fei. Chu Mei's mother starts reporting Fei Fei's misdeeds at school to her mother. Oh my, I only heard this from my Chu Mei. Fei Fei was criticized today. Oh, didn't this child say anything to you? My goodness, I heard she led a fight and bullied a classmate. Fei Fei had just returned home as all her crimes were being exposed. Why does Chu Mei's mother love to meddle in other people's business so much? As expected, Fei Fei's mother was furious after hearing it. Our female lead tried her best to sneak upstairs, but was still caught. It's over. This time, her dear mother has spoken. Our Fei Fei has nowhere to run. Poor our female lead. Just as she was reborn and determined to study seriously, her crimes reached her parents' ears, leaving her with no way to deny them. At this moment, Fei Fei could only try her best to explain and clear her name with her mother. It was just a small misunderstanding. I know I was wrong, Mom, but how could Fei Fei's mother let her off so easily? She wouldn't accept her daughter causing trouble at school like this. A small misunderstanding got you a public criticism, and you hid it from me. I'm so angry. Being questioned like this, Fei Fei could only take it and couldn't argue back. She could only kneel down, hug her mother's thigh, and cry, begging for forgiveness. Mom, I know I was wrong. I swear I'll study hard from now on. Can you give me some money to hire a tutor? Chu Mei's mother, sitting beside them, not only didn't help Fei Fei, but also added fuel to the fire. Fei Fei, I often see you leading a group of bad girls into the amusement arcade. Your family may be well off, but you can't just trick your parents out of money to spend like that. It's clear that everyone's trust in the constantly loitering female lead has hit rock bottom. Her hanging out with her underlings had also been seen by others. This time, Fei Fei's mother would not be lenient with her daughter. Starting today, I'm freezing your credit card. Oh no, if the credit card is frozen, where will she get the money to hire a tutor? Mom, please don't. No matter how much Fei Fei cried out, it was useless now. She had now become a poor wretch. For the rest of her academic journey, she would have to overcome the difficulties on her own. The next day, while sitting in the cafeteria chatting with her friends, Fei Fei was still thinking about her studies. The college entrance exam was less than 2 years away. If she studied natural sciences, she definitely wouldn't be able to keep up. Therefore, Fei Fei decided she could only stake her life on memorizing social sciences. But math was still her weakest subject. She couldn't do it without a tutor. Her underlings sitting next to her were talking about everything under the sun, even ignoring Fei Fei's attempt to ask to borrow money. In fact, before she could even finish her sentence, the whole group was caught by the proctor. The bell for class has rung 3 times. Which class are you from? The group was startled. The underlings scrambled out of the cafeteria, even forgetting to pay for their breakfast. They left the poor and lonely Fei Fei to face the unpaid breakfast bill and a demerit. Oh, is friendship between girls this pragmatic? After escaping that disaster, Fei Fei finally returned to the classroom. It was now English class. The teacher was lecturing on the podium, while Fei Fei diligently sat and copied vocabulary. Our female lead was truly determined, and nothing could shake her resolve. But the phone next to her kept disturbing her. It turned out to be a flood of messages from Lu Fong, asking her to hang out, so noisy that it attracted the attention of everyone around. But Fei Fei was focused on a lecture. How could she have time to read his messages? Please continue, miss. This Lu Fong guy had become incredibly stubborn after yesterday. It was feared that he wouldn't let Fei Fei study in peace these days. When school ended, Fei Fei was heading home with her friends when she ran into that scumbag again. Today, Lu Fong wasn't wearing his uniform, but a head-to-toe black outfit. He was also riding his precious black scooter, which he cherished, attracting countless gazes from the surrounding female students. The moment Fei Fei saw Lu Fong, she knew nothing good would come of it, so she quickly tried to find an excuse to slip away. But once she was targeted by the scumbag, how could she escape so easily? As soon as Lu Fong saw Fei Fei, he quickly caught her and lifted her up in his arms. Being held by the scumbag, Fei Fei was extremely uncomfortable. Put me down now, she struggled with all her might, but to no avail. Lu Fong placed her on his beloved scooter, Dahi. This treatment made Fei Fei feel flattered, yet fearful. Isn't this Dahi, your wife? You never let me touch it before. Why the change of heart today? How could he be more important than Fei Fei? This Lu Fong really knew how to win a girl's heart. No wonder Fei Fei was head over heels for him in her past life. But in this life, our female lead has come to her senses, only thinking wholeheartedly about studying. Forced onto the scooter by Lu Fong, she was still obsessed with her homework, constantly shouting and demanding to be let off. Lu Fong, are you sick? Stop the scooter. I want to go home and do my homework. This sight left his underlings who witnessed it all completely speechless. She really was their big sister. Riding on a scooter with a handsome guy and still screaming about doing homework. Truly outstanding. Meanwhile, the female lead, taken by Lu Fong, had to experience a roller coaster ride in the middle of the city. Are you crazy? Why are you driving so fast in the city? Stop the scooter. Where are you taking me? All along the way, Fei Fei shrieked, demanding he stop, but that Lu Fong remained unfazed, not even slowing down a bit. Hold on tighter or you'll fall off. After a while, the two stopped at the Thunder God Club. This was a club opened by Lu Fong himself. As soon as the female lead got off, her face turned pale, and she was so dizzy, she threw up a rainbow. The scumbag next to her wasn't worried at all and even teased her. When you were holding me so tight just now, I discovered that those are quite soft. What kind of dirty thoughts was this guy having? The female lead, though unwilling, had to reluctantly enter the club with Lu Fong. Inside, Lu Fong's underlings had already started a game, just waiting for him to join. Seeing Fei Fei was also there, the underlings were extremely surprised. Oh my god, why did you bring her here? Aren't girls not allowed here? Another underling quickly chimed in. Are you stupid? Brother Fong opened this club. He can bring whoever he wants. It turned out girls were never allowed here before. For Lu Fong to break the rule and bring Fei Fei along, it seems he was truly determined to win back the female lead's heart. Meanwhile, Fei Fei couldn't be bothered with those rowdy youths. She sat to one side, preparing to take out her homework to continue working on it. Today, Lu Fong was very enthusiastic about inviting Fei Fei to play with him. I've told the receptionist to get all the snacks. Let's play a game together. Okay, but too bad for Brother Fong. This Fei Fei was no longer the Fei Fei of the past. She flatly rejected Lu Fong without any hesitation. No, thanks. You go play with them. I'm fine doing my homework here. Seeing Fei Fei's resolute attitude really opened Lu Fong's group's eyes. Brother Fong, is sister-in-law possessed? I didn't expect her to like me this much. It's really cute. Lu Fong, oh Lu Fong, you're way too narcissistic. How could our female lead possibly like the person who made her give up all hope in her past life? And so, the group of boys started their game. Their loud shouting and clamoring made the female lead feel extremely annoyed. She was struggling with her literature homework and was being distracted by them. These people are too noisy. How am I supposed to do this homework? What does the character Guan Hanqing's personality have to do with me? While our Fei Fei was frowning and racking her brain for a solution to the homework problem, another person appeared. Hey, it's Brother Nya. Brother Nya, why are you here? The moment the female lead heard the name Nya, she realized who this person was. She was so shocked, she dropped her pen and had to bend down to pick it up. Coincidentally, the pen rolled right next to the person's feet. Just as Fei Fei guessed, that Brother Nya was Nya Shinai. Oh, our male lead has finally appeared, with the main character's aura radiating from him. Right in front of the female lead was an incredibly handsome male student. The male lead had finally made his appearance, but it seems their first meeting wasn't very smooth. The female lead felt tense as soon as she saw the male lead. Hello. But then she felt it was useless. So embarrassing. He doesn't have any impression of me. Why am I so nervous? Nya Shinai casually walked in and sat down at a gaming machine. That I'm in a bad mood and don't want to go home, so I came here to play a few rounds. You guys just play, don't mind me. Even the usually arrogant Lu Fong showed him some respect at this moment. Then Brother Nya, you play first. We'll play together in the next round. I want to go to the restroom. That shameless Lu Fong even smiled and asked, do you need me to go with you? This guy really knew how to provoke a girl. As a result, he was flatly rejected by the female lead. She wanted to escape this awkward situation immediately. That way, she wouldn't be embarrassed anymore. After the female lead left, the underlings dared to pick up her notebook and make fun of it. Haha, Brother Fong, come look at sister-in-law's homework notebook. Oh my god, haha, sister-in-law is such a talent. It turned out the female lead was so stuck, she didn't even spare her workbook. She dared to doodle and scribble in the book, and the drawings were quite good. A very realistic sketch of a scooter. Sister-in-law worked quite diligently on this notebook. Anyone who heard that would know it was a sarcastic comment. The soul of an artist, haha. Even Lu Fong was speechless and had nothing to say. He could only shoo his underlings away. Get lost, you guys. It turned out that although the male and female leads didn't know each other, the female lead had met Nya Shinai in her past life. He was known as the legendary, eccentric character of Mingda High School. Excellent grades, agile skills, he always held the first place position when he first enrolled. He held both the title of top student and school tyrant, meaning he was even more formidable than Lu Fong. In Fei Fei's impression, Nya Shinai was always a loner, always coming and going by himself. She also heard that not long after starting the new school year, he fought with Lu Fang on the basketball court, and the Mingda boys who followed their big brother also rushed in a fight. But the result, of course, was that the male lead won, taking down all of Lu Fang's underlings and even causing Lu Fang to be hospitalized with a broken arm. But he himself was also injured in the head during the brawl and needed more than 10 stitches. But the most mysterious thing was Nyeshinya's background. The male lead was truly no ordinary person. Even though Lu Fang was the son of the country's top conglomerate, he couldn't get the principal to punish him. Our female lead was picky, but when she saw Nyeshinai playing basketball, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. The male lead's gaze was as sharp as a resolute knife, making girls' hearts both tremble and yearn for him. Until one day, Fei Fei saw a girl confessing her feelings to Nyeshinai. This male lead really knew how to shatter a girl's dreams. He not only rejected the confession, but also directly gave that lucky girl a slap. What a crude person. The female student, both in pain and aggrieved, could do nothing but sit and cry in the hallway. Seeing this, Fei Fei rushed over to comfort her. "Are you okay?" The poor girl, hurt by the person she liked, still forced a smile and said she was fine. Fei Fei couldn't stand seeing such a thing. She hated guys who would raise a hand to a girl, but he has no sense of chivalry at all. How could he do that? She was just expressing her feelings. Does not liking someone mean you have to humiliate them like that? Unexpectedly, Fei Fei's criticisms were overheard by the male lead. He was even annoyed that she was in his way and said coldly, "Move." Fei Fei, caught red-handed talking behind someone's back, felt a pang of guilt. Oh no, he's not going to hit me too, is he? But luckily for the female lead, the male lead didn't touch her and just walked past them. From that day on, Fei Fei was psychologically scarred. Every time she met Nyeshinai, she was very scared and no longer dared to like such a violent person. After thinking it over, she decided it was best to get back to her homework. She should go back, finish her homework, and go home early. Just then, the restroom door swung open, and the male lead walked in. Fei Fei wasn't careful and immediately fell into Nyeshinai. I'm sorry. It hurts. Her hair got caught on his shirt button, and she couldn't get it out. Such bad luck. The distance between them shortened, allowing Fei Fei to smell the scent on Nyeshinya's body. His scent is so pleasant, like the smell of ash after burning pine wood. But this wasn't the time for random thoughts. She had to find a way to get away from him. What am I thinking? This is so embarrassing. My hair is too thick. Where on his shirt is it stuck? Seeing Fei Fei struggling for so long, Nyeshinai also lost his patience. He reached out and pulled the hair tie from her head. It turned out that was the problem. Finally, Fei Fei's hair was untangled from Nyeshinyi. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and quickly ran away, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, thank you. I'm really sorry." That moment really scared our female lead to death. It felt as if death was just a second away. This guy is really not to be trifled with. Fei Fei left in a panic. Nyeshinai stood there pensively. One might think he had some attachment to the female lead's item. Who would have thought that in the next second, the cute hair tie would be ruthlessly thrown into the trash by the male lead? The heart of this guy named Nya is truly unpredictable. Fei Fei then had to stay at the Thunder God Club until late at night before Lu Fang drove her home. On the way, she held a grudge and complained nonstop, "Look how late it is. My mom is going to scold me again." Lu Fang, driving in front, just replied casually, "I'll explain to your Annie that you were doing homework all night, okay? Does this reason have any credibility at all? I don't need that. From now on, don't take me out anymore. I really have to study hard." Seeing the female lead so determined, Lu Fang was also confused. Study what? Isn't the international class just about spending money and then studying abroad? The second male lead imagined the female lead studying hard and thought she was doing it for him. His eyes lit up. "Although the way you study hard for me is very cute, you don't have to force yourself like that." Fei Fei was already used to Lu Fang's S-class narcissism. Even so, she still patiently tried to make him understand. She didn't want to create any more misunderstandings with this scumbag. "Did you misunderstand something? I don't want to be with you anymore. I want to study hard." "Oh, hello. What? Who do you want to be with?" This Lu Fang is really too thick-skinned. He definitely heard her, but pretended not to. I said, "Let's break up. Hold hands. I'm driving. Let's do it after we get off." No. The female lead was so frustrated she wanted to explode and could only scream with all her might, "It's break up? Let's break up. What did you say? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you clearly." This scumbag was clearly doing it on purpose. Now our female lead truly understood the saying of our ancestors: if you chase love, it runs. If you run from love, it chases. As soon as Fei Fei got home, she saw Su Mei and her mother sitting and talking with her own mother in the living room. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Mom, Annie Mai, Su Mei, why aren't you all asleep yet? The reason Fei Fei's mother and Annie Mai, Su Mei's mother, were so close was because they were neighbors when they were young. Unfortunately, Annie Mai married a terrible man, so they quickly divorced. The female lead's mother felt sorry for Auntie Mai raising a child alone, so she let her come work as a nanny for their family, and also brought Su Mei to live with them. Seeing that Fei Fei had finally returned, Auntie Mai said worriedly, Fei Fei, you're back so late. How could we possibly sleep? If it weren't for Su Mei accidentally breaking your makeup box, I wouldn't have known that you let Su Mei do your homework for you. The cat was out of the bag. The matter of having her homework done for her had been exposed, putting Fei Fei in a difficult position. She and Su Mei grew up together, so their bond was very strong. That's why Fei Fei had asked Su Mei to do her homework for her before. But she didn't like Annie Mai. In her past life, Fei Fei's rebelliousness was partly thanks to her. This makes the readers even more curious. What exactly happened? Why was Fei Fei's impression of Su Mei's mother so bad? Su Mei stood to one side, looking extremely apologetic and remorseful. This time, the female lead had angered her mother again. Su Mei, you don't need to mind her. I'm really going to be angered to death by her. The school just sent a notice of criticism a few days ago. I thought you would make some progress, but in the end, you only come home in the middle of the night. What kind of future will a person like you have when you grow up? No matter how much money our family has, it will all be squandered by you. These words from her mother deeply hurt Fei Fei, but what she said wasn't wrong. In the past, she threw money around like it was nothing. If she hadn't been given a chance to live again, she would probably have continued to waste money like that. Mom, I shouldn't have let Su Mei deceive you. It was my fault for being immature before. But tonight, I really was at a classmate's house doing homework. As Fei Fei spoke, she showed her mother the notebook filled with solved problems. Just one look was enough to see how much effort our female lead had put in. Having just been scolded by her mother, Fei Fei was in no mood to talk downstairs anymore and went upstairs and I have class tomorrow. I'm going to rest first. Good night, Mom. Watching her daughters retreating back, Fei Fei's mother seemed to have something to say. A hint of sadness crossed her face. She just hoped the female lead would study harder and not disappoint her parents like in her previous life. Back in her room, Fei Fei looked at the bottles and jars on her vanity, almost all of which were broken, and could only lament her bad luck. For one set of makeup, she had to patiently massage and soothe her mother for a whole week. But Fei Fei also found it strange. After all, these items cost tens of thousands. How could they break so easily? It was as if someone had deliberately destroyed them. At this moment, Su Mei also came in with a look of remorse. Fei Fei, I'm really sorry. I went to the restroom to wash my hands. The floor was slippery, and this happened. Is it very expensive? After all, the things a rich young lady buys are not ordinary. With so much broken, Su Mei was also scared. I'll try my best to save up money to compensate you. But Fei Fei was inherently a kind person. She wouldn't fuss over such things that it's not expensive. They're just common items. Speaking of which, I should thank you for covering for me. Seeing that her friend wasn't asking for compensation, Su Mei was overjoyed. Then she suddenly remembered something and said to the female lead, "All right, Fei Fei, here's the latest news from the rocket class. The monthly exam is in 3 days." What? Only 3 days left? How is that enough time for our female lead to review? Oh my God, she hadn't even grasped the knowledge in front of her, and she was already about to face an exam. Who could handle that? Fei Fei had no choice but to ask Su Mei for help. Su Mei, save me. Let me borrow your notes. The notes from the rocket class are all key review points, but the pace of our 2 classes is different. I'm afraid you'll be even more confused after reading them. Su Mei had no way to help Fei Fei. Indeed, with her current academic level, even with an outline, she probably wouldn't be able to study it. Now, she could only save herself. How about you try to review the textbook these few days? Just learn as much as you can. After speaking, Su Mei also felt that Fei Fei had been acting a bit strange lately. She couldn't help but ask her, why have you suddenly wanted to study recently? Could it be true, like the rumors among the students, that you want to compete with Zhou Jiadong? So the rumors in school had spread that far. This was such an injustice to our female lead that IT has nothing to do with her. I just feel like I've wasted a lot of time, so I should start studying seriously. Don't underestimate the female lead's determination. She has to get into Tsinghua. This is a matter of life and death. Su Mei didn't ask any more questions and just said goodbye and good night to the female lead before leaving. As she passed by the door, the bracelet she was wearing got caught on the door and fell with a clatter. Fei Fei recognized it at a glance as her own bracelet. Hey, isn't that my lost bracelet? I've been looking for it for a long time. Why do you have it? At this point, we can smell something fishy. But it's fear that Fei Fei's trust in Su Mei cannot be shaken so easily. Caught, Su Mei hurriedly apologized and made an excuse to get through it. I'm sorry. I wanted to borrow this bracelet for the book fair last time, but you weren't home, so I forgot to tell you. Our Fei Fei is really too naive. She didn't question Su Mei at all and even allowed her to use her things as she pleased, that it's okay. You can just take and use these accessories. I bought too many anyway. It was just a casual remark with no ill intent, but who knew her kindness would be met with jealousy? Sure enough, after leaving the room, Su Mei revealed her true colors. All she does all day is show off this and that. Isn't it just because her parents have money? Without your parents, you're nothing. Oh, what kind of best friend is this? More like every man for himself. The next day, Fei Fei went to school as usual. Sure enough, the rumor that she wanted to surpass Zhou Jiadong had spread everywhere. There was even a group of girls gathered together, blatantly bad-mouthing the female lead that I heard Dongfang Fei Fei, the one at the bottom of the class, is trying to study hard. They say she wants to surpass Zhou Jiadong in the monthly exam. Is she still dreaming? Besides her face, how can she compare to Zhou Jiadong in anything else? She'd have a better chance if she reincarnated. Fei Fei's underlings heard this and couldn't help but feel indignant for their big sister. Zhou Jiadong's lackeys are so nosy. They even came to another class to gossip. So talkative. Even if it's the truth, you're not supposed to say it out loud. Wait a minute, what the red-haired underling just said sounded wrong. Which side are you on, you little brat? The red-haired underling successfully angered her big sister and even got a beating from the female lead, getting several bumps on her head and having to beg for mercy. After hearing the unpleasant rumors about herself, Fei Fei wouldn't just let them say whatever they wanted. Those who gossip should be re-educated. Subsequently, the way Fei Fei and her underlings took revenge on these people was to block their way to the toilet. The blonde underling with her long, slender legs raised them to block the restroom door, not letting anyone in. How could the other girls accept this? Don't go too far. I'm going to tell the teacher. But they were all talk. The red-haired and orange-haired underlings had already blocked them from behind. The group of girls, trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat, began to weaken. Then why was that girl allowed in just now? The blonde underling spoke up, dealing them a fatal blow. Oh, sorry. Only you guys aren't allowed in. Sister Fei said your mouths are so foul. Your poop would be even fouler. It would pollute the school's air. This sentence was truly devastating, leaving the group of girls speechless. At this moment, the bell for class rang. The three girls were still blocked and couldn't leave. How are they going to get to class? These girls are still blocking the way. They probably won't dare to block it for long. Our female lead, seeing the three girls' timid and fearful appearance, didn't make things difficult for them anymore and decided to let them go. After all, she had to get back to class. Studying was the top priority. Seeing the three girls who badmouthed Fei being late for class made the whole group feel somewhat satisfied. At this moment, a brawl was happening on the stairs. A frail male student was cornered against the wall. His documents fell to the ground, scattered everywhere, and were even stepped on by the bullies who laughed contemptuously. Oh my God, Project Hope? Why don't you focus on developing your own moral, intellectual, and physical well-being? Being so physically weak is not good. The blue-haired male student endured the abuse, but did not submit to the bullies. He picked himself up, his attitude very impatient. Are you done hitting me? It's time for class. This handsome, frail, blue-haired male student was named Qin Shi. He was also the famous CEO who would have tens of billions in the future. Qin Shi was admitted directly to Mingda thanks to his excellent grades. This person was a typical example of a poor student who overcame difficulties. His home was far from school, requiring him to walk for several hours. To get there, his family was not well off, but his exam rankings were always second only to the male lead, Nieshinai. Qin Shi's personality was taciturn and quiet, so he was often bullied by his classmates. Even so, this young man was very persistent and never gave up. His will to study was extremely high. He used his spare time to both work part-time and solve all his homework problems. Juggling so many things and still being able to rank second in the entire grade, this was surely a treasure. Our female lead has a lot to learn from him. Qin Shi's efforts were not in vain. His hard work paid off handsomely. After his second year of university, Qin Shi used stocks to start a new project, building himself up from scratch. Soon, he became extremely wealthy, with 20 billion in his hands, becoming one of the famous and respected bosses. He was no longer the taciturn boy who could only swallow his grievances in high school. In her past life, the female lead who pursued an acting career had to expend a great great deal of effort to win a role in a film invested in by Qin Shi. Therefore, in the present, she knew at a glance that sooner or later, Qin Shi would become incredibly formidable in the not-so-distant future. But right now, he was just a weak male student who was freely bullied by his classmates. The delinquent, seeing Qin Shi's annoyed face, also got angry. Damn, are you teaching me how to hit you? Let me hit you right in the face to satisfy you. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Fei couldn't just stand by and watch. She stepped forward to stop the delinquent. I saw the rocket class teacher coming. He's the teacher's pet, so you should disperse. Her one-time reputation as a big sister made the delinquents somewhat fearful. And thanks to that, Qin Shi escaped a beating. If a poor guy like you has quite the luck with girls. I'll let it go this time out of respect for Sister Fei. We'll continue next time. Watching the delinquents leave resentfully while still threatening Qin Shi, Fei just felt that these people were truly foolish, completely blind. In the future, he'll be so rich you can't even imagine. Actually, Fei saved Qin Shi not because of money. She didn't expect anything from befriending the top student. It was just that she hated school violence the most and wanted to help. Classmate Qin Shi, are you okay? Fei smiled warmly and extended her hand, wanting to help him up. But how could Qin Shi accept her kindness? He had seen everything she did in front of the girls' restroom earlier. The top student already had a bad impression of the female lead upon their first meeting. Qin Shi was extremely cold, stood up by himself, and walked past Fei. He flatly rejected her good intentions and even said sarcastically, "You're no different from them." The blonde underling, seeing this, was furious that what's with that attitude? Sister Fei just saved him. In contrast to her underlings, Fei wasn't angry at all. I didn't expect him to be so cute as a teenager. Who could resist such two completely different extremes? Not being upset about being thought of badly was one thing, but the female lead even called him cute, leaving her underlings speechless and helpless. What a waste of worry. Sister Fei's values have never been normal. Very quickly, the female lead put the encounter with the future CEO aside. Right now, she had to find a way to pass the upcoming exam. Desperate, our female lead could only resort to spiritual matters. It is said that at Mingda High School, besides studying hard, there were 3 spiritual rituals passed down to help students at the bottom of the class pass exams, called the 3 metaphysics. How could the female lead, Fei, miss out? She quickly learned about them and followed them to the letter. The first metaphysic was called the Wunchong Fortune Ritual, planting a tree for good luck. Take 4 small bamboo stalks, plant them in a pot, and place them in the Wunchong position to let them thrive. The second metaphysic was the behavioral fortune ritual. Before an exam, you must not wash your hair, as the knowledge in your head will be washed away with the water. On the day of the exam, you should wear Nike because its logo is just do it. In addition, eat 3 full meals. As long as you do everything the second metaphysic requires, you will surely pass. The ultimate metaphysical practice is the worship of the study god, according to which the pre-exam ritual is to worship the number 1 ranked student, Nyashinai. This person always had good grades in his sophomore year, and in his junior year, he was always at the top of the grade. Those at the bottom of the class asked for nothing more than to have 1/10 of the top student's knowledge, which would be enough to survive. Fei did exactly as the ancients passed down. Coupled with her diligent studying day and night without rest, the day of the exam finally arrived. This was the moment for the female lead to show her true skills. She picked up her pen, full of confidence. She saw the exam paper before her as an enemy, a hurdle she must overcome. She was certain she could get into Tsinghua and change her fate of being murdered. But unfortunately for our female lead, the moment she put pen to paper, reality slapped her hard across the face. The literature exam required finding the inappropriate word in a context, but to Fei, every word seemed correct. The math exam was a complete disaster. One look at the questions made her dizzy. Fei couldn't understand the questions and could only seriously scribble down random answers, hoping for the mercy of the teacher. After the test ended, Fei's followers were even more excited than their big sister when they saw her walk out. Sister Fei, I can't believe no subject proctor had to remind you to turn in your paper. Could it be that you finished them all? Right now, Fei just felt extremely tired. It was clear that she didn't do as well on this exam as she had imagined. When someone asked how she did, she just answered listlessly, "Yeah, otherwise I just wrote something down. I feel like it's probably better than before, or else it would be a disservice to my hard work these past few days. If I had known it would be this hard, I should have focused on studying from the very beginning. Why did I get involved with that scum male only to struggle like this?" The female lead's sudden U-turn to focus on her studies made many people jealous and hateful. She's just putting on an act. Just wait until the scores are out. Low intelligence is beyond saving. To know if they were right, we had to wait for the day the exam results were released. Very soon, the ranking board was posted for the whole school to see. The female lead and her girls' squad hurried over to look. Sister Faye, you worked so hard before. I was skeptical at first, but now I really feel you've made progress. Even though her blonde-haired follower said that, the female lead searched for a long time, but still couldn't find her name. The top 5 on the leaderboard were all unfamiliar names. The most familiar was still Nyeshinai, who maintained his top position, with Qin Shi ranked 2nd and Zhou Jiasu ranked 9th. Above and below her, there was no sign of Dongfang Feifei's name. Scanning from the scoreboards of other subjects to the literature subject that Feifei had chosen, the female lead's name was still nowhere to be seen. The 2 female students who had mocked her before were now even more smug. How long will it take if you start searching from the top down? Try searching from the bottom up. There's good news there. Although those 2 female students were just being contemptuous of Feifei, what they said wasn't entirely without reason. The blonde-haired follower seemed to have realized something and didn't dare to search anymore, wanting to pull Feifei away, but the female lead still wouldn't give up. Feifei really did try searching from the bottom up, and just as those 2 female students had said, her name appeared. Dongfang Feifei was ranked 3rd, but it was 3rd from the bottom. This time, our female lead probably suffered a considerable blow. The other students who knew about it wouldn't leave her alone either. Didn't she say she would surpass Zhou Jiasu in this month's exam? That's right. Jiasu's friends heard it all. These male students were really asking for a beating, taunting someone who was already sad about her low rank. It's been a while since I've seen someone eat their own words like this. Is that all? 3rd from the bottom. Don't say that. Her attitude towards studying is very good. Being mocked, Feifei had no way to retort. The results were so clear that it was hard for her to argue back. The blonde-haired follower also felt sorry for her big sister. Although it was true that Feifei got a low score, the story about her wanting to surpass Zhou Jiasu was just a genuine rumor. Those students kept using it to mock her, making it impossible for her to endure any longer. I don't know what kind of person would spread such baseless rumors. I have never said I would compare myself to anyone. I study for myself. Although the result isn't good, it's still better than those of you who have nothing better to do than gossip. Being dissed by the female lead, those male students became angry out of embarrassment and bristled, calling her a loudmouthed idiot. Who knows if this bunch was any better at studying, yet they dare to look down on someone else's efforts. The female lead couldn't be bothered with them. But it was true that studying day and night, only to end up 3rd from the bottom, made Feifei feel very sad. After being reborn, she often dreamed of the moment she was killed. A flash of light, a cold blade piercing her chest, the killer's expression, and the feeling of her life gradually fading away still haunted her mind. That moment was what always reminded Feifei that if she didn't want to die, she had to seriously complete this mission. But the trouble was, the college entrance exam was like 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses crossing a single narrow bridge, fraught with difficulties, let alone getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. It was truly a difficult task for our female lead. Her knowledge base was too poor. She had returned everything to her teachers right after graduation, and now that she was reborn, her mind was a complete blank, making the review process even more arduous. Getting into Tsinghua within 2 years seemed like an impossible task. Could it be that she could only wait for death? The female lead was standing on the rooftop, lost in sorrowful thought, and was mistaken for someone about to jump off the building. Before Feifei could react, someone pulled her back from behind. It turned out to be the male lead, Nyeshinai. Just when the female lead was at her saddest, the male lead appeared. This must be fate. What else could it be? Feifei had also reached her breaking point and couldn't hold back her tears. Nyeshinai continued to hold Feifei, not letting go. What are you doing? Let me go. No. Let go. No. While the two were still struggling back and forth, Lu Fang's followers, who were looking for the female lead, happened to open the rooftop door and walk in. Witnessing this hug that was not in line with public decency really made one's face turn red. Oh my God, that I didn't see anything. Sorry to disturb you. Even Shinai thought she was heartbroken because of that scum male. Don't overthink it. There's nothing going on between Lu Fang and Zhou Jiasu. It turned out the male lead was desperately holding her back just because of a misunderstanding. Feifei, how could you ruin your life for someone like Lu Fang? You've had such a hard time being reborn. Who's trying to die for that scum male? I'm crying because I ranked third from the bottom, and I wasn't planning to jump off the building either. After hearing the female lead's explanation, the male lead realized that they had been in rather close contact all this time, and had even been unintentionally showing public displays of affection for others to see. This is so embarrassing. Boo-hoo. As long as you don't die in front of me, it's fine. Seeing a girl cry and not comforting her, instead saying such cold words. Hey, don't you have any compassion? I don't want to play games with you, and Lu Fong. It turns out our male lead is the type who is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Although Nye Shinai acted indifferent, his kindness in saving her had moved the female lead that I actually dared to shout at him just now. But seeing how worried he was that I would jump, he doesn't seem as cold as I imagined. Our Fei Fei now has a different view of the male lead. They will surely meet a lot more in the future. And at this moment, it was time for class. In the classroom, the math teacher had already started the lesson, but the followers couldn't find Fei Fei anywhere. They assumed our female lead had given up. Sister Fei isn't here for math class either. Is she going back to her old ways? This self-inflicted slap came too quickly. Let's just leave her alone for a few days. But sorry, how could you underestimate the will of someone who is determined to get into Tsinghua? Sure enough, Fei Fei appeared right at the classroom door, present. Sorry, teacher, I was in the restroom just now. This resolute attitude of Fei Fei's truly made her girl squad admire her. Wow, sister, your spirit moves me so much. Fei Fei would absolutely not give up halfway. Even if this mission couldn't be completed, she still wanted to give it a try. After all, this was a chance to live again. If I pass the exam, it's fine. These 2 years won't be a loss. And the recent encounter between Fei Fei and Nye Shinai was witnessed by a good brother of Lu Fong, Dado. Although my relationship with Nye Shinai isn't bad, Nye Shinai wasn't very righteous in this matter. After all, Lu Fong and I grew up together since childhood. I wonder if I should tell Lu Fong about this. The male and female leads engaging in shady business in broad daylight at school really makes it easy for others to misunderstand. That male student had already started to suspect. The good follower suspected his big brother was being cheated on. Lu Fong, however, was completely oblivious. At lunchtime, he was still worried about Fei Fei. Usually, Fei Fei is the first one out of the classroom, but recently, she's been looking for teachers to ask questions after class. As Lu Fong spoke, he habitually ordered his favorite dishes. Big brother, this won't do. The followers were determined to let Lu Fong know about this. No nothing? Get a portion of steamed spinach, stir-fried cabbage, and a portion of Napa cabbage. Brother Fong, don't eat so much meat, eat more vegetables. Supplement with vitamins A, B, C, E, F, G. That's right, Brother Fong. Look, this green color means it's very nutritious. By now, you should know what they were implying. The followers had already said this much, wanted to point out to Lu Fong that he was being cheated on. Lu Fong still didn't get it and wanted to order a Coke, but was stopped. Why drink Coke? Sister, give me a Sprite. That's right, Coke is unhealthy. Getting a cup of ice cream is also fine. And so, Lu Fong's lunch today was a tray of lush green food. Just looking at it made him lose his appetite. Lu Fong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. You guys, could it be that you're seeing Lu Fong's expression? The followers thought their big brother had finally been enlightened. My God, was the hint too obvious? I can't believe Brother Fong has so many people on the outside, yet someone in his harem is cheating on him. This kind of thing hurts a man's pride. Brother Fong is going to be devastated in a moment. But they were disappointed. Not only did Lu Fong not understand his followers' good intentions, but he also thought ill of them. You guys are being so considerate. Could it be you've done something against the rules for me to take the fall for? We've been so wronged. To save their own skins, the followers quickly shook their heads and denied it profusely, and oh no, we deeply admire our big brother's divine might. Today, your handsomeness made female students' ovaries explode just by looking. The flattery from these delinquents is really too vulgar. Lu Fong felt like puking just hearing it. Enough. I haven't even eaten yet, and I already want to puke. Feeling that expressing their intentions through actions alone was truly ineffective, the followers finally had to mention something more obvious, not forgetting to flatter their big brother, Brother Fong. Have you considered changing your hair color? Being too handsome is also a crime. You could change to a more playful color, for example, green. No, I only like red. Even at this point, Brother Fong still didn't get the hint. The followers were really at their wits' end and had to spell out, but saying it directly was a bit too blunt, so they decided to send a message to the group chat. Brother Fong, summoning Brother Fong. Why are you messaging on WeChat when we're face to face? Go see a doctor. Lu Fong also felt that his good brothers were acting sick today. To avoid making their big brother lose his patience and get angry, they all sent the green hat icon in unison that if you still don't get it this time, I'll give up. After seeing it, Lu Fong turned off his phone and slammed it on the table. The rough action immediately made the followers shrink back in fear. Oh, that's what you meant. The author was also kind enough to give Lu Fong a lush green meadow background. But it seems that even after he found out, he still trusted the female lead completely. That I don't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. We love each other very much. At this moment, no matter what anyone said, Lu Fong's heart was as steady as a tripod. Seeing this, the followers felt helpless on Lu Fong's behalf. All that effort for nothing. Is this what they call true love? At this moment, the school bell, Zhou Jiasu, walked over. Lu Fong. Thank you for carrying me to the infirmary the other day. Being approached by the goddess, the usual Lu Fong should have been happy. But today the sun rose from the west. He just said politely, oh, it was a small thing, what I should do. I thought this guy had turned over a new leaf, but it turns out it was just because he saw the female lead walking in. Now I'm sure this scum male, Lu Fong, only wants to conquer the female lead. He couldn't care less about anything else. But it's undeniable that Zhou Jiasu is indeed a beauty, both beautiful and gentle. I'm still very grateful to you. This piece of cake is a gift. The moment Zhou Jiasu smiled, countless male students fell for her. No wonder in the previous life, Lu Fong ignored Fei Fei to flirt with her. The followers sitting next to him also blushed in admiration. My God, that's great, Brother Fong. Why did Brother Fong accept it without saying a word? That's the school bell. The number of Mingda's students who, like her, could fill a classroom. Lu Fong did not refuse the school bell's kind gesture. Sure enough, his philandering nature was deeply ingrained in his blood. The female lead's girl squad witnessed everything and felt indignant for her. So, just like the scum male's followers, they advised their big sister to eat green food. This was also to imply that Fei Fei was being cheated on. You should eat more broccoli and also spinach and Napa cabbage. For drinks, you can order Sprite or ice cream. Love is truly a green light, and being cheated on is enough to make a person panic. Haha, it's like a trip to Zon. But how could the female lead be heartbroken over this scum male anymore? She was actually happy. If they were starting to get together, her breakup with the scum male was only a matter of time. Thinking about not being bothered by the scum male while she was studying in the future, the female lead's heart felt incredibly relieved. The meal of all green vegetables also became unusually delicious. At this moment, Lu Fong had, at some point, walked over to the female lead's table. He placed the cake he had just received from Zhou Jiasu on her food tray and said, I remember you really like this kind of cake. You came late, so they were probably all taken. Damn him. He took another girl's kind gesture to flirt with someone else. Seeing Lu Fong suddenly acting so intimate, the female lead also felt awkward. Thank you. Put the cake down. You should go first. Oh no, she forgot that Lu Fong seemed to really like this pure and obedient type of student. Now that she had reverted to that type, it was no different from becoming his ideal girlfriend. Sure enough, Lu Fong didn't let her shoo him away so easily. I was kind enough to give you a cake, and you're in such a hurry for me to leave? I already said thank you. No matter how much the female lead tried to push him away, if he wasn't shameless, he wouldn't deserve the title of scum male. Lu Fong took advantage of Fei Fei's inattention and leaned down to kiss her on the cheek. This kiss not only made Fei Fei, but also her entire girl squad blush. After committing his utterly shameless act, the scum male Lu Fong even smiled domineeringly and said, I've taken my return gift. Ah, this is really making the readers die of anger. Although scum males are all shameless, they have the advantage of good looks. The female lead also used to have a secret crush on him, so her resistance was still not very high, and she was easily teased. With this level of looks, even if Lu Fong's family went bankrupt, he could still rely on his face to debut in the entertainment industry. Making a living with his face would be no trouble at all. That's why they say the beauty trap is never outdated. Fei Fei's girl squad also seemed to have a good impression of a handsome guy like Lu Fong. This cake was given to Brother Fong by Zhou Jiasu, and Brother Fong immediately gave it to you. Zhou Jiasu's followers were so angry their faces turned pale. It seems Lu Fong has a very good relationship with girls, but Fei Fei is the only one in a romantic relationship like this. Even though her girl squad was also shipping her and Lu Fong, our Fei Fei couldn't continue to be foolish. In her past life, before she broke up with Lu Fong, looking at this picture, she could see he was so scummy he couldn't be washed clean. Even if she was a fool, she couldn't be fooled twice by the same trick. As she was walking, she saw two female students ahead laughing and gossiping about someone, which made Fei Fei curious. She turned to look and realized that Nye Shinai was walking in front of her. When Nye Shinai saw Fei Fei, he didn't say anything, just silently looked at her for a long time. Fei Fei didn't understand what he wanted, so she just stared back blankly. Seeing the female lead's slow reaction, Nye Shinai let out a helpless sigh. Then he suddenly took off the jacket he was wearing and handed it to Fei Fei. "Tie this around your waist and go to the restroom." Nye Shinai's words finally made Fei Fei come to her senses. She looked down at the back of her skirt, and, sure enough, there was a spreading red stain that made her face flush with embarrassment. Fei Fei's girl squad also noticed. "Wow, sister, your Annie has arrived. The blood is flowing like a river." A lot of male students saw it while you were walking. Fortunately, thanks to the male lead's discovery, the female lead managed to save some face. It seems the person who gave you the uniform just now was Nye Shinai. I heard he's very aloof and doesn't speak more than 3 sentences to girls. Since when did you have such a good relationship with him? Seeing her girl squad questioning her like this, Fei Fei just gave a perfunctory answer. "It's not a good relationship. We're just acquaintances." But then again, Fei Fei felt that she should still thank Nye Shinai today. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed. After school, Fei Fei went to a laundry shop to salvage the pitiful skirt from this morning. This uniform material is very easy to damage. The dried bloodstain is very difficult to wash out. It will cost extra. A casual remark from the shop employee struck our female lead like a bolt from the blue. The dry cleaning fee is making my life even gloomier. Fei Fei shed tears of sorrow. The important thing is, even if it's cleaned, I don't know if he'll mind. But if it's not cleaned, I won't have anything to wear. Fei Fei could only reluctantly hand over the money. Outside the laundry area, there was also a place selling food. Her girl squad was already waiting. The blonde-haired follower couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose this place? This fast food joint isn't good at all." Our female lead had no choice. "The money problem was really too serious. I'm so poor I have to drink mineral water. If it weren't for running out of water, I wouldn't have come out. From now on, don't call me for any activity that costs more than 5 yuan." Seeing the female lead now looking like a pauper, her girl squad not only didn't offer to help, but also teased her. "Sister, do you know what this sentence means? It means this friendship will have to wait until you open a credit tab to be mended." While they were talking, an argument broke out at a table near the female lead. A waiter had accidentally spilled food on a customer's leg and was being reprimanded by him. And this customer was a pervert who didn't even spare men. His eyes smiled despicably, and his mouth was even drooling. "Little friend, it seems my leg is burned. Bend down and take a look." As he spoke, he even reached out his hand, wanting to wrap it around the waiter's waist and grope him. Working as a waiter here is very hard. Uncle can help you. This pervert made the waiter feel extremely disgusted, and he struggled hard. "Get your hands off me." It turned out this waiter was none other than Qin Shi. After school, he didn't go home, but had to work part-time here, and today he was unlucky enough to be harassed by a customer. Seeing this injustice, Fei Fei didn't hesitate to draw her sword and help. Immediately, a tray of food was dumped all over the pervert's face. "You're truly a disgusting, hopeless case. I'm going to puke," Fei Fei said as she grabbed Qin Shi's hand and pulled him behind her to shield him. The pervert didn't hold back and let out a stream of curses. "You dare curse? Don't you see where you are? You're old and ugly, and you still want to harass a male student. Your mother must be so ashamed to have given birth to you." Fei Fei was not only unafraid, but also scolded him to smithereens. Every curse was music to the ears that a beauty only deserves a strong man. "Look in the mirror and see if you're worthy, you pervert. You only dare to bully a waiter here. Do you believe I'll call 110? This commotion attracted the attention of the other customers in the restaurant, so everyone pointed their arrows at the pervert, forcing him to tuck his tail and run. After being helped by Fei Fei twice, Qin Shi finally felt grateful. He shook off Fei Fei's hand, maintaining his distance, but not forgetting to say thank you. But the female lead couldn't let it go so easily. Qin Shi is a top student. He could help her, so she was determined to win him over. So, before Qin Shi could react, Fei Fei lifted her leg and cornered him against the wall. "Hey, this is the second time. Is this how you thank people?" Qin Shi frowned, but he wasn't the type to be ungrateful, so he reluctantly replied, "How do you want me to thank you?" Struggling to swim in the vast sea of high school knowledge, the female lead finally found her life raft in the future CEO before her. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled, her attitude extremely sincere as she begged Qin SHI.my math is really bad. "Tutor me a little." I'm begging you. But Sheen sure couldn't be persuaded so quickly that I didn't need you to help me. You were the one who rushed in. You have no sense of gratitude at all. Just when it seemed Fei was about to be rejected, Sheen sure spoke again. But tutoring is not impossible. The market price is $300 an hour. Since you're a classmate, I'll charge you $200 paid daily. No credit, round and round. It all came back to the problem of money. Fei was truly in dire straits and had to turn to her girl squad for help. Sisters, let our ship of sisterhood set sail. Before she could finish her sentence, they had vanished without a trace. When it comes to money, even good sisters become strangers. It's true that you can't rely on anyone but yourself. The harsh reality made the pitiful female lead sob. What kind of sisterhood is this? Because she had no money, the matter of finding a tutor could only be temporarily put aside. Besides math, there was also literature, for which Fei had to buy more materials. She couldn't help but sigh. After buying the literature books, I only have 32 yuan left. There's still a week to go. I don't even dare to call a taxi. I'm so tired. As Fei was walking sorrowfully past a nearby bush, she suddenly heard a noise. A cute white cat appeared out of nowhere. It had round, pomegranate-colored eyes. Its small mouth and soft fur made one want to hug and cuddle it. The moment Fei saw the kitten, her eyes lit up. Wow, what a cute kitten. She reached out and stroked the little cat's head. Cute kitten, why did you come out of the grass like this? Where is your owner? Having met the kitten, Fei lingered. She squatted down, took out a sausage she was carrying, and offered it to the little cat. Little cutie, are you hungry? I have this left over from my fast food meal. Do you want it? The kitten saw the food offered to its mouth. It sniffed it a little with its small nose, then opened its mouth and took a bite. The kitten's willingness to eat the food she offered made Fei feel extremely happy. Wow, so cute. Your fur is so soft. After the little cat finished the sausage, it didn't run away but trotted along behind Fei's feet as if it wanted her to take it home. Why do you keep following me? I don't have any more sausages. Although she said that, seeing such an adorable little cat, how could Fei have the heart to abandon it? She picked up the cat and held it in her arms. Looking at you, you must have run out from some rich, beautiful lady's house. All right then, I'll take you home for a few days and see if anyone posts a lost cat notice. And so, from this day on, Fei had a little friend to keep her company. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, a match was taking place between Lu Feng and Yeshinai. The tall, vibrant, and passionate male students skillfully shot the ball into the hoop. Countless female students stood by, watching, shouting, and cheering. Yeshinai scored 2 consecutive points, leaving Lu Feng thoroughly impressed and admitting defeat. It seemed they had a bet before the match, so it looked like Lu Feng would have to treat Yeshinai to a meal today. After the match ended, Lu Feng said to Yeshinai, "Say it, where are we eating?" "The usual place," Yeshinai said as he used a towel to wipe the sweat dripping from his body. Right after the game, countless female students were waiting to give Lu Feng towels and water. On any other day, he might have accepted. But today, Lu Feng noticed Fei sitting in the stands, studying intently, so he certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to win over the female lead. Move aside. My girlfriend already brought me water. Lu Feng pushed through the crowd, took off his sports jersey to reveal firm six-pack abs that made countless female students swoon. He grinned and approached the female lead, even saying narcissistically, "Fei Bao, have you been waiting long? Were you mesmerized by my handsome posture?" This Lu Feng really thinks too highly of himself. What smell of sweat? It's clearly all his natural body scent. Did Fei come specially to cheer for me today? Hearing his cheesy lines, the female lead felt goosebumps rise all over. She scoffed inwardly. What are you thinking? If I didn't have to pay Yeshinai back for the uniform, I wouldn't have come. Yeshinai grabbed the basketball. He turned to urge Lu Feng. Aren't you treating us to a meal? Let's go. Lu Feng still wouldn't let the female lead go. You go ahead. I'll be right there. With that, Lu Feng very naturally took Fei's hand and pulled her along. Neshinya's team was 2 points behind, so I'm taking a big hit today. Come on, go change with me. How about we eat your favorite barbecue today? How could Fei agree to his proposal? Let go of me. That's the men's changing room over there. But this notoriously thick-skinned Lu Feng, of course, wouldn't listen to Fei, and the changing room door wasn't even closed. The moment they arrived, everything inside was in full view of the female lead. The group of guys, who had just taken off their shirts, were utterly horrified to see a female student appear. They all screamed in unison, instinctively covering their little brothers. Luckily, they weren't stark naked, otherwise it would have been too much for innocent eyes. Both sides were scared out of their wits by the other. Fei Fei couldn't stay a moment longer and rushed out. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Fong had infuriated her. What are you doing? Do you see me as one of your bros or something? This shameless scum male is truly shameless. Being scolded by the female lead, he just laughed jokingly, ha ha ha. I found you so cute lately that I want to pocket these moments and take them with me. Wait for me obediently at the school gate, okay? In the end, it was just as Lu Fong wanted. The female lead had no choice but to sit outside and wait for the group of boys inside to finish changing. She even took the opportunity to sit and flip through her textbook to study, trying to make the most of her time. In her heart, she was cursing Lu Fong up and down. I haven't even memorized my literature text, and this Lu Fong is already dragging me to eat barbecue. It's really affecting my studies. When will this scoundrel ever get what's coming to him? At that moment, the first person to come out of the changing room was Nieshinai. Fei Fei remembered the jacket she had to return to him and ran over. Nieshinai, wait a minute. This is your uniform from that day. I've washed it. Remembering the embarrassing incident from that day, Fei Fei couldn't help but blush, her words faltering. Nieshinai didn't seem to mind what happened that day. He just hummed an acknowledgement, took the jacket from Fei Fei's hand, and put it on directly. Just as he turned to leave, Fei Fei called out to Nieshinai again. Her face was flushed as she said awkwardly, "Hey, about that. On it." The words were about to come out, but when she met Nieshinai's gaze, Fei Fei suddenly choked. Her mind was screaming frantically, I was just about to say that even though it's clean, if he minds, I'll buy him a new one. How do I bring it up now? Nieshinai seemed to notice the atmosphere between them was a bit awkward. He coughed lightly. Fei Fei still couldn't bring herself to say it. Anyway, thank you very much. I'll big boy now. Just as she was about to slip away, before Fei Fei could do anything, someone suddenly grabbed her hair from behind, holding her back, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Lu Fong had come out. The female lead was really unlucky today. I already said we're eating barbecue together. Where you try to run off to? Ow, let go quick. I have to go home and do my literature homework. No way. I'll take you home after we eat. This scoundrel was determined not to let Fei Fei go, insisting she go with him, leaving Fei Fei with no choice but to follow him to the restaurant. The place they had arranged to meet was a barbecue joint. Lu Fong's underlings were laughing and talking about the video games they all played. Nieshinai was quietly grilling meat, while Fei Fei, sitting next to him, was seriously flipping through her notebook to study. Alas, our times are out of joint, and our fates are full of frustrations. Feng Tang aged all too easily. Li Guang was hardly rewarded with a fief. Jia, he was demoted to Changsha, etc., etc. Just hearing these literary lines was headache-inducing. Our female lead is truly persevering, which I admire. Fei Fei was so focused on her studies that she didn't notice her surroundings, carelessly picking up Nieshinya's glass of water and drinking from it. The male lead even had to speak up to remind her, and while he was at it, he corrected our female lead's work that you're pausing at the wrong places. It seems you don't understand the meaning at all. What's the use of memorizing it like that? Also, the glass you're holding is mine. This one sentence from Nieshinai made Fei Fei freeze. Stiff, she spat out the mouthful of water she had just drunk and then apologized profusely. So sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Nieshinai was also at a loss for words. He acted as if he didn't mind much and turned back to continue grilling the meat. Seeing the cold-top student like this, Fei Fei didn't dare to make another peep, silently shedding tears. This pillar of support is sturdy, but too fierce. I don't dare to rely on him, boo-hoo. The little white cat that the female lead had picked up a few days ago jumped up joyfully to greet Fei Fei the moment she returned home today. Fei Fei hugged it and asked affectionately, "Hey, little cutie, did you come out to greet me?" Aunt Mai, Chu Mei's mother, did not like this cat. Fei Fei, where did you pick up this cat? Get rid of it quickly. It's broken a lot of things these past 2 days. Sisterly will definitely be angry when she gets back. How could Fei Fei listen to her and throw away this pitiful stray cat? She retorted, "This isn't a stray cat. I've been taking care of it for a few days. Someone will come looking for it soon." Aunt Mai still looked disapproving, but it's a stray cat. She wanted to nag some more, but was stopped by Chu Mei. "Mom, it's just a cat. If it's mischievous, we can keep it in a cage." Chu Mei approached the kitten, looking at it with a kind and gentle facade. She even defended Fei Fei. A cat this cute definitely isn't stray. It turned out Chu Mei wasn't so nice after all. She hid her phone behind her back, not wanting Fei Fei to see the lost cat post she had just seen. It turned out to be the lost cat of a wealthy family living in the Baitandu, Shenyuan area named Schrodinger. It would respond if he called its name. The reason Chu Mei didn't want to get rid of the little cat was all too clear. because the post said that whoever found it would be rewarded with a full 100,000 yuan. How could she let such a huge windfall slip away? Fei Fei also knew that the little cat couldn't stay at her house for too long, so she decided to proactively find its owner. The next morning, she would go to the animal protection office. She left the little cat at home, gently stroking its head before she left. Little cutie, I'm going to the animal protection office to ask if your owner is looking for you, okay? As soon as Fei Fei reached the gate, her private driver arrived. Fei Fei, aren't you taking the car to school today? Uncle Zhou, I have something to do. I need to go to the animal protection office. You can take Chu Mei first. Seeing that Fei Fei had left, Chu Mei also began to make her move. She made an excuse to Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou, I have plans with a classmate. You don't need to pick me up. You can go back to the company first. After sending the female lead's private driver away, Chu Mei went to find the cat Fei Fei had picked up. I'm sure everyone has already guessed what for. It was clear this little cat had no good feelings towards Chu Mei. It shrank back, looking at her with extreme vigilance. At this moment, Chu Mei revealed her true nature, that a cat that's worth 100,000. I really don't understand what rich people are thinking. She smiled slyly, her eyes full of calculation as she looked at the kitten. Humph. Seeing how much she likes this cat, her expression will surely be priceless when she can't find it anymore. That's right, this cat can be exchanged for money. That money is mine. With that, she reached out to grab the kitten, but was fiercely scratched by it, breaking the skin on her hand. In pain, Chu Mei kicked the little cat hard, injuring it. It lay weakly on the ground, while she started spewing harsh words. You little devil. How dare you bite me? After assaulting the little cat, Chu Mei shamelessly took it to the address on the post to claim the money. As soon as she arrived, she was overwhelmed by the size and magnificence of the villa before her. Chu Mei exclaimed, "This house looks even bigger than Dongfang Fei Fei's." Chu Mei rang the doorbell without a shred of guilt. Very quickly, the large gate opened, and the person who stepped out was none other than Yashinai. Chu Mei was extremely surprised to see him. Classmate Yashinai. So this is your house. What a coincidence. Chu Mei's face was all smiles upon seeing Yashinai, while the little cat in her arms looked scared and listless. Seeing its owner, it only let out a weak meow before quickly jumping down from Chu Mei's arms and running to him. Yashinai immediately saw that his beloved cat was injured. He raised his voice angrily. What happened to its leg? How could a schemer like Chu Mei tell the truth? She even wanted to take this opportunity to frame Fei Fei. In her mind, Yashinai was also a notorious troublemaker at school. As long as he was unhappy, he would get physical. So if he knew this cat was injured by Fei Fei, she would definitely be in trouble. Thinking she was about to watch a good show, Chu Mei put on the innocent face she had worn for all these years and started making things up a few days ago. Dongfang Fei Fei brought this cat home. When she's in a bad mood, she abuses it. I couldn't bear to see it, and just so happened to see a lost cat notice from the animal protection office, so I brought it over to see. I didn't expect it to be your cat. Oh, this morning Fei Fei even kicked it. Chu Mei's lies flowed so smoothly. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought it was the truth. But who is our Yashinai? He would absolutely not trust this kind of hypocrite. Before Chu Mei could finish her sentence, he cut her off loudly without any reservation. Are you done? If you're done, then get lost. Seeing that her plan had failed and that she had been exposed and yelled at by the male lead, Chu Mei's face turned pale with fright. What? In the afternoon, when Fei Fei returned from school, she happily called the little cat's name as she entered the door, Rodinger. Little cutie. For some reason, the little cat had returned to Fei Fei's house. It was still in its small crate. Seeing Fei Fei, it let out a few pitiful meows. Hearing it, Fei Fei immediately hugged the little cat, happily telling it, Rodinger, you're here? I found your owner for you. It turns out your name is Roding. It was only then that Fei Fei noticed the little cat's leg was injured. Worried, she rushed to return the little cat to its owner, not knowing that Chu Mei was also at home, standing on the second floor, staring at her with jealous eyes. Building B, Unit 08. This is it. When Fei Fei found the little cat's home, it was just as Yashinai was returning. Seeing her, Yashinai frowned and asked, What are you doing in front of my house? Being called out, so suddenly startled, Fei Yashinai, why did you sneak up on me like that? You scared my cat and made me drop it. After coming to her senses, Fei Fei realized the place she was standing was Nyeshinya's home. So, this is your house. Then this is your cat. Nyeshinai knelt down and stroked the little cat's head, his expression gentle, a complete contrast to when he spoke with Chu Mei. He nodded, let's talk inside. Watching Nyeshinya's back as he carried the kitten into the luxurious apartment, Fei Fei couldn't help help but feel pressured. I can't believe it's his cat. What do I do? It's a little scary. Is it too late to run? Inside the house, Nyeshinai took out a pair of cat paw-shaped slippers and gave them to Fei Fei. These are guest slippers prepared for female visitors. They're new. Fei Fei politely accepted them and said thank you. But the more she looked at them, the more familiar the slippers seemed. Fei Fei remembered. These slippers were identical to the ones she wore at her tutor's house during her first year of high school. What a coincidence. But was it really a different pair? She only saw Nyeshinai walking ahead with the kitten, secretly blushing. A middle-aged woman with a kind face came out to greet the two. Shun Shun, you're back from school? She smiled gently, then looked at the female lead with some surprise. Oh, and this is? Fei Fei also politely greeted the woman. Hello, ma'am. I'm a schoolmate of Nyeshinyes. My name is Dongfeng Fei Fei. After hearing her introduction, the middle-aged woman became extremely emotional. She took her hand, tears of joy in her eyes. So you're a schoolmate, and such a beautiful girl at that. This child, Shun Shun, is too lonely. He's never brought a schoolmate home before. I was worried he didn't have any friends at school. Hearing this, Fei Fei couldn't help but agree with her. Your worries are justified. Nyeshinai couldn't watch this sentimental scene any longer. He coughed lightly. I'm hungry. Hearing that, the woman also smiled happily. Right, the stew should be ready. Fei Fei, I'm a housekeeper of the Nye family. If you need anything, just let me know. It turned out this middle-aged woman was the Nye family's housekeeper. And here Fei Fei thought she was Nyeshinya's mother. After hearing her introduction, she felt a bit embarrassed and said thank you. While waiting for the maid to serve the meal, Fei Fei and Nyeshinai sat on the sofa and talked. First, they talked about the little cat she had just returned to Nyeshinai. I'm really sorry. After I found it, I took care of it for a few days. When I came home from school today, I found its leg was already like this. Although Nyeshinai was also heartbroken that the little cat's leg was injured, this wasn't Fei Fei's fault, so he wouldn't get angry with her. It's fine. It's good that it was found. Fei Fei started to get curious about the little cat. She probably never expected someone like Nyeshinai to have a cat. Did you spend so much money on it? Because you've had it for a long time. Nyeshinya's eyes were full of nostalgia as he said, almost a year. It's very important to me. Nyeshinai was also very grateful to Fei Fei, so just as written in the post, he would reward her. Thank you. Leave your account number. I'll transfer you 100,000 later. Hearing this, two streams of thought immediately appeared in Fei Fei's head. One side urged her to think about her studies and ask Nyeshinai for help. The other side feared him. Angel Fei Fei said, oh my god, this is a rare opportunity. This is Mingda High's top student. Devil Fei Fei immediately retorted, have you forgotten he even hits girls? With your current level of knowledge, he'll get angry and beat you into the hospital while tutoring you. But he saved me on the rooftop, and he was kind enough to help me save face. The time he hit someone must have been a misunderstanding. Stop trying to whitewash it. It won't work. After bickering for a while, the strong will to live finally won. Devil Fei Fei was crushed by the little angel. Between getting beaten and getting killed, I choose getting beaten. Fei Fei was determined to get into Tsinghua, so she wouldn't let some baseless fear make her miss the opportunity to ask the server's top player for help. She shot up from her seat and said decisively, Nyeshinai, I don't need that 100,000. To Nyeshinya's confusion, Fei Fei very sincerely clasped her hands together. Can you tutor me? You've been number one for so many years. Your study methods must be even better than a private tutor's. I really want to improve my academic performance. I'm begging you. Suddenly faced with someone who didn't want money, only to study, like Fei Fei, Nyeshinai felt a bit speechless. Although she was prepared to be rejected, Fei Fei didn't give up. She waved her hands and feet, talking frantically. Rodinger is so cute. Isn't that worth you tutoring me? I only need your help for 3 months. Before she could finish, she was cut off. I agree. Unbelievable that Nyeshinai would actually agree. Before Fei Fei could even be surprised, Nyeshinai immediately laid out 3 conditions. First, don't publicly look for me at school. I sit near the window. If there's something you don't understand during class, you can come and knock twice on the window. We'll meet on the rooftop. Second, come to my house after school. If you have something else to do, send me a message to let me know. Third, I will stop based on your situation. If you're too stupid to absorb anything, I'll send you the 100,000 back. Getting the top student's agreement to tutor her, Fei Fei was beyond happy. She was so grateful she was moved to tears. Oh my god. Happiness really came too suddenly. The 3 conditions he set seemed simple enough, not difficult at all. So she happily took Nyeshinya's hand and agreed immediately. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely study my heart out. After the agreement was made, Fei Fei immediately asked for Nyeshinya's contact information. She even gave him the nickname Study God Daddy. Just from the name, You could tell how much she worshipped him. Before leaving, Fei Fei even respectfully bowed 90 degrees to say goodbye to Nie Shinai. I'll bring the test paper from last time tomorrow. Please guide me well. I'll be going now, goodbye. The next day at school, Fei Fei's group of sisters were on their phones, their eyes dizzy from hunting for sales. If you're not good at math, you'll be copying homework for the rest of your life. Can't these electronics just have a direct sale? This plus this, buy a certain amount and get a discount. This was truly the elegant pastime of girls, confirming orders one after another without stopping. But Fei Fei didn't have time for carefree shopping like before. At this moment, her studies were her top priority. She quickly grabbed her books and left the classroom. Her underlings saw this and called after her. Fei Fei, where are you going? Today is November 11th. There's so many things to buy. Hurry up and come copy homework. No need, I'm out of money. After firmly refusing her sisters, Fei Fei hurried off to find Nie Shinai. At that moment, he was sitting pensively by the window. He didn't even notice her arrival. Seeing Nie Shinai looking so lost in thought made Fei Fei worry that if she knocked on the window too lightly, he wouldn't hear it. So she decided to use a little more force. Who would have thought that this little bit of force was a full-on punch on the window, causing the glass to crack? Fei Fei looked at the result of her actions, her face turning pale. Fei Fei's action was extremely attention-grabbing. The students in the rocket class had already noticed her. Isn't that Dongfang Fei Fei from the international class? Was she in a bad mood after the last exam? So she's smashing windows to vent? It was true. The consequences were plain to see. Fei Fei couldn't even explain if she wanted to. Nie Shinai's face darkened when he saw the scene. Fei Fei had left him completely speechless. Fei Fei's unintentional act of breaking the window was the crime of destroying public property. As a result, Nie Shinai also had to follow her to the principal's office to drink tea. This incident made the principal's already bad impression of Fei Fei even worse. He angrily reprimanded her, starting fights, getting written up, grades plummeting, and now you've started destroying public property. Dongfang Fei Fei, are you a lost cause? Being yelled at, Fei Fei could only take it. She was still wondering how to explain herself to the principal. When Nie Shinai stood up to help her out, I was the one who broke the window. She's a girl. How could she be that strong? The principal was even more confused after hearing this. This child, why would you break a window for no reason? Faced with the teacher's questioning, Nie Shinai just said calmly, there was a problem that was too hard. I couldn't solve it. This one sentence from Nie Shinai left not only the principal, but also Fei Fei speechless. Study God? Are you serious? But indeed, such a reason was irrefutable, successfully earning the principal's leniency. All right. Go back and get the window fixed. Thanks to that, our Fei Fei escaped a disaster. At this point, the two of them were on the rooftop. Nie Shinai pinched the bridge of his nose. Even though he had spoken up for her in front of the teacher, he still couldn't overlook her violent action. You know the difference between punching and knocking? Being asked like that, Fei Fei could only answer innocently. You were zoning out, so I was afraid you wouldn't hear the knock. I only used a little bit of force. I swear to God, I only used a little bit of force. Having witnessed the previous scene, the words "a little bit" from the female lead's mouth were now truly untrustworthy at all. But that issue was set aside for now. Fei Fei hurriedly took out her stack of test papers, whimpering as she handed them to Nie Shinai. These are my recent tests. Daddy, this is what's making me cry. Save me. In order to improve her studies, she didn't even mind calling Nie Shinai her dad. Nie Shinai took the stack of test papers from Fei Fei. He didn't look at them right away, but said to her, before we start tutoring, let me make this clear. The things I hate most are people who aren't focused and those who give up halfway. If you're just on a temporary learning whim, then quit while you're ahead. Don't waste both of our time. These words from Nie Shinai hit a sore spot for Fei Fei. She carefully thought back. It seemed that when she studied, she wasn't very focused. Sometimes she would secretly check her reflection in the mirror. Sometimes she would fall asleep. Sometimes her mind would be full of images of the little cat. She really was easily distracted. Knowing that Nie Shinai's doubts about her efforts were well-founded, Fei Fei became even more determined to change. She clenched her fists and said resolutely, no, I will try my best. I absolutely will not give up halfway. I must get into Tsinghua. Seeing Fei Fei's determination, Nie Shinai was satisfied. He didn't make things difficult for her anymore and began to look at the test paper she gave him. After stating her determination, Fei Fei herself felt moved, because this was the first time she had confessed her desire to get into Tsinghua to someone else, but Nie Shinai didn't laugh at her. But Fei Fei's happiness was short-lived. Looking at the female lead's report card, even the top student felt helpless. Nie Shinai was silent for a few seconds before deciding to say, Can I give you 200,000 instead? For the top student to offer double the money just to give up, our Fei is truly something else. But at this moment, any amount of money was meaningless to the female lead. She pleaded with Shinai, no way. I don't like money. I only like to study. Math is a complete lost cause. Literature is only basic knowledge. English is passable. Language sense is okay, but lacks experience. Politics and history, well, despite being weary of Fei's academic performance, Shinai was still a very responsible person. He seriously analyzed her weaknesses and made a suggestion. Come to my house tonight. I'll make a tutoring plan based on your situation. During class, listen if you can understand. If you don't, just write it down. I'll explain it to you tonight. Seeing Study God Daddy lay out a detailed study plan for her helped Fei's spirits lift again. Okay, your lordship's command is my direction for studying. Just then, the bell rang. It was time to return to class. Fei hurriedly packed up her materials and said goodbye to Shinai. Wow, the bell rang so fast. The third period is math. I can't be late. I'm heading down first. On her way back, Fei was spotted by Chumei. Chumei was about to call out to Fei, but was surprised to see Shinai also coming down from the rooftop. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Usually, Shinai stays on the rooftop during breaks. No one dares to disturb him, but just now Fei was with him. Could it be that he was just with Fei? However, Chumei quickly dismissed that thought. She just thought she was overthinking things. Seeing Shinjia walking towards her, Chumei spoke up, wanting to start a conversation with him. Shinjia, your chemistry homework is still... I don't have it. Don't bother me. Shinjia just replied coldly and walked straight past Chumei. Shinjia's attitude made Chumei feel very heartbroken. Zhou Jiasu, who was beside her, had to come over and comfort her. Don't be sad. Shinjia is always like this. He tells any girl who asks that they're a bother. But only Chumei knew that Shinjia's attitude towards her had changed. It turned out Chumei had a secret crush on Shinjia since the start of 10th grade. He used to treat her normally, but now it was clear he despised her. Chumei couldn't help but recall the incident the day before when she brought the kitten back to Shinjia and took the opportunity to speak ill of Fei. At that time, Shinjia had coldly looked at her with a contemptuous gaze and said, "Are you done? You think the animal protection room doesn't have cameras?" The camera footage showed Fei finding the kitten and even feeding it a sausage. She looked so friendly and kind. There's no way she would be someone who harms animals. Because of that, Chumei's lie was immediately exposed by Shinjia. He said furiously, "Not only did you want to scam me out of 100,000, but you also wanted to blame her?" Shinjia's attitude scared Chumei so much that she had no way to defend herself. Let the person who found it return it. If the cat has any more injuries, I'll make you suffer twice as much. After threatening Chumei, Shinjia handed the cat back, forcing her to take it home. With tears welling in her eyes, Chumei held the kitten. This time, she definitely wouldn't dare to touch it again. She could only grit her teeth and obey Shinjia. It turned out that was the reason why the kitten was still at home when Fei returned that day. Chumei never expected to be so unlucky. Shinjia seeing the camera also meant he had seen Chumei's true colors. He would surely look down on her. Chumei let out a breath. Although she was startled, she couldn't show it. Outwardly, she still had to maintain her image as a kind and exemplary female student. Chumei returned to the classroom and stood before the class to announce to everyone, "Today we have to finish exercise 2 of part 3, chemical equilibrium. The teacher will check it in class tomorrow. For students, you can see that homework has always been a school-time nightmare. No one likes doing homework. Just hearing it mentioned made the students of the rocket class miserable, scratching their heads. So devastated, my vision is blurry. This assignment will take at least half an hour. Save me. Not only did I not have a childhood, but now I don't even have a youth." Even in the classroom, Chin sure couldn't escape being bullied. Project Hope is using a new phone. Society has really progressed. Chin sure quickly hid the phone, its screen full of running code, in his desk drawer. Not one to back down, he shot back a sarcastic remark at the male student who had just mocked him. It really has progressed. Even dogs are starting to speak human. Chin Shu's words made the other male student fly into a rage out of shame. He agitatedly kicked Chin Shu's desk hard, cursing loudly. "Say that again. You use subsidy money to buy a new phone and you still want to apply for a scholarship. Aren't you disgusting?" The loud noise woke up Shinjia, who was sleeping with his head on the desk. He sat up, annoyed. It's noisy. Shinjia's reputation had always made others fearful. Seeing that he had spoken up, the other male student didn't dare to actually start a fight in the classroom and just turned away resentfully. "Just you wait. I'll see about you." How could Chin Shu swallow this anger? but for now, he could only endure it. He clenched his fists, stopping himself from exploding. Sooner or later, he would get revenge on those people. Meanwhile, in Fei Fei's class, the beautiful homeroom teacher stood on the podium and announced to the whole class, "My darlings, think about it." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, suddenly, everyone in the class, without prior agreement, turned to look at Fei Fei. Our female lead was innocently confused. She was still focused on reading her book and doing her homework. But the teacher already understood her students' intentions. Knowing the result, she smiled brightly like a flower and made a decision. "Since everyone has recommended the arts committee member, I will sign up student Fei Fei." Okay, hearing this, Fei Fei shot up in alarm. Without a second thought, she immediately refused. "Wait, teacher, I still have to study. I don't want to waste time on this performance." Her group of friends not only didn't help Fei Fei out, but also pushed all the responsibility onto her. Oh, what truly good friends. So kind as to push Fei Fei into a dilemma. "Don't look at me. I'm tone deaf. I have 2 left feet. My face is hideous." After saying that, the whole group gave Fei Fei a thumbs up, winking to encourage her. "Rely on yourself. You're the queen of the whole auditorium. You can do it." After studying, now it's the cultural event. Our female lead is just too busy. She slumped on her desk in agony, feeling completely helpless. "My grades are so low. How can I be the arts committee member?" That evening, Fei Fei went to Nie Shinjia's house to study as scheduled. Hello, miss." The housekeeper was very welcoming when she saw Fei Fei arrive again. She already knew that Nie Shinjia would be tutoring Fei Fei, so she smiled kindly and said, "It's a good thing for classmates to help each other." Shinjia is in his bedroom on the 2nd floor. This being her second time at the top student's house, our Fei Fei still couldn't act too naturally. She pushed open the door to Nie Shinjia's room, but didn't rush in, instead standing hidden to one side of the door, peeking inside. It was clear that Nie Shinjia's family background was truly impressive. Although the bedroom had a minimalist and tidy style, it also looked very luxurious, just like a 5-star hotel. Nie Shinjia was already waiting at his desk. Seeing Fei Fei arrive, he pushed out the chair next to him and said, "Sit here." Although Fei Fei had been to his house before, at most she had only hung out in the living room. This was the first time she had entered a boy's private room like this. Fei Fei felt as if she had stepped into Nie Shinjia's absolute territory. His scent was all around, making her feel very strange. Fei Fei also didn't expect that someone who looked as fierce and difficult as Nie Shinjia would have such a romantic side. In his room, there was even a special glass wall from which one could gaze at the beautiful night sky. Before she could be romantic for more than a few seconds, Nie Shinjia's indifferent voice rang out. "What are you looking east and west for? Hurry up and get over here." Yes, Fei Fei silently wept. As expected, it was all just an illusion. The top student was as cold as ever. After she sat down at the desk, Nie Shinjia began to seriously fulfill his responsibilities as a tutor. He had even drawn up a study plan for her. Before studying, you need to clarify the learning objectives for each stage. "I'm not very clear on your academic ability. Therefore, this time's goal is set for a short period, which is 1 month of intensive study. The pace for reviewing literature and math is 1 lesson per week. For English, you need to increase practice to about 10 sentences a day. The content for history and politics isn't as urgent, so we should clarify the structure and key points first. Any problems?" The study plan Nie Shinjia wrote for Fei Fei was extremely detailed, but this meant she would have to face an incredibly packed schedule. Just hearing it, Fei Fei already felt a mountain of pressure. She weakly raised her hand to speak. "Yes, I have to go through all the subjects once in 1 month. And I also have to pay attention and absorb the material at school. I can't do it." Nie Shinjia was still kind enough to encourage Fei Fei. Aim for the top to get the middle, aim for the middle to get the bottom. This learning goal isn't about whether you can't do it, but about to what extent you can complete it, which depends entirely on yourself. Hearing the top student say this, Fei Fei's spirits were lifted. "I understand. You mean that to bring out my full potential, I should set a high goal for myself, right?" "That's right. I've copied your class schedule. Besides the learning objectives, we also need to combine your schedule with your rest time." As Nie Shinjia spoke, he took notes to add to Fei Fei's study plan. It'll probably be like this. The main goal is to manage time properly. He assessed that Fei Fei's speaking and listening skills in literature weren't bad. He also reminded her to prepare a few books in her bag to look at new words and key sentences. He spoke in a long stretch, showing he was a very responsible person. Having agreed to help Fei Fei, he absolutely wouldn't do a half-hearted job. For literature, Nie Shinjia required Fei Fei to read more dictionaries, memorize poems, and listen attentively in class. He also showed her how to outline an essay so that her writing would have substance. This is a way to get immediate benefits, mainly relying on daily absorption. Fei Fei sat and listened attentively to Nie Xinjia, like a model student dedicated to her studies. After guiding Fei Fei, Nie Xinjia summarized today's lesson content before starting to tutor her. Tonight, I'll point out the mistakes you made on the test. Then we'll review Chapter 1 math a bit. Fei Fei was so moved she could cry. The god of studying had gone to the trouble of arranging everything so clearly for her. He was like an angel sent by heaven to save her life. But little did she know she was about to face a true demon king. After 10 minutes of studying, the situation became increasingly unstable. For literary figures, besides Chu Yuan drowning himself in the river, is there nothing else? Sima Qian was castrated. Her answer made Nie Xinjia so agitated he slammed the table. Math wasn't any better. Nie Xinjia grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard, making Fei Fei's head spin. Even so, she solved it wrong. The answer was completely off. I'm wasting my time teaching you. Do you even understand what I'm saying? It was clear our male lead was about to lose his patience. Patience. Biology was the climax. Fei Fei's answer made Nie Xinjia so angry that he actually flipped the table. After a study session with a top-ranked player, Fei Fei only felt that being tutored by Nie Xinjia himself gave her the feeling that she could be beaten at any moment. The pressure was greater than a dozen tutors combined. He was truly too good. When the session was over, Nie Xinjia fulfilled his duty by personally seeing Fei Fei out. At this moment, Fei Fei remembered something. She turned to ask Nie Xinjia, "If you tutor me every day, will your own studies be affected?" Nie Xinjia replied nonchalantly, "No. While you're doing your exercises, I can finish my work for the day." A top student is really different. He can study anytime, anywhere, and even after scolding so much, his brain is still incredibly sharp. Hearing him say that, Fei Fei felt somewhat relieved. She waved goodbye to Nie Xinjia. "That's good then. I'll be going. You should rest early. Good night." As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Fei was about to turn and leave when Nie Xinjia pulled her back. "Wait, although the villa area has tight security, you're a girl after all. From now on, I'll walk you home after tutoring." Hearing him say that, Fei Fei was secretly happy. She cheerfully said thank you. Walking alone was indeed very scary. And Nie Xinjia's action showed that he wasn't as rude as the rumors said. So, the two of them walked while reviewing knowledge for Fei Fei. Nie Xinjia asked, Fei Fei answered. The questions were diverse from social to natural sciences. It had to be admitted that this method was a very effective review, but it also proved one thing. Walking with Nie Xinjia was incredibly scary, even scarier than walking home alone. Being with a top student meant you could be studying anytime, anywhere, and if you answered wrong, he would even give you a lump on the head. Guaranteed you'd never dare to forget again. After walking for a while, Fei Fei saw that she was almost home. She turned to Nie Xinjia and said, Nie Xinjia, you can drop me off here. My mom found out about the criticism notice last time. She froze my card, and if she sees you walking me home every day, she'll think I'm in a puppy-love relationship and kick me out of the house. Even Lu Feng wasn't allowed to get close to the female lead's house. No matter how rebellious she was, she still had to bow to the power of her dear mother. Hearing Fei Fei say this, Nie Xinjia blushed slightly and looked away. Then, the two said their goodbyes, agreeing to meet again tomorrow. When Fei Fei returned to her room, she happened to see Chu Mei studying. We can see that on her desk, there was a photo of Nie Xinjia. It's unknown when it was taken. But one thing is certain, Chu Mei's feelings for Nie Xinjia were not small. Fei Fei, however, couldn't see through Chu Mei's thoughts. She just felt that Chu Mei was very diligent, studying late into the night every day. Seeing Chu Mei like this, she became even more certain that there were no shortcuts in studying, and she had to work even harder. Fei Fei approached Chu Mei and asked with concern, "Why are you still not asleep so late? Are you trying to get into the top 10 of the school?" Seeing Fei Fei approach, Chu Mei quickly closed her notebook, hiding Nie Xinjia's picture before answering her. "No, I just want to finish this test paper, but it's too hard." Hearing this, Fei Fei didn't press further. Having used her brain for a whole evening with Nie Xinjia, all she wanted now was to rest. "Then I'll go take a shower and sleep. Good night." "Wait, Fei Fei." Suddenly, Chu Mei called her back. The female lead's life had just gotten a little smoother, but she could already smell trouble brewing, and sure enough, what followed was. Chu Mei said with a worried expression, "After school today, I saw Lu Feng and Zhou Chao together. It seems Zhou Chao has transferred to the school next to our School. The moment she heard the name Zhou Chao, Fei Fei's expression changed. This person named Zhou Chao was the hooligan who had harassed her before she met Lu Feng. Fei Fei couldn't help but recall her past life when she was famous. A senior had taught her this. Beauty is not a gift from heaven, but a shackle that binds you. You need to spend time and effort to remove it to find your own path. The senior was a dedicated and kind person. She wholeheartedly shared her experiences with Fei Fei, warning her not to get caught up in vanity and waste her abilities. But at that time, Fei Fei and that scumbag were in the throes of a passionate love, her mind always filled with his sweet words about her career. She was just relying on her looks and acting to become famous, completely not understanding the senior's words. It wasn't until she was reborn, determined to study hard to get into Tsinghua, that she could understand a little. Indeed, the senior was never wrong. Fei Fei had realized that the more beautiful a person is, the more flattery and harassment they are likely to receive. Then they start to think that what heaven gives can decide everything. And this Zhou Chao was a key factor, the beginning of the tragedies in Fei Fei's life. He was the biggest harassment of her school days. He had been pursuing her since middle school. He would beat up any male student who had feelings for her, leading to no one in the class daring to talk to her except Chu Mei. This Zhou Chao was a possessive pervert. If he were handsome, it would be more bearable. Then perhaps their story would have a different perspective, becoming a typical love story of a domineering hooligan and a schoolbelle. But reality is always cruel. Zhou Chao's appearance was unremarkable, not charming, and even dangerous. What he did only made Fei Fei feel scared, becoming the biggest nightmare of her middle school years. Fortunately, Fei Fei's mother eventually found out about the harassment and reported it to the teacher, and even specially arranged for a private driver to take her to and from school. From then on, Fei Fei's situation gradually improved, and luckily, she didn't go to the same high school as Zhou Chao. Even so, he still harassed her relentlessly, not letting go, until Lu Feng personally taught him a lesson. But Zhou Chao didn't give up easily. He brought his gang for revenge. But for every clever trick, there's a cleverer one. Lu Feng's side not only brought his brothers to counterattack, but also called the police and found a lawyer. Lu Feng's family background was nothing to scoff at. The lawyer he hired was from the powerful Huaxin Group law firm. This incident almost sent Zhou Chao to a juvenile detention center. Zhou Chao's father, who was in the hotel business, had to personally find Lu Feng's father to apologize before the matter was resolved peacefully. From that day on, Zhou Chao started calling Lu Feng his brother and even pretended to apologize to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, who had endured for so long, finally had a chance to fight back. She gave Zhou Chao a loud slap and bluntly rejected his fake apology. "I don't accept it." After all, she was still Lu Feng's girlfriend in name. His transferring schools couldn't be because of her, right? Our female lead hadn't even had a chance to feel relieved when suddenly a group of 3 people walked by without looking, bumping into her and causing her to stumble and almost fall. Fei Fei was bumped into for no reason, and the other party didn't even say a word of apology, which made her feel very annoyed. She frowned and looked back at the group, silently cursing that these guys had no eyes. At this moment, Fei Fei accidentally noticed a strange tattoo on the arm of one of the men. The pattern seemed very familiar to her, and memories flooded back. It turned out he was the man who had stabbed her once in Baidu in her previous life. Once she recognized the man who killed her, of course, Fei Fei didn't want to lose his trail. She ignored the traffic light and ran across the road. She didn't even hear the curses from others. Right now, the only thing on her mind was the motive of that man for killing her. She didn't know this person at all, so someone must have ordered him to do it. Many questions appeared in Fei Fei's mind. Who could it be? If she found this person and avoided him, could she escape death and not have to get into Tsinghua anymore? Absorbed in chasing the 3 men, by the time Fei Fei came to her senses, she had run to the front of a luxurious hotel in the city. Just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by security. "Hey, little girl, you came here without even changing your uniform? Sorry, we don't serve minors here." The guests who came for entertainment saw a schoolgirl daring to come here and even had the leisure to stand around, whispering and teasing her. "This is the uniform of Mingda School. So young and already like this? She's pretty. Come have a drink with me, little girl. Puppy love, huh?" Focused on romance, Fei Fei herself realized that her behavior was not quite right. She couldn't help but feel awkward. She was a high school student now, so it would be difficult to get in. Should she wait at the door for him to come out? While she was thinking of a way, a familiar voice sounded from behind, making Fei Fei's hair stand on end. "Oh, isn't this sister-in-law?" It was none other than the person Fei Fei wanted to see the least. Zhou Chao. He approached and took her hand. "As it happens, this hotel is opened by my family. Let me take you in." His sleazy smile made Fei Fei feel utterly disgusted. She struggled hard. No need. Let go of my hand. Zhou Chao was also very accommodating. He let her go and raised his hands, pretending to be obedient. If sister-in-law says to let go, I will definitely let go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll go crying to Brother Feng, and I'll have offended him again. Fei Fei wanted to stay with this guy even less. Get out of the way. Even though the female lead wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, how could a thick-skinned pervert like Zhou Chao let her go so easily? He and his cronies blocked Fei Fei's way. For better or worse, we were middle school classmates. It's too impolite to leave in such a hurry right after meeting. Zhou Chao didn't get to be arrogant for long. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lu Feng appeared from nowhere, right behind Fei Fei, and very naturally wrapped his arm around her waist. You've been avoiding me these past few days, so it turns out you wanted to come in here? You just had to say the word, and I would have brought you. Although Lu Feng's presence helped Fei Fei escape the pervert's gaze, she still didn't accept him being so touchy-feely. She showed her annoyance. Who wants to? I was just passing by. Fei Fei coldly pushed Lu Feng away. I'm going home first. No matter what, she still had to get to class on time, and with the crowd growing, it would be hard to find that killer. Nie Xinjiao was still waiting for her to study. She had also promised him she would study seriously, so she couldn't stay here any longer. Seeing Fei Fei leave, Lu Feng quickly threw his car keys to his underling and chased after her. And so, he just tagged along behind Fei Fei, and after walking for a while, Fei Fei finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to shoo Lu Feng away. I can go home by myself. You don't need to follow me. Lu Feng smiled, in a good mood to tease the female lead. What's wrong with our Fei Bao? Who made you angry? Although Lu Feng was a real scumbag, it was also true that he was handsome. When he smiled, he was so charming that it was impossible for others to stay angry. Fei Fei knew she couldn't win against his handsome guy tactic. She couldn't get angry at Lu Feng, so she could only continue to be cold to him. Who's angry? You go back and play around with Zhou Chao. Leave me alone. But we all know that if Lu Feng claimed to be second in thick-skinnedness, no one would dare claim first. Not only did he not go back, but he also jumped in front to block Fei Fei. Fei Fei didn't have time to react and bumped into his chest. After that, this guy still didn't have the sense to step aside for her, really making our female lead mad enough to die. Let go. If you don't let go, I'll bite it. It seemed Lu Feng had heard Fei Fei scolding so much he had memorized it. At this point, what she said was like water off a duck's back to him. Lu Feng held on to Fei Fei and wouldn't let go, even haggling and setting conditions with her. Tell me clearly, and then I'll let go. The scumbag was so annoying that Fei Fei couldn't be bothered to hide anything from him anymore. This time, it was her turn to question Lu Feng. In middle school, Zhou Chao stalked me for 3 years, almost making me depressed. When you first told him to apologize to me, I was very angry. Why are you still hanging out with someone of such terrible character? Regarding Fei Fei's dissatisfaction, Lu Feng looked very innocent. I don't hang out with him. We just happened to run into each other yesterday and exchanged a few words. He said he transferred to the school next door. That's all. After explaining clearly, Lu Feng even reached out to pinch Fei Fei's cheek, treating her like a child and lecturing her on the ways of the world. Why are you acting like such a kid? Do you have to be so clear about who you like and dislike? When you enter society in the future, you'll understand. The world isn't what you think it is. There are people you really hate, but you still have to act normal on the surface. After hearing these words, our female lead couldn't feel any gratitude. It made Fei Fei furious. For better or worse, she had also been in the entertainment industry for several years, yet she was being lectured by a high school kid. Lu Feng's reasoning couldn't make Fei Fei agree. She raised her voice angrily. There are some people that when you hate them to a certain degree, you can't be normal. Also, why are you holding a cigarette? What kind of high school student smokes? Who was it that was first curious about what cigarettes tasted like, and even learned to smoke one? Lu Feng retorted, blowing smoke in her face. Even so, what he said was indeed not wrong. Her glorious rebellious youth achievements made it impossible for Fei Fei to refute. Cough cough, let's not talk about it. Anyway, smoking is not good. Although Lu Feng had to tease Fei Fei a few times to be satisfied, he was still very obedient and threw the cigarette into the trash can. Then he very confidently assured her, with me here, he won't dare to do anything. So just ignore him. Relationships between people are all about emotional or beneficial transactions. Don't take it too seriously. Lu Feng, who was usually so carefree, was acting unusually perceptive about life today. But what he had just said made Fei Fei feel uncomfortable. So your relationship with me is also just for emotional or beneficial transactions. Lu Feng didn't know that these philosophical life lessons had caused Fei Fei's already low favorability of him to drop significantly. At this moment, she only felt disappointed. To think that in her past life, she had given her all for him, it was truly not worth it. No, that's not right. Why should I be upset about who he hangs out with? I've already decided to break up and be a passerby. If I keep overthinking and don't focus on my studies, I'll die a horrible death. I was in such a mood just now that I forgot to mention breaking up again. Our female protagonist struggled with her thoughts the entire way. And because of that, she missed Lu Feng's last words before he left. Maybe you're not. Fei Fei struggled for a while to get to Nieshinya's house. By the time she climbed up to his room, she was out of breath. Even so, the first thing to do when entering a top student's room is to show remorse. I'm sorry. My mom's company had an event today, so all the cars at home were used, Fei Fei said after catching her breath. As soon as she looked up, she was faced with Nieshinya's dark-circled eyes, which startled her. Nieshinai, didn't you sleep last night? Those panda eyes confirmed that Fei Fei's question was correct. Nieshinai didn't bother to answer her. He solemnly handed her a thick stack of documents and said, "This is the political history knowledge for this half of the week that I've compiled. You must try to memorize it all. Today, I told you to go home and memorize literature. Now I want to test you." And so, the old lesson review session was allowed to begin. It was at this moment that we could clearly see our female protagonist's diligence and effort. Nieshinai recited one line. She responded with another. The charming girl awaits me at the corner of the wall, loves but cannot meet, scratching her head, hesitating. In me, there is tenfold splendor. A little grooming adds more freshness. 1,000-mile wolf's fur as an outer coat. Autumn orchids gathered to make a belt. And just like that, one poem was finished. Every line of the poem was recited fluently and coherently by Fei Fei. Nieshinai then asked her for the entire short song style by Chow Chow. Fei Fei confidently recited it flawlessly, facing wine, one should sing. For how long does a person's life last? For this review, Fei Fei was more than confident. It's just that in her past life, she had so many anti-fans, but her acting was the one thing no one could criticize. After all, she truly had real skills. So, memorizing things now was a piece of cake for her. She was still studying this semester's literature after being reborn. If she still hadn't memorized it, it would be too shameful. However, Fei Fei couldn't be smug for long. Nieshinya's subsequent questions became increasingly difficult, soon pushing her into a corner. Questions like which line in Su Shi's Nian Nu Jiao described Zhou Yu's heroic bearing, then which line in the Analects Wei Zheng chapter clearly presented the principle of rule by virtue, which line in Han Yu's On the Teacher clarified Li Pan's literary level. The further they went, the more Fei Fei stumbled in her answers. Just hearing the questions made her feel dizzy, let alone thinking of the answers. So in the end, Fei Fei had to admit defeat to Nieshinya's tricky questions. After getting 3 questions wrong, she was forced to accept his punishment. Nieshinai reached out and pointed at Fei Fei's forehead. Having seen him hit someone before, our female protagonist now felt a bit scared. She quickly squeezed her eyes shut. These questions are too hard. You're being unreasonable. But contrary to Fei Fei's thoughts, the imagined pain never came. She only felt a light press on her forehead. And that was it. Nieshinai didn't actually want to hurt Fei Fei. He said seriously, the current education reform places increasing importance on traditional culture. For the college entrance exam, the literature section is getting harder. Even for passages, it's not about memorization. It's better to fully understand the meaning of the text. This explained why Nieshinai had to be so hard on Fei Fei. After all, a dedicated tutor like him always thought about what was beneficial for her. Fei Fei understood Nieshinya's good intentions. She sat down seriously at the desk. Nieshinai also began his lecture. First, he pointed out the areas Fei Fei needed to pay attention to. Besides paying attention to this type of question, you also need to improve your reading comprehension skills. Then he started assigning her homework. Time flew by. Fei Fei diligently worked on the practice questions without stopping. It wasn't until an hour later that she put down her pen. Fei Fei stretched her chest and her sore shoulders. She only had geography left to finish. Looking over at Nieshinai beside her It seemed he was also very tired today. While she was doing her homework, he was spacing out. Then he fell fast asleep. Seeing Nie Shinai so tired, Fei Fei couldn't help but admire him in her heart. Do all top students work this hard? She recalled back in 10th grade when she had a secret crush on Nie Shinai and would often watch him. He was always in a daze, not liking to hang out in noisy groups with the boys, but since he got along with Lu Feng's group, he wasn't autistic. From that, Fei Fei came to the conclusion that all boys in puberty like to act cool like that. This was truly unfair to our male protagonist, but Fei Fei didn't dare to reminisce for too long. She still had geography to do. If Nie Shinai woke up and saw that, she would be done for. Just the thought was scary. Fei Fei shook her head vigorously to dispel those stray thoughts. Once again, she focused on her studies. The end. Class. Nie Shinai walked Fei Fei out. It was then that she remembered something and turned to ask him, Nie Shinai, you're in the science stream, so how can you memorize political history without missing a single word? It seems the key question types were also taught by the teacher before. I thought I was looking for you just to be tutored in literature and math. To Fei Fei's question, Nie Shinai just lazily replied, something that's simple can be memorized in one night. The truth proved that Fei Fei and the top student were not on the same level. He had unintentionally shown off his superhuman memory to her. Fei Fei's eyes sparkled as she optimistically changed the subject. Actually, I've been studying for a few days now, and I find math isn't that hard. Nie Shinai truly didn't know the meaning of the word encouragement. You just said coolly, I'm teaching from the basics. If you can't even do that with that IQ, you should just say goodbye to university. Nie Shinai's words were the complete opposite of Lu Feng's smooth talk. After hearing him, Fei Fei felt deeply hurt, tears streaming down her face. Can't this person speak a little more nicely? Huh? When Fei Fei got home, she saw her mother and Aunt Mai already waiting in the living room. She didn't understand what was happening, but seeing her mother at home, she still said cheerfully, Mom, you don't have to attend a social gathering today. Ignoring Fei Fei's question, her mother frowned and questioned her daughter. Fei Fei, can't you learn from their families? Sumei, so I can worry less? Tell me the truth. Are you in a relationship already? It was clear that from waiting for her until now, her mood had already soured. Aunt Mai, standing beside her, also sighed, looking very disappointed in Fei Fei. Although the truth was that Fei Fei was indeed in a relationship. After all, it was a consequence of her rebellious phase. She still hadn't been able to break up with Lu Feng, but right now, she guaranteed she was completely focused on her studies. Being suddenly asked about this made Fei Fei think they were talking about Nie Shinai, and she couldn't help but feel guilty. Although she vehemently denied it verbally, in her heart, Fei Fei was still afraid that her mother had seen Nie Shinai walk her home, and that's why she was angry. Fei Fei's mother continued to scold her daughter. You say no, but how many days has it been since you last attended evening self-study? And you're hanging out with that red-haired guy. Sumei's mother told me everything. Hearing her mother scold her like this, Fei Fei actually felt relieved. As long as Nie Shinai wasn't mentioned, it was fine. The matter between her and him hadn't been exposed yet. Fei Fei breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, being suspected of fooling around while she was striving to study every day made her feel upset. Knowing that this news reached her mother through Aunt Mai, Fei Fei turned to question her. Aunt Mai, did you see with your own eyes that I was out with a debaucherous male student? Red hair. Was it Sumei who told you that? The more Fei Fei looked, the more she felt that Aunt Mai was truly detestable. All day long, she used the excuse of, it's for your own good, to report to her mother. Towards Sumei, she developed a sense of rivalry. In her past life, she didn't bother to argue with her, so it was what it was. But our Fei Fei would no longer tolerate her distorting the truth and affecting her mother's mood. As expected, when questioned by Fei Fei, Aunt Mai had no evidence to present. She stammered, I saw that Fei Fei came home late every day, so Fei Fei didn't let her finish. She immediately retorted, coming home late means I'm fooling around? Sumei does evening self-study until 10 p.m. and still isn't home. What do you call that? Having run out of arguments, Aunt Mai turned to play the victim and complained to Fei Fei's mother, sisterly, look, it's all my fault for being nosy and making Fei Fei angry. Next time, I won't talk about her anymore. Sigh, Fei Fei, I'm just worried about you. Seeing this, Fei Fei's mother was also not pleased with her daughter's recent attitude. Fei Fei, your aunt is an adult. What kind of attitude is that? Fei Fei didn't want her mother to misunderstand and blame her unfairly anymore. She turned her school bag upside down. Books and notebooks all fell out. These past few days, I didn't attend self-study because I went to a friend's house for tutoring. I did all these practice problems seriously. You can compare the handwriting. I'm very grateful for your concern, Annie, but it's not right for you to accuse me of fooling around with another male student without even asking asking me? The evidence was laid bare right before their eyes. Would her mother believe Fei's explanation? We'll find out in the next episode. Continuing the events from the previous chapter, after Fei's mother and Aunt Mai saw the pile of notebooks filled with her handwriting, they had no choice but to believe it. Aunt Mai began to feel guilty and apologized, while Fei's mother came over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Although she still didn't approve of Fei's attitude towards Aunt Mai, her tone had softened considerably. All right, there's no need to be so competitive with your elders. If there's something to say it slowly. Then it was Aunt Mai's turn to be reprimanded by Fei's mother. Li Mai, don't be so emotional. I know you care about the girl. You've been busy all day, and it's not early anymore. You should go and rest. Seeing that she was clearly in the wrong this time, Aunt Mai had no way to argue and could only resign herself to listening to Fei's mother and returning to her room. After Aunt Mai left, only our female protagonist and her mother remained in the living room. Knowing that her daughter wasn't fooling around, but was instead studying very seriously, Fei's mother's mood immediately improved. She poked her forehead lightly and said dotingly, "You finally made me happy for once. So you really are studying." Seeing that her mother was no longer upset with her, Fei was overjoyed. "Mom, it's because I was immature before. I'll be this good from now on." Fei threw herself into her mother's arms, taking this opportunity to pour out her heart. "Mom, from now on, don't always compare me to Sume, and don't compare me to anyone else. Everyone is unique. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses." Fei's mother hugged her. "All you know how to do all day is act spoiled, and you have so many demands." Although it sounded like she was scolding her, her tone was incredibly loving. At this moment, the bond between mother and daughter was mended. Fei's mother worriedly urged her to go back to her room to rest. "You're already in 11th grade. Your academic tasks are very heavy. Go take a shower and sleep." Finally able to make up with her mother, Fei didn't hesitate to voice all her dissatisfaction with Aunt Mai. As for that aunt, Fei had tolerated her for a long time. "Mom, I really don't like Aunt Mai. Can you introduce another job to her? The past doesn't count, but today she falsely accused me." Fei just wanted to get that aunt out of here as soon as possible, but it wasn't as she had hoped. This time, Fei's mother still defended Aunt Mai. She just sighed and advised her daughter, Fei, Aunt Mai's indeed a bit nosy. Everyone has that. This time, she did wrongly accuse you, but we can't just kick her out like that. I've let her work in our house for so many years, and I even had her bring Sume over because she once saved my life and yours too. Fei had just heard something she never knew in her past life. She looked at her mother in astonishment. Fei's mother's face turned sorrowful. For the first time, she recounted the old story to her. It turned out that in the winter when Fei was 3 years old, her mother used a heater and forgot to unplug it. As a result, a fire broke out that night. Her whole family was trapped in the living room. Her father, in order to save the two of them, rushed into the fire without a thought for his own safety, leaving Fei and her mother in the bathroom. As Fei's mother spoke, her eyes filled with tears. Luckily, he managed to trigger the alarm, waking up Aunt Mai and Sume, who were sleeping in the storage room by the door. But after they discovered the fire, they couldn't get in anymore. They could only desperately wake up the neighbors and call the fire department, finally rescuing the mother and daughter. But her father could never come back. He was trapped in the fire. After finishing her story, Fei's mother couldn't hold back her tears. "For so many years, I didn't tell you because my heart has always been in pain. If I hadn't been so careless back then, if I had checked before going to sleep. Now, all that's left are if only some regrets." Seeing her mother painfully recount everything to her, Fei finally understood why in her past life, her mother never remarried, nor ever mentioned her father's death. "Don't blame me for being strict with you. You are the only treasure your father left for me. I hope you can become a useful person, so your father in heaven will know, and he won't blame me." Reborn for a new life, Fei finally understood her mother's feelings. She gently hugged her. "Dad would never blame you. He loves us so much." Fei's mother stroked her head, her eyes full of nostalgia and affection, as if remembering the husband she loved most. Today was also their wedding anniversary. She sent a message to an old, outdated phone, which seemed to be a memento she had carefully kept for many years. "Husband, happy 4th wedding anniversary. Live happily for a lifetime. Live for a lifetime is for you. Happiness is for me and Fei." The next morning, all the students of Mingda High School gathered in the courtyard to begin the 3rd set of broadcast calisthenics for students nationwide. Today's dance was the dance of youth. The goddess Jo Jiasu was the demonstrator for today's exercises. Her supple and graceful figure was masterful. The school bell's movements were truly admirable. Following the count of 1, 2, 3. The students bent their bodies one by one. Our Fei Fei had originally planned to skip, but her good sisters dragged her here. Lately, whenever there's exercise, you're nowhere to be found. It's a good thing I dragged you here. The discipline committee is here to inspect today. Fei Fei exercised with tears in her eyes. It was clear she was very reluctant, but thanks to her sisters, she escaped the fate of being written up. Good sisters, I'll add a chicken leg for lunch. The exercises were, in order, an air kick, not kicking your classmates, but a face turn, not slapping someone's face, and also squatting exercises. The actions on screen are strictly forbidden to be imitated, or you'll get a punch if discovered. And finally, stretching exercises. Watching Fei Fei dance, she was really no less than the school belle. Her sisters watched in a daze, not sparing any praise for her. Fei Fei, you exercise like you're dancing. I think it's even more beautiful than Zhou Jiasu's lead performance. The important thing is that you're tall, so your figure is even more beautiful. Time passed until the break. Students gathered around the music room. Fei Fei and her sisters also went to watch. Lately, the students from the rocket class have been using the time between classes to practice. Do they want to be the opening act for the Lunar New Year? That's right. They've really got the right method. The sisters commented for a bit, then turned to look expectantly at Fei Fei. Speaking of which, the performer for the Lunar New Year's Eve party is Fei Fei. What performance have you prepared? Being asked so suddenly startled Fei Fei. She guiltily looked away, refusing to give an answer. Could she say that she hadn't prepared anything at all? Music echoed from the practice room. Zhou Jiasu, with graceful and proficient movements, was directing the dance team. She danced lightly to the music, her body moving with supple and flexible motions. It would be strange if the male students weren't mesmerized by such a talented school belle. Finally, the formation posed to end the music, then they left the practice room to the admiration of everyone around. Jiasu, your waist is so flexible. It's like that line from some poem, right? Oh, right. The slender waists of Chu, light in the palm. I want to join too, but I don't have any basic dance skills. What a pity. Students gathered in a group at the door of the practice room. These people have become fans from watching. Seeing Zhou Jiasu's team leave the room, they couldn't stop praising them. Only Fei Fei's sisters were not in a good mood. It was true that the school belle danced beautifully. They couldn't deny or criticize it, so they could only worry about Fei Fei, who still hadn't prepared anything. What to do? Will Fei Fei be crushed? As for Fei Fei, she was currently holding her books, pretending to be deaf and dumb, and making an excuse to leave. Class is about to start. Let's hurry back to class. Although Fei Fei wanted to slip away, Sumei over here had already noticed her. She walked over, took Fei Fei's arm, and smilingly invited her out. Fei Fei, let's go shopping this weekend, okay? It's been a long time since you've gone out with me. If it were a normal day, she might have agreed. But today, Fei Fei pushed Su Mei's hand away, shyly refusing. No, I have something to do this weekend. Seeing Fei Fei's reluctance to go with her, Su Mei thought it was because she was bothered by what happened last night. She hurriedly explained, Fei Fei, I absolutely did not tell Annie about you and Lu Feng. You and Lu Feng have been dating for almost a year. If I wanted to tell, I would have done so a long time ago, right? Faced with Su Mei's convincing arguments, Fei Fei just forced a smile and brushed it off. I believe you didn't tell. I'm leaving now. Fei Fei's attitude made Su Mei start to feel uneasy. She blamed her mother for always tattling. She herself could clearly feel that recently there was something distant about Fei Fei's attitude towards her. It wasn't as if she needed a close friendship anyway. What she wanted were benefits for herself. After all, she was living off someone else. So if Fei Fei was unhappy, she wouldn't benefit. What Su Mei wanted was Fei Fei's credit card. She went out with her because she thought she could buy her a few winter outfits over the weekend. It turned out that from the beginning, Su Mei had been jealous of Fei Fei. What she couldn't get, Fei Fei had from birth. She also looked down on Fei Fei, still thinking she was an idiot who refused to study. No wonder she was being used by her. I'd have to pass on a friend like this. On Fei Fei's side, she also realized that something was very off about Su Mei. In fact, in the last few months of her previous life, her relationship with Su Mei was very good. Fei Fei recalled that time. Su Mei had just graduated from university, but couldn't find a satisfactory job. It just so happened that Fei Fei's contract with her company had ended, so she opened her own studio. She even invited Su Mei to be her manager. At first, Fei Fei held Su Mei's hand, completely trusting her and handing over all important responsibilities to her. The salary is up to you. Anyway, I need someone I can trust. At that time, Su Mei was extremely grateful, thanking her profusely, but Fei Fei didn't know the disaster that was about to befall her. Sumei's workability was very poor. Not only did she ruin her dating variety show, but when she was ganged up on by social media, she didn't make any move. She even accepted a low-tier film on her behalf, violating her bottom line. When Fei Fei found out, she was furious and scolded her. Useless. I already rejected a 3-point film. Why did you accept it from me? There are a lot of malicious comments about you right now. You have the advantage of your looks. You can turn the situation around. Fei Fei really couldn't listen to Su Mei's explanation at that time, and her crimes didn't stop there. Also, I don't need you to transfer assets to help me avoid taxes. I don't do illegal things. What Su Mei did was really trying to drag Fei down to the bottom. This didn't seem like helping, but more like harming her. In the end, she was fired by Fei. Take your salary and leave immediately. The 1 million severance pay won't be a cent short. It's true that you shouldn't start a business with a close friend, or it will turn into every man for himself. A friendship fractured just like this. Due to her humble background, Su Mei had many bad habits. Greed, prioritizing benefits. She had them all. But because Fei always gave face to their childhood friendship, she let it slide. Especially in the third year junior high, when all the classmates boycotted Fei, only Su Mei was always by her side. She promised to walk home with Fei after school, guaranteeing that Zhou Chao wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Because of that, Fei was very grateful to Su Mei. In fact, her greedy behaviors that appeared and disappeared, although there was no concrete evidence. Fei more or less had a feeling. But because she had never lacked money since she was young and was previously caught up in the extravagance of the entertainment industry, she didn't care about that little bit of money at all. However, having been reborn, the current Fei couldn't be foolish enough to repeat the mistakes of her past life. She reminded herself that she could no longer completely trust Su Mei-like in her past life. She could only maintain this relationship on the surface out of respect for their past friendship. Just as Fei figured things out, she had already stepped into the classroom. She wanted to return to her seat, but today, for some reason, that Lu Feng was sitting in her class. His leg was blocking the way down, clearly trying to pick a fight with her. "Excuse me, I want to pass." Hearing Fei's voice, not only did Lu Feng not move his leg, but he also said very shamelessly, "My leg is numb, so I'm just resting it for a bit. You could just pass." This scoundrel Lu Feng really was unreasonable. The two started their childish bickering again. "How can I pass if you're like that? My leg won't go down. What should I do? Are you an elementary school student?" Finally, Fei couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't be bothered with Lu Feng and lifted her leg, deciding to step over the long leg, blocking her way. Lu Feng, who had ulterior motives from the start, wouldn't let Fei pass so smoothly. He smirked and lifted his leg, tripping Fei and causing her to fall into his lap. And he took the opportunity to tease her. "I didn't expect our baby Fei to be so proactive." The posture of the two was really ambiguous. Fei's sisters even blushed for her, letting out a long ooh. Lu Feng's underlings were even more so surprised they even cursed. Holy SHD, you really can't avoid this public display of affection. Come on, handing out dog food, everyone get to share. Single friends, come hug me. After teasing Fei, Lu Feng even struck an ambiguous pose with her. "What's wrong? Can't bear to get up?" Used to Lu Feng's temper like it was a daily meal, this time Fei didn't even bother to reply to him. She just silently stood up, then decisively pushed Lu Feng, making him fall from a chair to the ground as a reply. Serves the shameless scumbag right. But in the eyes of Lu Feng's underlings, this action turned into ambiguous affection. Fei couldn't even study in peace with this group of people. Ajun has long fallen for Achong. Achong has also started to like teasing Ajun. Look at this stench of love. Even Lu Feng couldn't stand these words from his underlings. He had just fallen and hit his head, and now he was being teased by these guys. So Lu Feng mercilessly bonked his underling on the head. "Good, chong your head. It's not me. I have an older sister, Brother Feng. How about you think about it? They'll take a spot too." After enough joking around, Lu Feng's group began to seriously discuss Fei's recent attitude. "Brother Feng, do you think sister-in-law is angry?" "That's right. Sister-in-law has been a bit strange lately. She's not clinging to Brother Feng like before." "No, it's completely unrelated. Since the day sister-in-law started studying desperately, she hasn't taken the initiative to say a single word to Brother Feng. Speaking of which, after sister-in-law changed her style, she didn't just get a little prettier. She's still the same person, but her aura, demeanor, and gestures are completely different." These words from the curly-haired underling clearly had an ambiguous tone. As he spoke, his cheeks were already flushed. so he got punched in the mouth by the black-haired underling, spitting blood. Trash. Why are you looking so closely? The black-haired underling seemed to be the most clear-headed of the group. He had also proactively asked Fei Fei about the previous incident, so he knew that it was because Nie Shinai had misunderstood that she wanted to curry favor. Thinking back, it made sense. Before, the relationship between Fei Fei and Nie Shinai was clearly non-existent. How could she be ambiguous with Nie Shinai? Could it be that sister-in-law has really fallen in love with studying? He finally acknowledged Fei Fei's efforts, which was truly tear-jerkingly joyful. The words of the underlings just now couldn't help but make Lu Feng recall Fei Fei's distant expressions and attitude these past few days. Then he looked at her appearance, with her face buried in a book. For the first time, he felt contemplative. At this moment, the teacher had also entered the classroom. The earlier commotion in the class had reached the teacher's ears, getting the entire class reprimanded. This was all the good work of that scumbag Lu Feng. What's all this ruckus? The whole building can hear your class. Look at how long you've been in high school. And so, the lesson began. The teacher on the podium asked the class to turn their books to Chapter 4. Fei Fei, sitting below, had opened her book, but her mind was anxiously thinking about her relationship with Lu Feng. She had thought that after that unpleasant incident, this scumbag wouldn't bother her anymore. Who knew it would have the opposite effect? Today's events helped Fei realize Lu Feng's stubbornness. Indeed, if she persisted with the breakup, he might become even more frantic. One trouble after another. If that Zhou Chao found out she and Lu Feng broke up, it would surely be even more troublesome. Our female lead is really having it tough. In the end, Fei chose to stop thinking about it and focus on her studies. But now, even studying was going in one ear and out the other. Today, there was a problem Fei couldn't figure out no matter how hard she thought. She recalled the words of a wise sage. Oops, her study god daddy. If you can't figure out a problem in 10 minutes, there's no need to waste any more time on it. It would be better to just go and ask Nie Shinai directly. No sooner said than done. During the break, she hurried to Nie Shinai's classroom. But unfortunately for Fei, he was gone when she arrived. Instead, she noticed the future overbearing CEO, Tan Shi, engrossed in something. She thought he was studying English, but as Fei got closer, she realized something was off. What was displayed on Tan Shi's phone wasn't an English problem, but code for a system attack guide for phones. It seems even a worm will turn. Tan Shi had begun his revenge. And the target of his revenge was standing in a corner of the classroom, chatting with his friends that I managed to add him on WeChat. But he doesn't pay any attention to me. Then I mentioned I was playing ping pong with Lu Feng, and he immediately asked where I was playing. Haha, he just wants to get close to Lu Feng. What a complete suck-up. He said he wanted to cheer me on, okay? Said he hoped I'd get the scholarship. The bullying male student was still carefree and unaware of anything. He pulled out his phone to show his friends, only to find it was bricked. Turns out, this was his third phone to suffer this fate. If it wasn't bricked, it would shut down automatically. He took them to a repair shop and was always told the chip was fried. He had switched from one brand to another, but still couldn't escape it. He totally deserved it. It seemed Tan Shi wanted to make that bully spend money on phones until he went bankrupt. While Fei was still peeking at Tan Shi, Nie Shinai appeared behind her out of nowhere. He spoke, making Fei jump. Her startle made Tan Shi notice her presence too. He turned around, frowning warily at her. You saw everything. To avoid being silenced by the future overbearing CEO, Fei decided to admit it frankly, but she would definitely side with the future overbearing CEO. No buts about it. She even gave a thumbs up to praise and encouraged Tan Shi. I saw a little. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You're amazing. Well played. Nie Shinai, the person she was looking for, had also appeared. Fei turned to him, holding out the math workbook that had been tormenting her. Study god daddy. What else could I do? Of course, I came to find you for help with math. Nie Shinai still had a vivid, unforgettable impression of the poor glass pane Fei had accidentally broken last time. He warned her with extreme caution. This glass has been reinforced with a double layer of protection. Fei knew Nie Shinai was afraid she would repeat that shameful incident. She felt guilty and spoke with tears in her eyes now. It's okay, I was just passing by. Because Fei had a problem she didn't understand and needed to ask, she went home with Nie Shinai after school today. The little cat, Schrodinger, was playing in Nie Shinai's bedroom. Hearing the door open, it knew its owner had returned. Seeing Fi with him, the cat happily ran to her feet, rubbing its soft fur against her. Fi was overjoyed to see the little cat again, its cuteness making her melt. Schrödinger, did you grow up eating cuteness? Fi picked up the little cat, rubbing her cheek against its soft fur, and said lovingly, "Little cutie, did you miss me after a day apart?" But Nyeshinai didn't let her cuddle the cat for too long. He heartlessly took the cat from Fi's hands and put it elsewhere. Don't you have a math problem you don't know how to do? Hurry up. Fi could only sadly watch the little cat leave her. What did she do? It was her fault for not being able to do her homework. Time flew by. After studying for a whole session, Fi finally finished the fill-in-the-blank section of her English homework. Another 2 hours passed, and the tutoring session was over. Fi packed her books, preparing to go home. Not seeing Nyeshinai, she guessed he must have gone up to the rooftop to stargaze again. Feeling she couldn't just leave like that, she thought it best to let the host know. So, Fi also went up to the rooftop to find Nyeshinai. She quickly spotted him. "Nyeshinai, I'm heading home now." It seemed Nyeshinai didn't hear Fi's words. He was intently looking through the telescope, gazing at the stars. Fi couldn't help but marvel that her study goddaddy's hobby was truly unlike others. To think he liked such a dull activity as stargazing. Someone like her really couldn't understand the elegant pastimes of a top student. She only found falling stars to be the most beautiful, and you could even make a wish on them. Seeing that Nyeshinai wasn't paying attention to her, Fi had no choice but to walk over and gently tug his wrist. "Nyeshinai, I'm leaving now." Only then did Nyeshinai notice Fi's presence. He turned and said to her, "Finished writing? Then go home." Afterwards, Nyeshinai, as usual, escorted Fi to her house. Along the way, the two had another small conversation. "I haven't checked your extracurricular reading comprehension for today yet. How is Marx's youth's reflections on the choice of a profession coming along?" To his question this time, Fi answered with great confidence, "I've read it all. I've also memorized this sentence. Marx said that for those whose minds are bewitched by fame and fortune, reason can no longer restrain them. Irresistible desires will be sown in their minds. Their profession will be decided by random chance or deception." The more she spoke, the more it reminded Fi of her own life. It was indeed just like what she had read. In her past life, she too had been bewitched by fame and fortune, leading her to impulsively drop out of school. She joined the talent competition only because she had no other talent besides her beautiful face. Seeing that Fi had memorized the text, Nyeshinai also gave her some advice. Memorize the essay to use as practical material. It's best to learn the conclusion. I still don't quite understand its conclusion. Hearing her say that, Nyeshinai recited the ending flawlessly without missing a single word. When choosing a profession, we should be guided mainly by the happiness of mankind and our own perfection. We should not think that these two interests could be in conflict, that one would have to destroy the other. On the contrary, man's nature is so constituted that he can attain his own perfection only by working for the perfection for the good of his fellow man. If a person, to be able to memorize such a long passage, a top student's phenomenal memory is no joke. Fi was dying of admiration that, "Oh my God, you memorized such a long passage without missing a single word. Did you learn a long time ago?" Despite the praise, Nyeshinai remained very modest. "I glanced at it yesterday when I gave it to you to read." The top student had once again unintentionally shown us his superior brain. Oh, the envy is real. Fi's eyes welled up with tears. She lamented that she, also 17, couldn't even understand the passage Marx wrote when he was 17. Fi recalled what her mother had said the night before. She couldn't help but voice her thoughts to Nyeshinai. Most of us are ordinary people. We can't strive for the progress of humanity like Marx did. Or take celebrities, for example. Do these professions have no meaning? This question didn't stump our Nyeshinai. He calmly replied to her, whether it's a celebrity or a cleaner, as long as it has a positive impact on society, it has meaning. It's just that when choosing, one must focus on whether it can make oneself more perfect. Nyeshinai's words seemed to awaken Fi. In her past life, she was always aimless, choosing the entertainment industry just for the immediate opportunity. She didn't know if she would live long enough to choose a profession in this life, but if she could, she would definitely plan her life properly. Indeed, every time she talked to Nyeshinai, Fi gained a new perspective on life. It motivated her to live a better life this time around. Fi was extremely grateful for Nyeshinai's wisdom and enthusiasm that I understand now. Thank you so much. Knowing you is the greatest fortune of my entire life. Although it was just a normal thank you, its implication was very easy to misunderstand. Who knows what Nyeshinai was thinking, but his cheeks flushed red. Fai, however, was unaware of the effect her words had on Nyeshinai. Seeing she was almost home, she quickly ran off. Nyeshinai stood, watching her retreating figure, feeling a bit strange. Was today's reading comprehension that serious? Scene changed to the next morning. Having just finished a book, Fai decided to leave the classroom for a walk and some exercise. She walked while massaging her neck. Reading required maintaining one posture for so long that her neck had become sore. Suddenly, as Fai passed by two female students chatting, she overheard some bad news that there's a fight. What's going on? A fight downstairs during class time. Won't they get scolded to death by the teacher? I don't know. It seems to be someone from the science stream's rocket class. Hearing this, Fai seemed to guess what was happening. Sure enough, something serious was happening. The brawl was between Tan Shi and the group of male students who often bullied him. The scene of the fight was extremely chaotic. Two young men were seen lunging at each other. Tan Shi threw a powerful punch at the bully's face. It turns out his name was Sun Chung. A person like Tan Shi, who usually endured in silence, had finally exploded today. Whenever there's a fight, the largest crowd is always the onlookers who gather to watch. Most prominent were three female students standing above, whispering among themselves. Tan Shi is usually so quiet, but today he's like a madman. Isn't he always bullied by Sun Chang's group? Maybe he couldn't take it anymore. No, I heard it's because he used his subsidy money to buy a phone, and Sun Chung reported him. So he lost his qualification for the scholarship. So that was the whole story. It's baffling why people like to harm each other like this. In the middle of the crowd, after being hit, Sun Chung didn't just sit back and take it. He raised his fist and swung it towards Tan Shi. The surrounding students not only didn't intervene, but also cheer them on that a top student from the rocket class is fighting. Don't stop. Keep going. Fight to the death. Hold him down low. That's right, on the left. Don't be scared. Keep going. These people were truly heartless. Tan Shi quickly found himself at a disadvantage. After one punch, he fell to the ground. Sun Chung still wouldn't let Tan Shi go. He continued to kick him repeatedly, shouting as he hit, "So you still want to fight?" Seeing the situation become too intense, the surrounding students finally started to worry. Someone finally spoke up, wanting to stop it. There was even a female student who couldn't bear to watch anymore, her legs turning to jelly. "Sun Chung, stop hitting him. Hasn't the teacher arrived yet?" But Sun Chung wouldn't listen to these words. Today he had been provoked by Tan Shi and was determined to fight him to the death. Just as Sun Chung raised his fist once more, our Fai rushed forward in time to shield Tan Shi. "Stop. If you keep hitting him, he'll end up in the hospital." Seeing Fai step in to intervene, Sun Chung showed her some respect and paused. In that moment, he really intended to let Tan Shi go, so he didn't strike again and just pointed at his face, shouting, "I'm warning you, don't provoke me again in the future." Just when it seemed to be over and Sun Chung would walk away, who knew that Tan Shi wouldn't let it rest. Sun Chung was ready to let it go, but Tan Shi refused to cooperate. He sprang up and lunged at Sun Chung, punching him in the face. This action made Sun Chung completely lose control. He cursed, and then the two lost control and started fighting again. Fai, standing in the middle of the fight, tried her best to stop them, but it was useless. She even urged the people around to pull them apart, but unfortunately, no one wanted to get involved and just stood on the sideline screaming, they're fighting again. Someone even expressed their attitude towards Fai. What's a girl doing getting involved in a boys' fight? Standing right in the middle of the brawl, Fai was the most likely to get caught in the crossfire. And just as expected, when Sun Chung swung his fist, he didn't notice Fai standing behind him. A whole forearm was about to hit her in the face, when luckily, someone ran out and pulled Fai back. It turned out Lu Fong had arrived. Although this guy was thick-skinned and shameless, he had at least stepped in to help Fai heroically several times. Lu Fong frowned at Fai. "You're meddling in other people's business again." On Tan Shi's side, Nyeshinai had also appeared. He was helping him fight back against Sun Chung. Fai was still very worried about Tan Shi. She wanted to get away from Lu Fong, but was held back by him. "Be good. Don't cause trouble." After dealing with the bully, Nyeshinai didn't forget to turn and scold Tan Shi. "You can't want to fight, yet you keep rushing in to get beaten. Are you an idiot?" Sun Chung was kicked away by Nyeshinai and caught by his friends. Not accepting defeat, he wanted to charge forward again. "Nyeshinai, what's your problem?" Sun Chang's friend also spoke up for him, Brother Nya, Tan sure started it. You shouldn't get involved in this. That's right. He couldn't get the scholarship and took it out on Sun Cheng. Nya Shinai didn't have the patience to listen to these people's excuses. He looked at Sun Cheng's group with annoyance, as if they were a bunch of nobodies. You guys are so annoying. Lu Fong was just as annoyed. Sun Cheng, what's your problem now? Daring to lay a hand on my girlfriend. He only said that, but why did he cover Fai Fai's face with his hand? She also wanted to speak, but could only make some meaningless sounds. Sun Cheng's anger hadn't subsided. He was so angry he dared to talk back to the school's top dog. Who told you to meddle? Is some poor-ass loser worth fighting over? His friends finally spoke up to hold Sun Cheng back. Sun Cheng, don't go too far. That's enough. Sun Cheng, say less. Brother Fong, it was sister-in-law who rushed over. They were fighting like crazy and didn't notice. Why didn't you all say that when they were brawling earlier? You only start panicking when you're on the losing side. These people always know how to spin the narrative, especially towards Nye Shinai and Lu Fong, just because their family backgrounds aren't to be trifled with. Fai Fai suddenly felt sorry for Tan Sure. Not a single person thought to apologize to him. They were all just busy sucking up to these big shots. Is being born poor crime? The female students around also didn't care about the victim, Tan Sure, and were only busy praising Nye Shinai and Lu Fong. They even looked down on Tan Sure's family background. The two herbs of Mingda are together again. The two herbs saving Project Hope. What kind of magical development is this? Actually, Project Hope looks quite handsome. Just a bit short, 170 centimeters, sullen and poor. That poor shorty? Huh. Our Fai Fai really couldn't stand it anymore. She angrily spoke up for Tan Sure. Have you all had enough? Is being poor that funny? In the future, the money you all earn combined might not even be as much as his family's. Then Fai turned to scold Sun Cheng. Initially, she wanted to say that the subsidy is based on family circumstances, so Tan Sure buying a phone must be, but she suddenly remembered that only she knew Tan Sure bought the phone to pursue his interest in programming. This shouldn't be casually revealed to outsiders, or Tan Sure would also get into trouble. Therefore, Fai decided to phrase it differently. It doesn't matter what it's for, but how he uses his scholarship is his freedom. It's not like he bought illegal substances. You've already changed 3 phones, and you won't let him buy one? You're so nosy. Being scolded until he was speechless, Sun Cheng's embarrassment turned to anger. He fiercely turned to warn Lu Fong. Lu Fong, control your girlfriend. But Sun Cheng didn't get a chance to shout anymore. The situation had become more serious than ever. Suddenly, someone screamed Tan Sure's name. Everyone turned to see that Tan Sure could no longer hold on and had already collapsed. Luckily, Nye Shinai was there to catch him. This time, Sun Cheng had crossed Lu Fong. Lu Fong frowned unhappily and retorted to Sun Cheng. Who are you yelling at? After all the chaos, a teacher finally ran over. What are you doing? What's going on? Why did it turn into a fight like this? You two are still students of the rocket class, right? How much have you studied? With a teacher present, the whole group was bound to get a scolding. At this moment, the ambulance also arrived. It turned out the one who called was Zhou Jiasu. At least she helped by calling an ambulance instead of just standing there like a scarecrow like the others. Once the show was over, they quickly dispersed. Zhou Jiasu's group of friends also felt that Tan Sure's situation was tragic. Sun Cheng beat Tan Sure like that. Was it because he was jealous that he was assigned to the same physics group as Jiasu? He's so battered. He might even have a broken bone. It was clear that Zhou Jiasu was still concerned about her classmate. She didn't want to hear any more gossip about the incident. Stop talking. I hope Tan Sure is okay. On Fai Fai's side, seeing the ambulance staff get out, she quickly led them to Tan Sure. Quick, come check on him. He's unconscious. With things having reached this point, the group certainly couldn't avoid being invited to the principal's office for a chat. You, and you, all of you, follow me to the office. Dean, take this unconscious student to the hospital. As for Sun Cheng, go to the infirmary to get bandaged up. You kids are truly lawless. The dean had already pointed them out. This time, escaping was probably not an option. Scene change. At this moment, Lu Fong, Fai, and Nye Shinai were all in the office. The dean was reporting the incident to the principal. This brawl was said to be very serious. Even the principal couldn't just brush it off. He was forced to investigate it thoroughly. What else? I told you to name everyone who was fighting. It seemed that when it came to Nye Shinai's part, it was a bit difficult to say. The dean hesitated for a moment before reluctantly stating his offense. Also, at the last minute, Nye Shinai kicked Sun Cheng. After hearing the dean's report, the principal slammed his desk in anger. This group of problem students really knew how to cause a headache. Why are you kids involved too? Nye Shinai, why did you kick Sun Cheng? Before Nye Shinai could answer, there was a knock on the door. After getting the principal's permission, the door opened. Entering were the 11th grade physics homeroom teacher, Zhang Heng, and the 11th grade literature homeroom teacher, Li Yueling. One look was enough to tell that Li Yueling was a rigid woman. As soon as she entered, she spoke. Dean Zhao, I've heard about what just happened. I'm so sorry. We've caused you trouble. The principal's expression was also very serious. In this incident, Tan Shi started the fight, so he is definitely in the wrong. But Sun Cheng's actions were too harsh. Regarding this matter, Li Yueling seemed to be defending Sun Cheng. I've heard about this student Tan Shi using subsidy money to buy a phone. It's normal for his scholarship to be revoked. I think Teacher Zhang should add more ideological education classes for his class. The man called Teacher Zhang didn't seem to have much of a voice. Being called out, he could only give a forced smile. At this point, Fai couldn't hold back any longer and interjected. She didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Sir, a phone can be used to look up information, to watch speeches by famous people. You can't cancel Tan Shi's qualification just because he bought a phone. Besides, Sun Cheng always bullies Tan Shi for no reason. I've seen it many times. I find it very suspicious that Tan Shi's scholarship was given to Sun Cheng instead. After her long speech, Fai noticed the atmosphere was a bit unusual. Everyone was looking at her, breaking into a cold sweat, their faces dark. Seeing everyone like this, Fai felt a bit awkward. She wondered if she had said something wrong. In particular, Li Yueling's expression was extremely ugly. Which class are you from? How dare you speak so recklessly in front of the teachers? Faced with Li Yueling's questioning, this time Lu Fong stepped up to shield and speak for Fai. She's from the international class. We saw them fighting and just want to mediate a bit. Nieshinai then brought up his act of injuring Sun Cheng, that I kicked Sun Cheng once. How much do you want me to compensate, sir? This time, it was Li Yueling's turn to warn Nieshinai. Nieshinai, your grades are excellent, so don't go down the wrong path. Does mediation require kicking someone with your foot? To her questioning, Nieshinai just said disdainfully he deserved it. The male lead really knows how to say the most satisfying things. For someone like Sun Cheng, one kick seems far too light. After speaking, Nieshinai automatically turned and resolutely left the office. Lu Fong also found an excuse to pull Fai away and slip out. And so, only the group of teachers remained. Li Yueling was visibly annoyed. So unruly. Do they think they can do whatever they want just because they have excellent grades? Teacher Zhang, who hadn't said a word from the beginning, could only smile and try to smooth things over. This kid Nieshinai has quite a personality, doesn't he? The principal was still having a headache over Tan Shi's situation. The problem was that his parents were not in the city, so the matter of medical compensation fees was a rather difficult issue. Back to our group of troublemakers. After walking a short distance from the principal's office, Fai finally escaped from Lu Fong's grasp. Stop holding me. I can walk by myself. Why were they looking at me so strangely just now? As soon as she asked, she got an answer from her group of girlfriends. It turned out the female teacher who had just entered was Sun Cheng's mother, and she even had the nickname the Annihilator. Therefore, when the girls saw Fai emerge unscathed, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Only then did Fai panic. No wonder that woman got so angry at her when she was scolding Sun Cheng. Fai had just escaped from Lu Fong, but now he grabbed her hand again and pulled her elsewhere, telling her friends that they had some private words to say. Once again, sparking the rich imagination of the women. They thought he was taking her somewhere special, but it turned out Lu Fong pulled Fai to a deserted storage room. Fai was extremely confused. She didn't know what trick this scumbag was trying to pull now, but she really didn't want to be with him at the moment. What on earth do you want to say? Do we have to talk here? While Fai was still confused, this Lu Fong guy acted all mysterious and locked the storage room door. Asking her back secretively, what do you think? Lu Fong put on a big show, but in the end, he was still coldly rejected by the girl, as usual. He only made Fai more annoyed. Guess your head. If you have something to say it. If not, get out of the way. Seeing Fai so irritable, Lu Fong finally got serious. Why have you been hanging around that Tan Shi guy lately? So that's what it was about. The scumbag finally learned to be jealous today. Since Lu Fong asked, Fai answered him frankly. He was beaten up like that. I just stepped in to mediate. But Lu Fong wouldn't easily accept such an explanation. Meddling? Sun Cheng said you're always interfering in his and Qin Shi's business. What's up with that? Even if you've moved on, couldn't you have picked someone a little better than me? What on earth are you talking about? It's because Sun Cheng was being too unreasonable that I couldn't hold back. These two really couldn't get along. They'd barely spoken for a moment and were already about to argue. Lu Fong even brought up Fei's glorious past to question her. You used to take your group of sisters to bully others quite often. Why the sudden concern for Qin Shi's affairs? These words indeed made our female lead a bit awkward. The people I bullied before were all green tea types who wanted to get involved with you, okay? While on this topic, Lu Fong very nimbly jumped to another. The Lunar New Year holiday is in a few days. Want to go to the beach together? I'll book the plane tickets. He was spinning Fei around like a top, changing the subject way too quickly. Just talking wasn't enough. Lu Fong, feeling the distance between them was too great, found a way to shorten it. He leaned close to Fei's ear and said ambiguously, "Just the two of us." The moment he finished speaking, Lu Fong was immediately rejected. Fei pushed him away. This guy thinks he can seduce her just because he's handsome? Not a chance, not going. I have to get to class. It seemed Lu Fong didn't feel disheartened. He still had the energy to tease Fei. If you're not going, you're not going. Why are you blushing? Could it be you were hoping something would happen with me? Lu Fong, I'm talking to you very seriously, Fei said as she pushed the door open. She hadn't even finished her sentence when she heard a painful thud. Lu Fong's unlucky underling, who was about to enter, got hit right on the forehead, which swelled into a huge lump, and he rolled onto the ground. The remaining underlings not only didn't worry about their friend, but were very interested in Fei and Lu Fong's business. What's the situation? Did you two just book a room? Where's the wedding? When are you sending out invitations? Have you thought of a name for the baby yet? These guys were talking so much nonsense that the two people involved couldn't even absorb it. Lu Fong, the one who had been teasing her, didn't respond to these words at all. Cut out. Are you roosters crowing so loudly? Fei finally escaped from this group of people before leaving. She didn't forget to turn back and remind Lu Fong. Lu Fong, I'm telling you seriously. Tell me what? That we're breaking up? Lu Fong was really asking for a beating. Without waiting for Fei to finish, he conveniently finished her sentence for her. He clearly knew, but deliberately ignored it. This guy is just waiting for a slap in the face. In the afternoon after school, Fei carried a basket of fruit to visit Qin Shi. Before that, she didn't forget to inform the study god. Great master, I'm going to visit Qin Shi, kneeling and begging for a night off. Arriving at the hospital where Qin Shi was being treated, Fei found room 603 in the orthopedics department. Qin Shi, I'm here to visit you. She pushed the door open and saw Qin Shi sitting on the hospital bed, reading a book. The afternoon sun shone through the window, and a gentle breeze made the curtains sway lightly. This scene was a complete contrast to the chaotic brawl from the other day. Fei placed the fruit basket she brought on the table and turned to ask Qin Shi about his condition. Are your injuries okay? They're fine. A minor arm fracture. The rest are just superficial. As soon as Qin Shi finished answering, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet, the two of them looking at each other. In the end, it was Fei who broke the silence with a smile. You still don't know my name, do you? To Fei's surprise, she was so famous that even a bookworm like Qin Shi remembered her full name. At this moment, Qin Shi's attitude towards Fei had almost completely changed. He no longer looked at her with annoyance and even proactively handed her his notebook. These are my notes from outside of class. Take a look. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Qin Shi was not an ungrateful person. Since Fei had helped him to this extent, he should also repay her kindness. I'm not an insensible person, even if you only help me for these things. Thank you. Fei happily took Qin Shi's notebook. That I really want to ask for your guidance in my studies. But if I only help you for this, you're looking down on yourself too much. You have difficult circumstances, but still manage to test into your second year. You also don't proactively provoke others. Being able to do that, don't you deserve to be helped? Despite having such excellent grades, Qin Shi couldn't help but feel insecure about his family background. He wasn't proud at all, only feeling troubled. So what if my grades are good? These things are all predetermined. The people who are bullying me might be the ones I have to do housework for in the future. Hearing Qin Shi say this, Fei, who had been reborn, immediately refuted it. Who says? You work so hard. How could those people possibly compare to you in the future? The reason she was so sure was because she still remembered that at the class reunion 8 years after graduation, the people who bullied Qin Shi were nobodies. It's true that he who laughs last, laughs best. As, even a top student has times when they hate studying. If I had a good background, I wouldn't want to work so hard either. Seeing Qin Shi like this, Fei, on the contrary, felt happy for him. I could tease, seems you've got some spirit now, huh? As for Nyeshinai, he was currently sitting in a coffee shop looking at the message Fei sent, seeing the cute sticker of a little mouse kneeling and begging on his phone screen. His mood also improved. Nyeshinai intended to reply by reminding Fei to still complete her homework. But halfway through typing, he frowned and paused, then deleted it and changed it to another message. He was about to ask her how she knew Qin Shi, but then changed it again to tell her that he and Lu Fong were at a barbecue restaurant. Feeling it still wasn't right, Nyeshinai deleted it again. After typing and deleting for a while, Nyashinai finally decided not to send a message at all. With a dark expression, he placed his phone face down on the table. It's faster to just ask for the location of Qinshur's hospital directly. It turned out that sitting at the same table with Nyashinai was also Sun Cheng. At this moment, he no longer dared to act arrogant. Whatever Nyashinai asked, he answered. Qinshur is at the city's #1 orthopedic hospital. Brother Nya, I'm really sorry. I really went too far today. Actually, I just simply found Qinshur unpleasant to look at. If Brother Nya and Brother Fong want to protect him, I won't touch him again in the future. After apologizing to Nye Xinai and Lu Fong, Sun Qing picked up his glass of alcohol and downed it in one go. I'll drink up first, Brother Nya, please feel free. In contrast to Sun Cheng, Nye Xinai held his glass of alcohol and stared at it silently for a long time, with no intention of bringing it to his lips. Lu Fong's underlings were the most perceptive. They chimed in unison to take the glass from his hand. Let me drink this one for you, brother. Lu Fong also knew Nye Xinya's personality. Without needing his underlings to step in, he took the glass, brought it to his lips, and drank it all, conveniently explaining to Sun Cheng. Brother Nye has had a strict upbringing since he was young, so he doesn't touch a single drop of alcohol. I'll drink this one for him. In front of outsiders, Nye Xinai also felt a bit awkward. He coughed lightly. This time, it was Lu Fong's turn to continue the conversation. Speaking of which, Brother Nye is giving you a lot of face. Brother Nye rarely comes to situations with so many people like this before. Then, Lu Fong pulled out a brand new, unopened phone and gave it to Sun Cheng. Shop, I said you broke 3 phones. That's some bad luck. This is the latest model from Huawei. Take it and use it. Receiving a free phone made Sun Cheng's eyes light up. He happily took the phone, endlessly flattering Lu Fong. Brother Fong is truly Brother Fong. When you make a move, it has to be a big one like this. Lu Fong had probably heard these words many times. Being praised by Sun Cheng, he didn't dare to accept it and just said, cut the act. Who's short on a phone these days? Since you've apologized first, there's no reason for me to hold on to it. The fact that you can accept it proves the matter is over. It's true that material possessions determine one's mindset. Receiving a gift made his attitude do a complete 180. For sure, from now on, Sun Cheng and his group won't dare to show any attitude. At this moment, whatever Lu Fong said was right to them. No, but stop, haha. That's right. Today I almost hit sister-in-law by mistake, my apologies. But didn't Brother Fong and her have a huge fight this time? She even said she wanted to switch to someone else. You can't be too loose with this kind of girl. How about Brother Fong switches to the school bell? Things are going fine, but he just had to poke at Lu Fong's sensitive spot. This Sun Cheng really knows how to dig his own grave. His friends were also very tactless and chimed in. That's right, the school bell has been subtly asking about you from us. We really admire Brother Fong. We can't even reach her, but for you, she's completely fallen. As expected, hearing this mentioned, Lu Fong's expression immediately soured. Who did you say is being loose? The mention of Fei Fei made our Nye Xinai, who was right beside them, also pay attention. It's me who's being loose. Haha, I'll punish myself with another glass then. Fortunately, this Sun Cheng realized his mistake in time and quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, the brotherhood that had just been formed would have probably shattered in a second. Even so, he still got a scolding from Lu Fong. Damn it, stop worrying about my business. If Fei Fei ever crosses you in the future, remember to give me some face and don't hold it against her. She's not that unruly. With Lu Fong having said that much, who would dare to say no? Understood, Brother Fong. From now on, I will definitely be respectful to sister-in-law. In the middle of it all, Nye Xinai suddenly stood up to leave. Seeing this, Lu Fong also hurried to follow. He gave his card to his underling, saying very generously, book another place to have fun. After eating, we'll change locations. I'll see him off first. After the 2 genuine school tyrants left, Sun Cheng finally dared to voice his question. Brother Nye is so well-rounded in both literary and martial arts, yet he can't drink alcohol? It was still Lu Fong's experienced underling who enlightened him. You guys don't know, we've known Brother Nye for so long and have only seen him drink once. Back then, 1 glass and he was out cold. Turns out the top player on the server has such a fatal weakness. One moment of folly had become both a terrifying and amusing event. By now, Nye Xinai and Lu Fong were already outside. Lu Fong also found Nye Xinya's presence today strange. In the past, when Sun Cheng caused trouble for Qinshur, you didn't even glance his way. Why did you personally show up this time? Indeed, Nye Xinai always concealed his emotions. He only gave Lu Fong a perfunctory answer. Those guys cause trouble in class every day. It's just an eyesore to me. Suddenly, the two ran into Zhou Chao and his group of underlings who were also walking in this direction. The two sides exchanged a few pleasantries. Isn't this Brother Fong? Young Master Zhou, it's cold, so you're in a hurry to eat some grilled lamb. Huh. This was also the first time Zhou Chao had met Nie Xinai. Who was this handsome guy? Lu Fong then introduced the two to each other. My brother, his personality is quite cold. You guys go ahead and order whatever you want. It's on me today. Then we'll have to let young Master Lu host a meal. I feel like the relationships between these delinquents are all built on Lu Fong's money. Once again, material possessions truly determine one's mindset. Playing like this is definitely not sustainable. Sure enough, when Lu Fong and Nie Xinai walked away, Zhou Chao's group's attitude changed immediately. Who's that pale face next to Lu Fong? Are his eyes on the top of his head? He's probably asking for a beating. If Lu Fong isn't easy to mess with, you think his brother is? It turned out that on the surface, Zhou Chao seemed to have compromised, but in reality, he still held a grudge against Fei Fei, hating her for playing with him for 3 years and then giving him a slap in front of his brothers. Zhou Chao secretly gritted his teeth. Dongfang Fei Fei, wait until Lu Fong dumps you. Then what I have is the patience with you. After walking for a while, Nie Xinai arrived at the hospital. Perhaps Nie Xinai also knew that he had been doing something completely pointless. He turned to leave when a familiar voice called his name from behind. Fei Fei had come out of the hospital. She waved to call him back while crossing the street. Nie Xinai's appearance greatly surprised Fei Fei. Is it really you? She finally caught up to him. Fei Fei stopped in front of Nie Xinai, panting as she spoke. Longlegs really do walk fast. I've been chasing you for at least 500 meters. Nie Xinai was silent for a moment. For some reason, seeing Fei Fei smile, his mood suddenly improved. The atmosphere between the two became unusually peaceful. Have you finished today's homework? This sentence carried no pressure at all, as if he was just casually asking her a question. The mention of homework was enough to make the previously excited Fei Fei deflate immediately. I finished the homework, but not today's study tasks. Our female lead seemed quite regretful. Could it be she's addicted to doing homework? In the end, it turned out that she and Nie Xinai were walking back together. Fei Fei suddenly remembered something and asked Nie Xinai, "That's right, weren't you and Lu Fong having barbecue together? Why are you here?" To her question, Nie Xinai answered with a straight face, "I have a bit of a cold. Came to the hospital to buy some medicine." The moment Fei Fei heard this, she found it illogical. The city's first hospital is 10 kilometers away from the barbecue restaurant. Why would the great master run so far to buy medicine? Although Fei Fei found it strange, she didn't expose Nie Xinai. She raised her hand and hailed a taxi. It's too far to walk back. Let's call a cab. The two quickly got into the car. Hello, we're going to Shindu Garden. After giving the address to the driver, Fei Fei's phone suddenly vibrated. It's unknown what Fei Fei saw on her phone, but she was overjoyed. No way. Nie Xinai also looked over curiously. What's wrong? Fei Fei smiled very happily while Nie Xinai was full of question marks. Fei Fei put her phone away before turning to Nie Xinai. It's Lee Siki's group asking if we're going on the beach trip this Lunar New Year holiday. But I can't go. I still have a lot of knowledge I haven't mastered, and the final exams are only a month away. Besides, it seems Lu Fong's group is going too. Fei Fei said while yawning. It seems that studying hard these past few days had tired her out quite a bit. Nie Xinai didn't discuss it further with her. He just asked a question that made it impossible for Fei Fei to deny her desire. Can't or don't want to. Sure enough, who wouldn't be tempted by a trip like this? Fei Fei, with her eyes half closed, expressed, I kind of want to go. I've been studying until 1 a.m. lately. It's so tiring, but I can't go. I can't sleep now. Help me up. I can still write for another 3 hours. Hearing Fei Fei say this, Nie Xinai just rested his arm on the car window. He was usually so cold and rigid, but at this moment, he was comforting her in his own way. If you want to then go, pushing yourself too hard isn't good. Just now, Fei Fei had spoken bravely about being able to continue studying, but less than a second later, Fei Fei was out. She rested her head on Nie Xinai's shoulder and, just like that, fell asleep. It's unknown if she heard his advice. Not long after, the car arrived in front of their residential complex. The driver was very considerate and said, "Hello, we've arrived at Shindu Garden. Do you need me to drive into the complex?" You're very kind, but Nie Xinai is very sorry. Looking at Fei Fei sleeping so soundly that she was drooling on him, he could only say helplessly, wait a moment before heading back to Shindu Garden, just drive around a few more times. Soon, the day of the gala arrived. Fei Fei's group of sisters was rushing to the auditorium. Hurry up, it's about to start. I heard a big brand is sponsoring this time. The sponsor you're talking about is Lu Fang's family, right? They sponsor every year. No, it's different this time. Leaders from the education department will be here. There will also be reporters from the TV station. I heard our school is supposed to represent the standards or style of high school students in the city or something. After the sisters found out, they couldn't help but worry for Fei Fei. No wonder the homeroom teacher didn't let Fei Fei go to the last class and had her go backstage to prepare instead. Moreover, this gala even involves parents. The entire process will be live-streamed and voted on. Who would have thought a gala could become such a grand event? This time our Fei Fei is about to go on stage, yet her current state of being completely unprepared is really worrying. She's been buried in her studies every day. Where would she find the time for a performance? It's over. This time Fei Fei is going to be the talk of the town. And at this moment, the makeup room was extremely bustling. Some were busy with makeup, while others were urging the dance team to assemble and prepare to go on stage. Fei Fei was sitting at the makeup table. Today, her hair was styled differently, looking more playful and energetic than usual. Her small, pretty face was also being adorned with cosmetics, yet she didn't look like she was enjoying it very much. Although stage makeup has to be a bit heavy, it doesn't need to be this much, does it? Sis, let me do it myself. Zhou Jiatu's class was performing the opening act. After them was Fei Fei's performance. But even at this moment, she was still fumbling with her makeup, which made everyone feel inexplicably annoyed. Our performance is followed by Dongfang Fei Fei's. So why hasn't she finished her makeup and changed yet? Even her upcoming performance wasn't being taken seriously. She's going on stage alone? It's probably a last-ditch effort, just singing a random song or reciting a poem or something. It was still Zhou Jiatu who spoke up to remind them, stop worrying about others. Let's get ready. Remember the formation changes. Don't go to the wrong spots. Awaiting the budding of spring, the passion of summer, the harvest of autumn, the subtlety of winter. Opening today's gala is the performance from Class 11 at one of the science track with the Four Seasons fan dance. After the host introduction, Zhou Jiatu's group stepped onto the stage. The music started, and the girls danced gracefully and lively to the melody. Especially Zhou Jiatu, who was as beautiful as ever today. She even exuded a charm in her wine-red cheongsam. On the live broadcast screen, the comment section was filled with praise for her. This is our school belle, Zhou Jiatu from Class 11. They won the science track. Big sister is so beautiful. The dance is also very beautiful. There's still a trace of a tear at the corner of her lips. Whose little lady is this? So beautiful. Her parents are truly blessed. A beautiful period like a dream, a fish passing a red message. Jiatu's harem is here. This performance garnered thousands of hearts online. Lu Fang's underlings, who were diehard fans of Zhou Jiatu, were also eagerly watching the live stream. What are you watching? The music is rumbling like a reprimand. It's the Lunar New Year gala. The school bell is dancing. What? Let me see. Lu Fang, however, couldn't care less about Zhou Jiatu's performance. Lately, he seemed like a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf, only paying attention to Fei Fei. I remember Fei Fei's performance is after Jiatu's, right? Let's go to the main hall to see the excitement. By the time Lu Fang and Yashin and I got to the main hall, Zhou Jiatu's class performance had ended. Thank you to the big sisters from Class 11. They won the science track for bringing us such a beautiful fan dance. The audience around was still applauding enthusiastically, calling out Zhou Jiatu's name. The host continued to read the introduction for the next act. Since its establishment 80 years ago, Mingda has always adhered to the motto of combining learning with practice, being a cradle for nurturing generations of talent for the country. We hope that every student can achieve good academic results in the new year. Next, please listen to student Dongfang Fei Fei from Class 11 at one of the international class, who will bring us the song Live Youth to the fullest, our Mingda school anthem. Just hearing the song title was enough to leave people speechless. The school anthem? Oh my God, it's really the school anthem. This is the horror nightmare of the weekly flag-raising ceremony. Sister-in-law is too awesome. I bow down to sister-in-law. At this moment, Fei Fei was standing on stage, her voice ringing out with great confidence. Honesty, knowledge, creativity, we strive to compose a chapter of progress. Somehow, the originally dry song had become unusually captivating. Fei Fei's voice filled the auditorium. the lyrics heroic and full of youthful passion, as if igniting a strong spirit of striving and rising in the heart of everyone present. Needless to say, this performance satisfied all the judges present today. The spiritual outlook of your school is truly excellent. Students should indeed receive more of this kind of spiritual edification to keep moving forward. That's right, this little girl is not only particularly outstanding in appearance, but her singing ability is even more excellent. The principal of Mingda School was beaming with pride. Principal Chu, is this the artistic successor of your school? This girl is Dongfang Fei Fei, a student from the international class, not an art student. While singing, Fei Fei even winked, interacting with the camera and the audience. As expected of a famous star from her past life, the professionals also rated Fei Fei very highly, using all sorts of professional terms to praise her. This girl was truly born for the stage and the camera. Her appearance is perfect, no question. Her sweet voice also carries a hint of personal storytelling, a wide vocal range, and strong recognizability. That's right, the performance is particularly charismatic. Her positioning and angles are extremely precise. The person on stage is like a famous artist who has been active for 5 years or more. Lu Fang's underlings also had their eyes opened. They watched Fei Fei sing until their faces turned red. My God, is sister-in-law causing a storm? We used to sing together at karaoke before, and I never saw sister-in-law being this powerful. Suddenly, I'm a little envious of Brother Fang. What's going on? Both Lu Fang and Nieshi and I were standing and watching intently. Lu Fang smirked. This time, his impression of Fei Fei had improved again. She really knows how to cause a stir. Fei Fei on stage was truly dazzling. It was as if a halo radiated from all around her. Her beauty and voice had turned a dry song into something more moving and captivating than ever before. At the end of the performance, Fei Fei bowed to the audience amidst everyone's cheers and praises. The entire auditorium was chanting the 2 words, Fei Fei. The host walked over to her with a microphone. Student Fei Fei, please wait a moment. Wow, such overwhelming popularity. A huge thank you to student Fei Fei for bringing us such a deeply moving performance. Mingda High School is where our youth set sail. After humming a short snippet, the MC exclaimed, as a third-year senior, this is the first time I've known that the Mingda School anthem could be sung so beautifully. Hearing this, Fei Fei blurted out, for me, it's the second time. The senior sister laughed at Fei Fei's words, which seemed like a joke. Only you and I know that our female lead is telling the truth. Ha ha ha. Student Fei Fei is so adorable. We can see that the judges' scores are in. Student Fei Fei has received first place in the entire school with 9.6 points. After the congratulations came a question for the winner. It can be seen that this is the first brilliant achievement of our female lead. The new year is coming soon. I wonder if student Fei Fei has any wishes. To the host's question, Fei Fei brought the microphone to her lips and confidently expressed her thoughts. I hope that in the new year, I can achieve the standard of results that I desire. I hope the seniors will achieve good results in this year's graduation exams. Also, a special thanks to the friend who has been helping me study well. I hope he can smile more in the new year. When these words were spoken, only Fei Fei and Nye Shinai knew who she was referring to. This was their little secret. Lu Fang, who was next to Nye Shinai, didn't know and thought Fei Fei was talking about Qin Shi. He suddenly had a fit of jealousy and turned to leave. Even if they were just studying together, this Qin Shi guy was a real eyesore. It seems Sun Chung was too soft on him. This was truly unfair to Qin Shi, getting caught in the crossfire for no reason. Hearing Lu Fang say this, Nye Shinai couldn't help but frown. Lu Fang, are you serious? It seemed Lu Fang also knew he had misspoken, and he paused. But he hadn't been jealous for long before his group of underlings gathered around to tease him. Before, you said you wanted to switch to someone else, but now you want to keep her? That's right. You even told us to intimidate and entice Fei Fei's group of friends and even covered the cost of their trip. After today, I'm afraid your line of love rivals will get even longer. So it's clear. Fei Fei is determined to break it off with you while you're clinging to her. Not a single one of these taunts was wrong. Having been hit where it hurts, Lu Fang became angry out of embarrassment. Cut the chatter. I've only ever been in love once. So are you going to help or not? You've been in love for a year. What do you mean you've only just learned to love? All this time, Nye Shinai hadn't said another word, just silently watching Lu Fang's group argue. He seemed to be deep in thought. The top student's mood is truly hard to guess. Returning to our female lead. At this moment, Fei Fei was in the dressing room removing her makeup. Around her, quite a few people were still looking at her with admiration, some even secretly taking her picture. Wow, no wonder she's unstoppable on camera. She's even this beautiful up close. To think our school has a goddess like Senior who's even more beautiful than a celebrity. Stop taking her picture. She might get angry. I heard her boyfriend is Lu Fong. It really takes beauties of the same level to see who comes out on top. After Senior Fei Fei, it's the campus belle Zhou Jiasu, and she's even wearing makeup, but I think, with Fei Fei's sudden rise to fame, there were inevitably those who were jealous and envious of her. A prime example being Zhou Jiasu's group of friends. This Dongfang Fei Fei just got lucky, right? That's right, she knew leaders from the Ministry of Education would be here, so she sang those songs that only old people like to listen to. Anyone who says she's prettier than Jiasu must be blind. Seeing her friends constantly deny Fei Fei's talent, Zhou Jiasu couldn't help but cut in. That's enough. Dongfang Fei Fei's ability and performance style are both very good. To be able to get such a high score is a testament to her actual skill. Don't make yourselves look like villains. What? Female villains get cursed out a lot. She wouldn't want to be one. Seeing that Zhou Jiasu had spoken up, her friends finally quieted down and let Fei Fei be. Although Zhou Jiasu acknowledged her rival, she was still very frustrated. Zhou Jiasu scowled at the notebook in her hand, so annoyed that she snapped her pen. It seems her summary of today's failures was getting a bit long. At this time, Fei Fei had returned to the audience stands. The people around her couldn't hide their admiration when they saw her. It's the senior who sang the school song earlier. The moment I saw her face, I honestly felt breathless. Her friends also saw Fei Fei and immediately waved her over. Sister Fei, over here. We save a spot for you. You were amazing. It was like you were possessed by the god of singing. Just now, a lot of first-year boys and students from other classes were asking about you. Being praised by her friends, Fei Fei was very happy. She sat in the seat saved for her and said with a smile, "The award ceremony is still a long way off. Thanks for saving me a seat. Otherwise, I would have had to stand for half an hour." Putting Fei Fei's talent aside for a moment, the group of friends started discussing their upcoming travel plans. Fei Fei, what have you thought about the trip so far? That's right, you've been studying all day lately. Except for when we eat together, you barely hang out with us at all. You have to relax once in a while to improve your study efficiency. The whole group chimed in to persuade Fei Fei. This was probably also thanks to Lu Fang's sponsorship. Seeing her friends trying so hard to persuade her, Fei Fei, who was hesitant at first, finally smiled and agreed. All right then. Hearing Fei Fei agree, her friends were overjoyed. You said it, okay? Lu Fang and Sigo are going too, and a few other boys are coming along, so it's safe. Fei Fei was still naive, unaware of their matchmaking plan. She was even flustered, afraid she wouldn't book the tickets in time. So should I quickly book the plane tickets and hotel? We're leaving tomorrow. Can I still buy tickets now? Sponsored by Lu Fang, the group of friends had already prepared everything. No need, no need. We already bought them for you, and the hotel is booked too. You just need to pack your luggage and get to the airport on time. After chatting for a while, the results for today's festival were announced. Based on a 6-to-4 ratio of judges' scores and live broadcast votes, the final list of winners was displayed on the screen. Congratulations to the 10 winning classes. Today, a student performing on stage. These are the brightest stars of Mingda High School. At the top of the list, as expected, was Fei Fei's name. Her absolutely wonderful performance won her first prize. This was the first achievement our female lead had attained after being reborn. The host continued with the closing speech. A special thanks to Deputy Director Yang, Department Head of Education Yi, and Municipal Education Bureau Chief Zhu for visiting our school. Next, we invite the 3 leaders to present the awards to the top 3 winners. Today, we gather together to light up the dreams of our youth. A new year will bring us new hopes. Fei Fei winning first prize made her friends incredibly proud. The blonde underling even excitedly urged her to hurry onto the stage. Fei Fei is the best. Hurry, hurry. But Fei Fei was still thinking about the upcoming trip. Before leaving, she lingered to reveal a surprise to her friends. Hey, I have to transfer the money for the plane tickets and hotel. My gifts for you, as New Year's presents, are in a shopping bag Chi is holding for me. I wrote your names on them. After getting her card unblocked, Fei Fei had also thoughtfully considered her friends. She had specially prepared a unique gift for each of them. Her friends received Fei Fei's gifts, feeling deeply moved. They were all things they had tried hard to buy, but couldn't afford. From this, her friends also noticed a change in Fei Fei. It felt like Fei Fei was no longer the person who liked to show off her relationship with Lu Fang every day, nor was she as arrogant as before. That's right, and she often cares about others now. Thus, their gratitude turned into guilt. We tricked her, and she still has no idea. It really makes one feel guilty. What should we do? We only agreed with Lu Feng because we were pressured and enticed. Anyone can see that Fei Fei doesn't care about Lu Feng at all and is surrounded by Fei Fei's animosity. Boo-hoo-hoo. But this group of friends also cheered up quickly. What are you crying for? We only agreed to call Fei Fei over. We didn't agree to help. That's right. When it comes to feelings, it still depends on what Fei Fei wants. This time, we're just thinking about having fun. What a convincing reason. After comforting each other, the group was immediately cheerful again. The person in question, Fei Fei, was at this moment still oblivious, standing on the stage to receive her award. She took the trophy from Bureau Chief Yang, happily saying thank you. She also wished him a happy Lunar New Year. Zhou Jiasu was also there to receive an award. Although she was praised for her excellent dancing skills, her makeup was too thick. Perhaps this was the detail that lost her points with the judges. At your age, natural is the most beautiful. Zhou Jiasu also accepted her trophy, but she felt a bit awkward because of Department Head Ye's comment. Young people should also listen to this advice. A bare face is so beautiful. Don't learn to wear heavy makeup. It's not good. Finally, everyone took a commemorative photo together. The festival officially concluded here. That night, before going to sleep, Fei Fei thought of Nie Xinai and sent him a message. Big shot, when are you coming back? It turned out Nie Xinai was at Lu Feng's place, playing games with Sigo. He was also the one carrying the team, with his teammates constantly calling for help. Hearing a notification from his phone, Nie Xinai opened it and saw Fei Fei's message. He thought she had a problem she couldn't solve. Unexpectedly, when Fei Fei said she had something more important than solving problems to tell him, our male lead shot up and quit the game without hesitation. Without Nie Xinai, Sigo was like a snake without a head. Damn it, what about the match? Brother Nie, where are you going? Something urgent came up. It turned out Fei Fei had also prepared a gift for Nie Xinai. The gift for him was specially and beautifully wrapped by her. Not long after, a message from Nie Xinai arrived, saying he was already at her door. Fei Fei quickly grabbed the gift and ran downstairs. On her way, she was spotted by Chu Mei. It's late. Where are you going? And in your pajamas? I'm just going out the door to take out the trash. Luckily, Chu Mei didn't press further. Otherwise, the whole school would probably know by tomorrow. Reaching the gate, Nie Xinai was leaning against the wall, waiting. Only when Fei Fei was in front of him did Nie Xinai ask, "What did you need me for?" Well, although I thought you were very fierce when we first met, after getting to know you for so long, I realize you're actually very responsible. My basic skills are so poor, yet you still patiently taught me. Fei Fei said, then brought out the gift she was hiding behind her back, a New Year's gift. Happy New Year, and may our revolutionary friendship last forever. Nie Xinai took the gift. Opening it, he found a transparent box containing a very beautiful stone. Nie Xinai thought it was a meteorite specimen, but Fei Fei looked proud and said, No, this is called a fragment of the stars. Calling Nie Xinai unromantic, she was afraid of hurting his feelings. Receiving a gift from a girl and still saying such buzzkill things, you didn't buy this on Taobao, did you? Those things are all scams. No, of course not. The official Weibo of the China National Observatory held a lucky draw for star fragments. I want it. Meteorites can only be sold at special auctions for hundreds of thousands. My allowance isn't enough. I originally wanted to buy you another gift, but I didn't expect to win. With Fei Fei having said all that, if Nie Xinai didn't accept her sincerity, he deserved to have no gift. If you don't want it, get it back to me. Nie Xinai's attitude made Fei Fei angry. She reached out to take it back, but Nie Xinai was a step faster than her. A gift already given to him wasn't so easy to take back. Who said I don't want it? As the two were struggling, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Calling Fei Fei's name made them both turn around. Who do you think it was? It turned out the voice belonged to Chu Mei. Fei Fei, who are you with over there? Just when you thought Fei Fei had escaped, it turned out Chu Mei's curiosity had led her all the way out here. Luckily, by the time Chu Mei asked her second question, Fei Fei had managed to push Nie Xinai behind the wall, successfully avoiding Chu Mei's gaze. After successfully hiding Nie Xinai, Fei Fei turned to find an excuse to distract. Chu made out a boy from my class was just passing by. We were just talking for a bit. Who was it? It seems like no boys from your class live in this neighborhood. In the end, Chu Mei mistakenly thought it was Lu Feng, and even teased Fei F-E-I.I-T was Lu Feng, right? Why are you being so secretive with me? It was good that Chu Mei didn't guess it was Nie Xinai, using that Lu Feng guy as a shield would do. So Fei Fei played along with Chu Mei. Is that so? Don't tell my mom, okay? I'm going back to sleep first. I have to wake up early for my flight tomorrow. Chumei watched Fei Fei's retreating back and smirked. It seems my mom wasn't wrong about you at all. Your mouth says you have to focus on studying, but you're actually sneaking out for dates with Lu Fong like this every night. Chumei smugly criticized Fei Fei. Then she suddenly realized something. The boy just now didn't have red hair. Just when you thought Chumei had figured it out, it turned out her mind was just full of bad thoughts about Fei Fei. She even dared to think Fei Fei was two-timing. Fei Fei had no idea what Chumei had just cooked up in her brain. She just felt relieved that her and Nieshinya's secret hadn't been exposed. Actually, it was lucky that Chumei arrived in time to save her from the awkward position the two of them were in just now. Fei Fei breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up her phone to inform Nieshinai about her trip tomorrow. Listening to the big shot, I'll take a vacation for these 3 days and relax a bit. Happy Lunar New Year. See you after the holiday. But at this moment, Nieshinai hadn't gone home yet. He stood on the street, holding up the transparent box containing the sparkling stone. To admire it, an unconscious smile spreading across his face. Just looking at it, you could tell he really liked this gift. In a place where Fei Fei couldn't hear, he wished her a happy Lunar New Year. The next day, Fei Fei pulled her suitcase to the meeting spot with her friends. She was following the directions as she walked. And finally, the group gathered together. Seeing her, her friends cheerfully rushed out to greet her. Fei Fei, why are you so late? When I was leaving the house, my mom told me to bring Chumei along. I was in a bit of a bind, lucky that there were no more plane tickets to buy. Her friends stiffened at the mention of Chumei. Thank goodness, there are a lot of people during the Lunar New Year. That's right, we're not even close to her. Why does she want to go everywhere you go? Her friend's indignation was justified. If it were me, I'd be just as upset. At this moment, Lu Fong's underlings also spoke up. Wow, sister-in-law is here. Brother Fong has been waiting with eager eyes. Sister-in-law was so amazing yesterday. The international class has never been so proud. That's right, to put it bluntly, a national hero. Being flattered like this, Fei Fei just said modestly, it's because I didn't prepare an act, so I just sang with my eyes closed. It could be said that with Fei Fei present today, the happiest person was Lu Fong. He came to Fei Fei's side and thoughtfully handed her breakfast. Here's your packed breakfast. Thanks. Have you guys eaten yet? Even with food, Lu Fong was extravagant. Is this a move to win a girl over through her stomach? Or what? Sigo, who only got to eat ordinary food, took the opportunity to throw a jab at Lu Fong while answering Fei Fei. We've all eaten, but we only had rice cakes and noodles, and we're full. The food pack for you is all nutritious stuff from an 8-star high-end restaurant. Some people act like they're loyal brothers on the outside, but in reality, they're just the lowest of the low. The fastest way for Lu Fong to shut his friends up was to throw money at them. I've packed 4 more identical portions. If you don't finish them, you're a dog. Seeing things get a little tense with Lu Fong's group, Fei Fei gave a forced laugh and tried to intervene. Haha, let's go get our boarding passes. But to Fei Fei's surprise, the blonde underling said Sigo was still waiting for someone else before she could even get curious. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Nishinai appeared before her like a joke. When Sigo saw him, he was extremely welcoming. Brother Nya, why are you only here now? You train every day. You should be an early riser, right? Nieshinya's appearance left Fei Fei completely astonished. Nieshinai walked in with Sigo. He even said that yesterday was quite fun, so he slept a little late. Hearing this, Lu Fong's underlings just laughed and joked. Brother Nya can still have fun. You don't know what kind of tragic abuse we had to face after you left. Fei Fei and her friends looked at Nieshinya's back. The blonde underling couldn't hide her admiration. Oh my god. To have the honor of traveling with the legendary big shot from her friends' mouths. Fei Fei heard another suspicious thing. I heard Sigo say that Nieshinai doesn't like to be around girls whispering, so he originally didn't want to come to places with girls. Could it be that the legend on the school forum is true? What legend? Fei Fei was curious and wanted to know more, but Lu Fong had already walked over to her side, even gallantly offering to pull her suitcase for her. I don't know how many more times Fei Fei will have to remind him. Hey, no need. I can carry it myself. Finally, the plane took off, and soon, the group arrived at their destination. It was a tourist resort located by a vast sea. From above, one could see cool beaches and swimming pools, along with 5-star resorts and hotels. The dark-haired underling had gotten the hotel room cards, 2 people per room. Brother Fong and Brother Nya are in the underwater room with a view of the Poseidon submarine. The rest of us are in the premium ocean view rooms. This time, in order to win the beauty's favor, Lu Fong was extremely generous, getting each of Fei Fei's friends their own luxury room. The dark-haired underling handed a room card to Fei Fei. There are 5 cards for the girls. So sister-in-law will have to stay in a room by herself. Fei Fei took the card, said thank you, and went to her room. Miss Dongfang, your room is here. If you need anything, you can let me know through the room service bell or the hotline. I wish you a pleasant trip. All right, thank you. After the hotel staff left, before Fei Fei could even do anything, the doorbell. Pang! Lu Fong and Ye Xinai walked in. Following them were 2 more people who came to Fei Fei's room. Lu Fong stepped forward and flicked Fei Fei's forehead lightly. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and unpack, then let's go eat. It turned out they were here to call her to eat. After letting her know, Lu Fong left with Ye Xinai. It turned out they were the private butlers for Lu Fong and Ye Xinai. No wonder she had one too. So it was that Lu Fong guy who booked her an underwater room, just like his. And here I was thinking that was a regular hotel. Employee. Only then did Fei Fei swipe her card and enter the room. This room was built with transparent glass walls, allowing one to observe the creatures of the deep sea. It was as if everywhere were vivid, lifelike paintings of the vast ocean. Being in this room made Fei Fei feel like she was in a submarine. To think Lu Fong would spend so much, it couldn't be because Fei Fei pressed her hand against the glass, watching the schools of fish swim by. In her heart, she was secretly hoping Lu Fong would come find her alone. Only then would she have the chance to make things clear. Besides the aquarium view, this room also had stairs leading up to land for a normal view. Fei Fei stood on the balcony, unable to help but reminisce about her past life. She had filmed in this city before. Unfortunately, it was only for a week, so it was very rushed, and she didn't have time to have fun. She told herself at this time, she must experience it a little. After admiring the view to her heart's content, Fei Fei finally started to change and get ready for dinner. But as it is with women, getting ready always takes a ton of time. From bringing mosquito-repellent perfume to a fashion show of trying on n number of outfits, and then having to apply sunscreen all over her body. You'd think it would be quick, but by the time Fei Fei looked at herself in the mirror and was satisfied, 20 minutes had already passed. Lu Fong had been waiting outside for what felt like an eternity. Seeing Fei Fei finally come out, he couldn't help but complain a little. You're not even wearing makeup, so why were you dawdling in the room for so long? The restaurant stops serving at 2:30. When the 3 of them, Fei Fei, Lu Fong, and Ye Xinai, arrived at the restaurant, everyone was already seated and waiting. The table was already full of food. Brother Nye, Brother Fong. These 2 already ordered spicy chicken and half a lobster while waiting. Brother Nye, why are you with Brother Fong and sister-in-law? Haven't you had enough of their public displays of affection? Lu Fong's underlings were as boisterous as ever, while her friends saw Fei Fei and waved her over to her seat. Now that everyone was here, the feast officially began. Sigo was busy eating and taking pictures for social media, even trying his hand at writing a food review. I really want to complain about the Australian lobster at the Landis Hotel. It's not even as good as my family chef's. Bullshit! Your family chef only knows how to make stir-fried pork with chili. Ladies and gays, your attention, please. Attention! Gays? Who are you calling gay? The girls were also obsessed with taking dozens of pictures. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and bustling. As for Fei Fei, she was thoroughly enjoying the delicious food. This flavor is absolutely amazing. This afternoon, we'll go to the bay for diving, sailing, and riding a motorboat. I want to experience all 3. She had already laid out a plan in her head for today's promising outing. Fei Fei was so focused on eating that she didn't notice some food stuck to the corner of her mouth. It was Lu Fong again who reached out to wipe it for her, not forgetting to tease Fei Fei. You're all grown up, but you still get food on your face when you eat. Nye Xinai was once again forced to witness their public display of affection. It seems seeing these scenes was starting to get his attention. Not just Fei Fei, but all the boys were also extremely excited to go out and play. All right, I'm sure everyone has received the itinerary schedule. We'll head out after we finish eating. The 3 who were late, hurry up and eat. You're really slowing down my pace to get to the sea. Fei Fei's friends had already taken a bunch of pictures ages ago. Fei Fei, look, we just took these. After the meal, the group gathered and put their hands in a pile. This was when the fun officially began. Sigo ran and jumped on the beach, his spirits as high as if he'd been revived after boring hours in class. Ha ha ha. Are you playing a game of father-son chase? Son, hurry up and catch your daddy. Fei Fei, on the other hand, was roped into posing with her friends. What's with this weird pose? Why do we have to pose like this? It's so weird. This is clearly the cheering pose of the positive and optimistic little cutie. I don't see any optimism, just embarrassment so bad I want to crawl into a hole. Finally escaped escaping that strange pose, Fei Fei decided to take a memorable picture by a rose bush. She was so beautiful that she was very photogenic. Her friends took pictures while praising her profusely. Okay, amazing. Our Fei Fei really knows how to pose. Even a random shot looks like a magazine cover. The moment she was out of the camera's view, her image shattered. A worm crawled out from the center of a flower, startling Fei Fei so much she screamed. Insects are truly the fatal weakness of women. 10 seconds ago, she was being praised like a beauty, and the next second, Fei Fei had jumped and clung tightly to her. The blonde underling was speechless. Truly can't stay beautiful for more than 3 seconds. Lu Fong and Nieshi and I were getting ready to go surfing. On the sand, a little girl happened to invite the two to buy roses. Big brother, buy some flowers for your girlfriend. Nieshi and I, who didn't have one, refused immediately. I don't have a girlfriend. Yet the little girl persisted, regardless of gender. A boyfriend is fine too. As for Lu Fong, how could he pass up this opportunity? Giving flowers to a beautiful woman is the most common way of pursuit. So, Lu Fong gave a domineering smirk and said, "I'll buy them all." Her friends, witnessing everything from the side, covered their mouths and giggled. It's over, it's over. Fei Fei will have to change her name to Dong Fong Lu Lu. Ha ha ha, the little one really knows what's up. Is Brother Fong really buying them? They hadn't been laughing for long when the blonde underling noticed something had just happened on Fei Fei's side. A motorboat sped past the shore, its wake so strong that it splashed a load of seawater where Fei Fei was standing. Luckily, Nishinai was there. He turned his back and took the full force of the wave. Seeing Nishinai, completely soaked but still handing her a towel, Fei Fei was a bit slow to react. She took it and said thank you. I wonder what Lu Fong's reaction will be when he sees this. Scene. At this moment, the blonde underling had also run over to call Fei Fei to change into her swimsuit. Hurry up, Fei Fei. Chi Jia has already brought all our swimsuits over. Hearing this, Fei Fei also turned to go to the beach's changing room to change her clothes. First, it seems her friends were very excited, their faces blushing as they imagined romantic scenes. That's right, I can't wait to put on my swimsuit. That dark-skinned guy on the yacht earlier. I want to bounce on his abs so bad. And there was that guy with the sunglasses earlier too. It seems the girl's main purpose was still to check out handsome guys. Suddenly, a bouquet of red roses appeared in front of Fei Fei. The giver was none other than Lu Fong. He pushed the bouquet into her arms and ran to the sea with his board. "This is for you." Of course, Fei Fei didn't dare to accept this bouquet. She shouted to call Lu Fong back, but he ignored her. Only her friends, watching this scene, admired and joked with each other. "What's this? We haven't even had dinner, and we're already full from this public display of affection. Let's go, let's go. What kind of fairy tale love is this?" A moment later, the girls had finished changing into their swimsuits. The red-haired junior came out first, waiting for a while before everyone gathered. "What took you guys so long? Where's Fei Fei?" "She's back there." Seeing Fei Fei seemingly left behind, the red-haired junior asked worriedly, "Why didn't you wait for her?" This question made the atmosphere suddenly strange. "You'll know when you see for yourself." Just as Fei Fei was mentioned, she caught up. Now, the reason her group of sisters had to run ahead was clear. The design of the swimsuit Fei Fei was wearing could truly burn one's eyes. The person in question was still oblivious, not understanding what was happening. "Si Chi, what are you guys running for?" With Fei Fei looking like this, never mind boys, even girls were captivated by her. Her group of sisters stared until their noses bled. "Oh my god, who could handle this? So stimulating all of a sudden. I'm not getting enough nutrition. Boo-hoo-hoo, what dark-skinned handsome guy in my eyes. There's only Fei Fei." As a result, the whole group of sisters skipped the segment of checking out handsome guys. With a beauty right in front of them, what was the need to search any further? And so, the beach turned into a game of chase between Fei Fei and her group of sisters. The main scheme was to get a feel of her. "Stop right there. Be a good girl, and let me have a feel. Big sis, don't run. Let me bury myself in that chest." At this moment, Fei Fei could only cry for help in vain. Who told her choose such a seductive swimsuit today? Help me. While the girls were playing on the shore, the boys were competing in surfing out at sea. Lu Fong skillfully maneuvered his board, gliding over the waves. He was in the mood to joke with Nishinai. "Can you handle it? A beginner shouldn't force it. Ha ha ha." Nishinai wasn't one to admit defeat easily. He chased closely behind Lu Fong, replying arrogantly, "Save your breath." Sigo didn't want to join the race between the two top dogs of the school, so he chose to follow in a motorboat. "What's surfing? I'm just cruising, just catching the breeze. It's explosively refreshing." Meanwhile, on the shore, Fai's group of sisters, tired from the chase, switched to playing catch. Fai, having been chased all this time, was so tired she almost got a side stitch. So she asked to leave the game. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. You guys are mean." She went to a nearby drink stand to buy a refreshing drink. "One delicious coconut water for me. Thank you." After buying the coconut, Fai found a shady spot under a coconut tree to sit and cool down. She tilted her face to the sky, closing her eyes to enjoy the fresh and peaceful atmosphere that she had missed in her past life. The blue sea and sky, the gentle breeze, it was so comfortable. At this moment, Fai became even more determined about her initial goal. Only by continuing to live could she experience such beautiful things in life. Therefore, she had to try her best to get into Tsinghua. At this point, Lu Fong and Nye Xinai, tired of playing, also returned to the shore. "Brother Nye, you're amazing. Not like a beginner at all. It's just that you're too bad, not like a veteran." This kind of arrogance was truly the privilege of the elite. Nye Xinai being good at everything was truly admirable. After walking a short distance, the two saw Fai resting up ahead. Lu Fong was no longer interested in surfing either. He laughed and made a quick excuse to Nye Xinai to hurry over to her. "Ha ha ha, is that so? I'll just leave the board here. I'm going to buy some coconuts." Very quickly, Lu Fong reached Fai's side. He sat down next to her very naturally. "Is it that delicious? Why are you smiling so foolishly?" Nye Xinai looked at the couple in front of him. For some reason, he unconsciously lifted his foot to walk over, but was stopped midway by Si Chi. "It's better to let Lu Fong and Fai resolve their own issues. Besides, don't you want to know the outcome soon, Brother Nye?" It's unknown whether these words hit a nerve with Nye Xinai, as he just said coldly, "It's not my business." Si Chi watched Nye Xinai's back as he walked in the opposite direction. He clearly wanted to approach the other two just a moment ago, but now he had changed course. Ahem, how awkward. Besides their good looks, both of them are just a couple of incomprehensible guys. Back to Fai and Lu Fong. Seeing Lu Fong approach her, Fai was secretly glad, planning to make things clear with him right now. Fai smiled and answered Lu Fong's previous question. Then it was her turn to speak. "Lu Fong, Before Fai could finish, Lu Fong cut her off. "Why do you want to break up with me?" It turned out Lu Fong had seen it coming for a while. He just didn't want to accept it. Perhaps Lu Fong, like Fai, wanted to use this opportunity to clarify things between them. Seeing him like this made Fai suddenly hesitate. He had asked first, leaving her unsure how to answer. It wouldn't be right to just bluntly say he was too much of a scumbag. After all, he hadn't started acting like one yet. After thinking it over, using her studies as an excuse seemed most reasonable. There's less than 2 years of high school left. "I want to focus on my studies for the remaining time. We can talk about dating again in college." As she said the last sentence, Fai was still afraid. She might not even live long enough to go to college. Lu Fong didn't accept Fai's reason for breaking up. "How do you plan to focus on your studies? Never mind Zhou Chao from the school next door, but what about Sun Chung? And what about those guys who usually hang around outside the classroom after school? I'm afraid there will be even more after this Lunar New Year festival, right?" It was undeniable that Lu Fong's reasoning was quite persuasive, and it soon left Fai speechless. She was at a loss for words to refute him. Lu Fong didn't wait for an answer from Fai and continued. "If you want to study, I'll go along with your wishes. I won't bother you during high school, but to outsiders, our relationship will remain the same as before. Using the title of my girlfriend will help you avoid a lot of trouble. I don't deny that I'm being selfish, but at least I won't let others bother you." Today, Lu Fong seemed more agreeable than usual. It seemed he really wanted to be in a serious relationship with Fai this time. Selfish? You tell me. Lu Fong being like this really put Fai in a difficult position. She stood up, deciding to put the matter aside for now, that I need to think about it more. When Lu Fong said those words, he had his own agenda. He had to put his stamp on her first. That way, no one else would covet Fai. That evening, after a long day of playing, everyone finally returned to the hotel. Fai had finished her bath and stepped out of the bathroom, feeling refreshed. It was such an enjoyable feeling, so comfortable. The experience of a high-end underwater room is really not bad. Soaking in the tub makes me feel like a fish at the bottom of the sea. Before going to bed, Fai decided to go up to the rooftop to cool off. She stretched and yawned. Compared to the morning, it was much quieter now, mainly because the noisy crowd was no longer with her. Sigo and Si Chi's group really have boundless energy. After running around tired all day, they can still play werewolf until now. High school students are truly living their youth to the fullest, always full of vitality. Just then, Fi noticed that there was another person on the rooftop. It was none other than Yeshinai. He was holding a camera, looking at the pictures he had just taken. Yeshinai was so engrossed that Fi had to call his name twice before he noticed her presence. Why aren't you playing werewolf with him? If I joined that game, I'm afraid there'd be no game left to play. Truly a master, still so immodest. Just one sentence from him left one unable to refute. Moving on from the group game, Fi now noticed the telescope and Cameron Yeshinai was holding .is. This is Sky Watcher for taking pictures of the starry sky. MHM, this is a portable one. The room we're staying in has its own altitude, and there's little light pollution, so it's very suitable for photographing the starry sky. Hearing Yeshinai say that, Fi also became interested. She curiously picked up his camera. How do you even take a picture with this? Seeing Fi's curiosity, Yeshinai patiently instructed her. He stood close to her, adjusting her grip on the camera. If you can't capture deep space, first point the axis towards the North Star. It's the brightest star that the lip of the dipper points to. You can also capture the Milky Way on the axis. This is an island. The environment and visibility are good, so the effect isn't bad. As Yeshinai spoke, he pointed to a distant star high in the sky. The mystical night, sparkling with specks of light like a giant sequin cloth, unfolded before them, creating an irresistible allure. Fi followed Yeshinai's instructions. She pointed the camera to where he had just indicated that the purpose of this is to neutralize the effect of the Earth's rotation, right? Mitchum, after adjusting, set it to star tracking mode, then adjust it to... Fi did exactly as Yeshinai said, and as a result, she captured an incredibly beautiful picture. It was as if an endless galaxy had been encapsulated within the frame before her. Fi, overjoyed and excited, turned to Yeshinai and exclaimed with a smile, "Wow, you're so amazing. I never knew photos of the starry sky could be this beautiful." Yeshinai had given Fi a very interesting and new experience. The two of them smiled at each other, when a similar image suddenly appeared in Yeshinai's mind. Fi's smile was just as joyful when he helped her solve a difficult problem. "Wow, you're amazing, master. I understood the steps you showed me earlier." After a long silence, the atmosphere became awkward. Fi coughed lightly and made an excuse to return to her room. It's getting late, so I'll go to bed first. See you tomorrow. You couldn't blame her for this. How could anyone not be embarrassed when Yeshinai suddenly went quiet and just stared at her like that? Being too handsome makes it easy for others to fall for you, okay? Heaven knows what a difficult internal struggle Fi was having. The more she thought about it, the more she wanted to run for her life. Stop. There are 3 great illusions in life, and the number one is the thought he likes me. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day of the trip. Someone as dedicated to her studies as Fi had prepared her notebooks, even while on vacation, ready to study anytime, anywhere. Like right now, she was strolling through the garden, holding a book and reciting lines of poetry, contemplating their deep philosophies. As Fi was walking, she was startled to find Lu Fong and Yeshinai also passing by. She inwardly cried out, "Oh no." She hadn't finished thinking about what Lu Fong had mentioned. Her revolutionary friendship with Yeshinai couldn't be tainted by her love life either. Therefore, of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. She decided she had to get away from them first. So Fi quickly used her book to cover her face, turning to avoid the 2 boys' line of sight. But how could Fi's escape speed match Lu Fong's sharp eyes? At that time, Li Siki resentfully said, "Aren't you afraid of spraining your neck?" Ha, damn it, that's hilarious. Lu Fong was laughing and talking with Yeshinai when he suddenly stopped. It was as if he had a superpower to detect Fi's presence. In a flash, he had caught her. Lu Fong grabbed Fi's hand and pulled her back. "What are you running for?" The sudden touch made Fi instinctively jump and shake off Lu Fong's hand. "Lu Fong, what do you think you're doing?" Despite being scolded, Lu Fong still looked innocent and shrugged. "I really didn't mean it." At this point, Fi couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore, but I'm going to have breakfast first. But we all know someone as thick-skinned as Lu Fong wouldn't let Fi leave so easily. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. What a coincidence. We're also going to have breakfast. So in the end, the 3 of them went to the dining hall together. The morning was a peak hour, so the dining hall was very crowded. The 3 of them, 2 boys and 1 girl, walked in. The good looks of Lu Fong and Yeshinai, in particular, attracted the attention of the young girls. Wow, so tall and handsome. are these two actors. Lily, hurry up and make a move. If you miss out on this level of handsomeness today, you'll regret it for a whole year. If they had any intention of getting food for Fi, the girl's dreams were shattered. Huh? As expected, a handsome guy like this must already have a girlfriend. After getting her food, Fi was about to go back to her seat when she realized her beloved book was gone. Oh no. There's so many places. I forgot where I left my book. Meanwhile, the young girls were still gossiping about her. This big sister is so lucky. Not to mention she's as beautiful as a celebrity, but she also has two handsome guys like that by her side. Even for just one day, I want to use that face to experience what life is like. These people sure know how to dream. Their dream is my dream too. Just when she thought the literature book was forgotten, Nieshinai very calmly identified its exact location. The third table in the first row to the east of the entrance. As expected of the study goddaddy, whatever he says is spot on. Sure enough, Fi's book was sitting right there, exactly as he said. This time, Nieshinai had once again left Fi in awe. Sigo and Fi's group of sisters finally arrived at the dining hall. As expected, as soon as this group appeared, the atmosphere livened up. Hey, Brother Fong, you were up until midnight last night, and you're still up so early today. Fi, today's the last day. We definitely have to go to the scenic spots to take pictures. After breakfast, the group began their day of fun and exploration. Fi's group of sisters was the most excited. Wow, it looks like the ancient city is over there. Fi, let's go together. I want to go down to take a picture from a low angle. Unlike her sisters, Fi wanted to linger at the city god temple. I'll go over here first. Seeing Fi's interest in this place, the group decided to follow her in for a look. The city god temple is a temple for worshiping the city god. Everyone, the one being worshipped in the center, is the city god. He is one of the important deities worshipped in ancient folk religion. Most heroes who have contributed to the people serve as folk gods and Taoist deities guarding the city. On the left and right are Heibai Wuchang, also known as the 7th and 8th Lords. Hearing the tour guide mention this, the name 7th Lord seemed to make Fi ponder something. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and prayed, if the 7th Lord truly gave me a chance in this life, then why do you want me to complete this seemingly impossible mission? I hope you can, in consideration of the huge amount of money I donated and my enthusiasm for helping people in my past life. Bless me with smooth sailing in my exams in this life. At this moment, Nieshinai had walked up beside Fi without her noticing. When she opened her eyes, she saw him. You want to pray too? Nieshinai seemed to have no interest in spiritual matters. He said flatly, no need. Praying to gods and Buddhas is, in fact, praying to oneself. If the mind is not at peace, how can worries be lessened? If there is no compassion, how can wisdom increase? If there are no good thoughts, where does joy come from? It was rare for Nieshinai to share his views, and unexpectedly, he had such thought-provoking philosophies. Finally, Nieshinai concluded with a profound sentence. Compared to praying to gods and Buddhas, it's better to rely on your own efforts. These worries of Nieshinai lingered in Fi's mind for a long time. It wasn't until she was on the plane back that she resolutely told herself that I will work hard. It's just Tsinghua, isn't it? I will definitely make it. After her outstanding performance at the festival that day, Fi became famous throughout the school. Her fans grew in number. Some people couldn't even resist running to the international class to find her. International class January 5th, 29 is here. See her? See her? It's the one holding a pen and writing by the window. It must be said that this group of people was truly shameless. To see their idol, they had thrown all dignity away. They weren't even embarrassed to press their faces against the classroom window to peek, too busy marveling at Fi. This level of beauty is truly a miracle of humanity. Oh my God, I thought the picture hung at the party was real. Turns out it's not even half as beautiful as she is in person. As expected of a new school belle of Mingda High. But the person in question was struggling with a math problem in front of her. She bit her pen, thinking hard but still unable to find the answer. How do I find the sign of the angle between the line PP and the plane PCD? When in doubt, find the study goddaddy. This was something Nieshinai himself had said before. So, Fi quickly stood up, deciding to ask Nieshinai for help. There's still more than 10 minutes left in this period. It should still be enough time. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got to the classroom door, she was blocked by a crowd. Senior Fi, the song you sang at the Lunar New Year party was really amazing. Senior, do Do you have a boyfriend? Senior Fi, I saw you in the city newspaper. The education style section used the picture of you singing. Faced with this situation, Fi, who was once a movie queen, didn't panic at all. She had encountered such things as often as she ate in her past life, so she was used to it. At this moment, Fi was very calm and activated her professional celebrity mode. Thank you, everyone. Let's not talk about this now. Everyone should prioritize their studies, right? I'll go take a look later. At this moment, Lu Fong suddenly appeared. Seeing the noisy crowd in front of the classroom, he shouted in a loud voice, "What are you doing blocking the doorway all day? Move aside." As expected, Lu Fong's presence had a huge impact. The crowd immediately turned to look at him. Although this senior was handsome, he was too fierce, so no one dared to talk back or approach him. Fi also took this opportunity to quickly slip away. Thanks to him, she avoided a lot of trouble. Finally, Fi's fan club dispersed. Lu Fong returned to the classroom. He sat at his desk, lost in thought, unable to help but remember the image of the old Fi who used to cling to him. This is today's breakfast. You always oversleep and skip breakfast. Even if you don't like milk, you can't just throw it in the trash, okay? Back then, although Fi's appearance was somewhat tacky and unsightly, her feelings for Lu Fong were real. She was both caring and worried, even preparing breakfast for him. Yet he didn't even pay attention to her. Is it too late for regrets now? Fi had no idea what Lu Fong was reminiscing about. At this moment, she was standing in front of Nieshinya's classroom, holding her phone to send him a signal. Nieshinai, who was reading a book, heard the phone notification and picked it up to look. Seeing that it was a message from Fi, Nieshinai replied immediately without hesitation. What a dedicated tutor. Shumei was also in the classroom today, so all his suspicious actions were noticed by her. It was undeniable that Shumei's intuition was very sharp. She had a feeling that for the past month, whenever Nieshinai received that special message tone, he would look outside. Could it be that Nieshinai was secretly in a relationship? Fi and Nieshinya's meeting spot was still the rooftop. The two sat on the steps. Nieshinai seriously explained the problem, while Fi listened attentively. Based on the problem statement, BD equals -0 plus. CD equals 200. BB equals 2, -2. Let N equal 10. Y equals 10. Z is the normal vector of E. Oh, right. So you can set Z to 1, getting N equals 0, 1/1. Don't blame me for reading this stuff. You all should listen. You'll encounter it again later. And so, just with Nieshinya's hints, Fi was able to find the solution. From that, we get cos PB in, so the sign of the angle formed is square root 6/3. It was clear she had improved a lot. She looked at Nieshinai gleefully, as if wanting to show off her achievement. I S it like this? Even Nieshinai was in a good mood today, nodding and praising her a few times. Correct. After studying so much, you've made obvious progress. Being praised by the study god daddy. Fi's mood lifted. Wow, it's rare to hear a compliment from you. Actually, the more I study, the more I feel I need to learn. My basic knowledge is quite lacking. That's right. You've progressed from having a disabled brain to being a half-wit. If you improve more, you could be a normal person. What else could we expect from a cold and dry person like Nieshinai? The previous sentences were a bit of a compliment, but the next one seemed to want to drag her down. Fi, having to endure Nieshinya's thoughtlessness, couldn't help but feel indignant that can't you just compliment me normally? They didn't know that their meeting had been witnessed entirely by Chumei. Her face turned pale, and from this, a huge misunderstanding was formed. Dongfang Fi, how could she? Time passed again. It was a clear afternoon like any other day. Fi was taking a walk while planning her study schedule for the day. My task after school is to review geography, then 5 pages of English reading comprehension. Halfway through her thoughts, it seemed too stressful, so Fi chose to temporarily put her studies aside. Forget it, I'll go buy a bottle of water first. I'm so thirsty. Suddenly, what caught Fi's eye was Lu Fong and Zhou Jiasu in an extremely ambiguous position. Oh crap. Isn't this the famous scene that was posted on the forum in my past life? To think I'd catch this scene in this life. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fi's mind. Although it was a matter from her past life, the heart-wrenching sorrow had followed her for a long time and had even led her life astray in her past life. Today, she decided she had to let him have it. So, Fi rolled up her sleeves, ready to give the scumbag a piece of her mind. Unexpectedly, just as she shouted Lu Fang's name, before the curses could even leave her mouth, the two of them turned to look at her, and Lu Fang's expression was extremely innocent. Oh, Fi. But Zhou Jiasu, standing next to him, looked terrible. One of her eyes was even swollen and bruised. Lu Fang, why did you use so much force when you passed the ball? I was just passing by here. Someone else passed the ball to me. Who knew you'd suddenly pop out of nowhere? Is my eye all swollen? Lu Fang and Zhou Jiasu just argued in front of Fi like that. It seemed she had realized something. Could it be that it was all a misunderstanding? Then who took that cheating picture? Can you guess? I'm so impressed. At this moment, Chume appeared out of nowhere and ran towards the three of them. The school's infirmary is already closed for the day. I could only buy a bottle of medicinal wine from the pharmacy at the school gate. Chume looked at the bruise around Zhou Jiasu's eye and said worriedly, Jiasu, apply the medicine first. If it hurts too much, let's go to the hospital to get it checked. Although Chume tried to reassure her, Zhou Jiasu was still very upset. Can this medicinal wine be applied around the eye? Is it going to turn into a big blue and purple patch? No way. I have to look in the mirror. This time, Lu Fang had really made a mistake. Girls hate getting hurt on their faces the most. And what's more, Zhou Jiasu was a school belle. Her face was as important as her heart. Zhou Jiasu looked at herself in the mirror. The wound on her eye was particularly prominent, making her mood even worse. Boo-hoo-hoo. Who is this? My head is swollen like a pig's head. And so, the good impression Zhou Jiasu had of Lu Fang was now completely gone. She looked indignantly at Lu Fang's innocent face, feeling extremely wronged, and finally could only run away crying, covering her face. This is too much. Lu Fang was momentarily at a loss. At this moment, in his eyes, girls were truly incomprehensible. Hey, where are you running? Don't you want to go to the hospital to get it checked? Chume couldn't just leave Zhou Jiasu alone, so she quickly chased after her. Now, only Fi and Lu Fang were left. Witnessing what had just happened made all her anger evaporate. The misunderstanding was cleared up. It turned out that the photo was taken a second before a disaster like this. After understanding everything, Fi was also left speechless, not knowing what to do. So, before Lu Fang could say anything more to her, Fi decided that of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. She had to escape this awkward atmosphere right away. Haha, I was just passing by. That's right, just simply passing by. Sorry to bother you. Seeing Fi's appearance, as if she were running for her life, made Lu Fang let out a helpless chuckle. He stayed behind and picked up the basketball. Suddenly, the image of the rebellious Fei from the past appeared before Lu Fang's eyes. Back then, she only had eyes for him. Whenever Lu Fang played basketball here, she was always present. When he scored a basket, amidst the cheers of the female students, Fei always stood out the most. She even invested in a banner with words of encouragement for him. Yet, back then, Lu Fang deliberately ignored Fei. He didn't bother keeping his distance from other female students. On the contrary, he would smile and accept their drinks, completely sidelining Fei. He was used to hearing praises from the girls. Every time after playing basketball, he would ignore Fei and go to the other female students. He casually accepted their attention. Whether he unintentionally or intentionally hurt Fei, perhaps Lu Fang thought back then that Fei would never change, that she would always love him like that, so he didn't cherish her. That's why people say you don't know what you've got till it's gone. This Lu Fang guy was never worthy of Fei's affection from the very beginning. That night, Lu Fang and his underlings gathered at a karaoke bar to drink away their sorrows. Lu Fang sat alone on the sofa while his underlings took turns singing. I've walked through stormy days, chasing arrogant dreams, through many lifetimes my foot. Can you just sing one note in tune? The scene before him was noisy and lively, but his heart was gloomy. The lyrics seemed to speak of Lu Fang's inner thoughts. He sat there silently, drinking one glass after another. His underlings, however, were still casually laughing and joking with each other. Haha, damn, he's back, truly back on track. This guy said he'd be here soon, and he's calling some girls for us too. The super special kind. For real, today he's my brother, my blood brother. Special? Like the kind an innocent young boy like me can't handle. Such good underlings. Our big bro is sad over a girl, and here I am, blushing and daydreaming about girls. Just then, the person everyone was waiting for arrived, carrying a bag of food, cursing out habit. Damn it, this place is so hard to find. Seeing this guy arrive alone, the group waiting for the sight of beautiful girls was extremely disappointed. Why is it just you? Where are the girls? It turned out to be just a pun, because na dao is a homophone for dao vit in Chinese. This misunderstanding occurred, and the instigator, while munching on the food he just bought, casually said, "Duck heads are right here. There are also duck wings and duck tongues, extra spicy, with lots of extra chili. Realizing he'd been tricked, the black-haired underling got so angry he cursed. Damn you, you old man. These words hit a nerve about his family. Soon, the two were fighting like cats and dogs. Damn, you'd even lay a hand on my grandfather. The bald underling watched his brothers fight, not only not intervening, but bursting out laughing. Ha ha ha, Brother Fong, this isn't our business anyway. Lu Fong didn't react. He's so introverted today, it's making me uncomfortable. His attention was completely focused on his phone screen. Fei Fei's formal messages made Lu Fong's mood even worse. Not only did she insist on returning the travel expenses to Lu Fong, but she also rejected his previous offer. This was clearly a resolute decision to break up with Lu Fong for good. Seeing Lu Fong like this, even his underlings couldn't bear to watch. The black-haired underling put his arm around Lu Fong's shoulder and said comfortingly, I remember when you first got with Dongfang Fei Fei, you said that coming here from City B was very boring, so you just casually got into a relationship to spice things up a bit. Matters of the heart can't be forced. I don't know how to advise you either. But most people who date in high school break up upon graduation. No couple makes it to the end. Lu Fong listened while pouring a drink. Seeing this, the underling also poured himself a glass and continued, Dongfang Fei Fei's current goal doesn't seem to be studying abroad either. Instead of letting the pain drag on, it's better for you to make a clean break. Having his underling comfort him like this made Lu Fong feel awkward. He clinked glasses with his underling and said sarcastically, what damn words are these? She used to chase me every day. Now she suddenly wants to break up like this. It's not that I'm upset. At most, I'm just having a little trouble adjusting. Whatever Big Bro says goes. All right, no more talking. Bottoms up. Let's put relationship matters aside for now. Suddenly, the underling asked Lu Fong, yesterday your dad asked me on WeChat, are you going back to City B for the new year this year? It seemed Lu Fong's relationship with his family wasn't very good. He just tilted his head back and downed a full glass of alcohol, saying with extreme reluctance, go back my ass, that old man actually learned this tactic. That night, Lu Fong drank until he was dead drunk and had to be helped home by his underlings. Among the 4 dogs, only one was still sober. The rest were not much different from Lu Fong, staggering as if they were about to fall over. The black-haired underling, while supporting Lu Fong, turned to the other 3 and said, you guys go to the end of the street up ahead and catch a cab first. I'll take him home. Lu Fong leaned against a utility pole, dry heaving. It seemed he had never been this drunk before. On that same street, Fei Fei, having just finished studying, was hugging her books and running home. She always seemed so studious lately. It's already this late. I have to get home quickly. Lu Fong's underlings saw Fei Fei. Hey, isn't that sister-in-law? Shut your mouth. Everyone knows that the name Fei Fei has a huge impact on Lu Fong right now. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, she's not sister-in-law anymore. Seeing Fei Fei so happy and radiant, he couldn't bring himself to bother her anymore. This good, diligent student look suits her. Fei Fei had no idea what kind of mood Lu Fong was in that night. The next morning, she went to school as usual, listening attentively to the lecture as always. During the break, Fei Fei's group of girlfriends gathered, and only then did they talk about Lu Fong. Fei Fei, Tai Di said you, and Lu Fong broke up? To this question, Fei Fei just casually hummed in agreement. Indeed, Lu Fong no longer had anything to do with her. Her girlfriends actually felt a little regretful. Although we could guess your outcome, I still feel a bit surprised. Lu Fong didn't come to class today either. Fei Fei and her girlfriends silently looked at the empty desk. Without Lu Fong today, it was naturally much less lively. At this moment, Lu Fong was still sleeping at home. The incessant sound of phone notifications woke him up. Having his sleep disturbed made Lu Fong so annoyed he cursed. Fuck, who is this? Even so, he still picked it up to check the message. It was an anonymous message, and the content was actually related to Fei Fei. I have something to tell you about Dongfang Fei Fei. If you don't agree, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lu Fong knew at a glance that this must be a newly created QQ account. What bored bastard is this? But Lu Fong didn't ignore it and replied, who is this? What shady game are you playing? Unexpectedly, the next second, the anonymous account sent Lu Fong a picture of Fei Fei and Yashinai together. It's unknown who secretly took this photo or when, but that person definitely wanted to frame Fei Fei, making Lu Fong's impression of her become worse. Sure enough, that night, Fei Fei had just finished showering. She was drying her hair while listening to the pitter-patter of rain outside the window. That it's winter and it's still raining this heavily. I used an umbrella and still got soaked. Suddenly, a message from Lu Fong arrived. The message roughly said that he was currently downstairs from her house and had some things he wanted to make clear. If she didn't come down in 3 minutes, he would shout. Outpoint one look, and you could tell something was wrong. Fei Fei couldn't help but sigh. Didn't I already make it clear to him on WeChat? He's like this just because my attitude suddenly changed and he couldn't adapt, right? Fei Fei glanced at a corner of her desk. There sat a jar of paper stars, almost half full. In the end, she still decided to take an umbrella and go meet Lu Fong, bringing the jar of paper stars with her. Outside, it was still pouring rain. Lu Fong stood right next to a streetlight, letting himself get soaked. He didn't even bother to shield himself from the rain. Fei Fei ran over to Lu Fong, kindly holding out the umbrella for him. But it's raining so hard. Why aren't you using an umbrella? Thunder crashed. Not only did Lu Fong not accept Fei Fei's kind gesture, he even knocked her umbrella aside. Now that's great. Both of them were getting wet together. Lu Fong said agitatedly, "An umbrella? I wish it would hail right now to clear my head a bit. Every semester you avoid me. Every day you say you're busy studying. I believed you, so what's the deal?" As he spoke, he held out his phone screen, displaying the picture he received from the anonymous account, forcing Fei Fei to give him a proper answer. Fei Fei frowned when she saw the picture. "Oh, you came looking for me because of this? I thought at least you would." Actually, it wasn't a big deal that Lu Fong saw this. But Fei Fei decided to use this opportunity to confront him face to face. It was better to end things cleanly. That if it's because of this, then I'll tell you seriously, I didn't. During the time I was with you, Nyeshin and I had nothing going on besides studying. I can say that with a clear conscience. Saying this, Fei Fei felt wronged. She finally voiced all the grievances from her past life. "You only saw me talking to Nyeshin and you're already this upset. So in all the time I've known you, with all the girls surrounding you, have you ever thought about my feelings?" Having vented, Fei Fei felt a sense of relief. She smiled lightly, holding up the jar full of paper stars, and said to Lu Fong, "I used to like you a lot. A whole lot. But when it comes to love, I'm just a fool. It's because I took love too seriously. It made it hard for me to breathe while you were indiscriminately interacting with other girls, making me sensitive and insecure. Or maybe, no matter which lifetime, I'm always a person who loves and hates clearly. If I like someone, I like them with all my heart, unable to distinguish between true and false faces. That's why I got so battered and bruised being with you." Fei Fei's smile was gentle, but in Lu Fong's eyes, that smile became dazzlingly harsh. He clenched his fists. The more Fei Fei spoke, the more ashamed he felt. Finally, Lu Fong couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, cutting Fei Fei off. "Shut up, don't say anymore." But Fei Fei didn't stop. She handed the jar of paper stars to Lu Fong and said, "Lu Fong, these are the paper stars I folded over 200 days. Each star is something I like about you. I think it's better to give them to you. A good love makes both people better, although I don't like you anymore now." Lu Fong stubbornly denied what Fei Fei had just said. He hugged her, trying to hold on. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, Fei Fei. I'm sorry." It was too late for regrets now. Fei Fei truly no longer had any feelings for Lu Fong. No matter how many times he told her to shut up, Fei Fei continued to speak her mind. She encouraged Lu Fong, "But I hope you'll become better. Lu Fong, stop messing around. Think about your future." Knowing he couldn't convince Fei Fei anymore even made Lu Fong more agitated. He pushed her away, knocking the glass jar of paper stars, causing it to fall to the ground and break in two. "Stop lecturing me. Who do you think you are?" The argument ended there. Lu Fong turned and walked away. Fei Fei silently watched his retreating back. In her past life, she might have wrongly blamed Lu Fong, but the current her no longer had the same feelings nor the right to think about these things. Fei Fei picked up the umbrella that had rolled onto the ground and walked in the opposite direction back home. Once love is gone, there's no way to hold on to the other person. Lu Fong knew this, but remained stubborn. In the end, he was the one who couldn't let go. After Fei Fei was out of sight, Lu Fong returned to the same spot. He bent down to pick up the scattered paper stars from the ground. "These must be evidence of my crimes, right? Accusing me of not treating you well in the past." Lu Fong picked up a star and unfolded it. Contrary to his thoughts, it wasn't a list of accusations at all. Fei Fei wasn't lying. What she wrote on the paper stars were all things she liked about Lu Fong, or rather, used to like. June 23rd, went shopping with Fong Fong. He got swarmed by younger girls again, but he actually bought me the dress I was eyeing. One of the tricks to liking someone is being very good at seeing perfection in countless imperfections. It's unknown what happened to Lu Fong after that, only that for the past 3 days, he hadn't come to school at all. Even her girlfriends couldn't help but discuss him that something's not right. Brother Fong hasn't been to class for for 3 days. He used to skip class, but he always did it with style. I heard from the 4 dogs that Brother Fong's family is in City B. He wanted to come here to study on his own. Could he have transferred back there? It's the end of the term now. He should at least wait until the semester is over before leaving. But they didn't worry about Lu Fong for long before facing their own disaster. The math teacher walked into the classroom with bad news. The PE teacher is sick. We'll have math this period. It could be said that math was a nightmare. The girlfriends groaned in despair as soon as they heard the announcement. They were no longer in the mood to care about Lu Fong's absence. Oh my God, for a PE teacher, his health is so bad. He's been sick 8 times this semester. After school, it was raining again. Fei Fei and Nie Shinai share an umbrella on their way home. Nie Shinai discussed today's lesson with Fei Fei as they walked. How should we strengthen and cultivate our national spirit? After waiting a moment without a reply from Fei Fei, Nie Shinai looked over, puzzled. Only then did Fei Fei seem to snap out of it, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was a bit distracted. Could you say that again? It was unclear why Fei Fei was so absent-minded today, but her attention was caught by a red mark on Nie Shinai's right cheek. Hey, big shot. Did you get into another fight? Why is your face all bruised? Nie Shinai avoided Fei Fei's gaze, only saying that he fell, but only a ghost would believe him. I wonder who caused it, can you guess? Putting aside Nie Shinai's injury, the two returned to talking about academics. Nie Shinai's 3 months of tutoring had finally come to an end. It was rare for him to praise Fei Fei's abilities as he did today. Dongfang Fei Fei, 3 months are up. You can now be considered caught up with the curriculum. You can study on your own in the self-study class in the evenings. Fei Fei was also very grateful to Nie Shinai. Yeah, it's been tough on you these past few months. I bothered you every night. Although they might not see each other as often in the future, Fei Fei still wanted to ask for Nie Shinai's help. So, if there's something I don't understand, can I still ask? You. Of course you can. You can ask me directly in class. Fei Fei's seriousness and effort over the past period had changed Nie Shinai's opinion of her. For those eager to learn, he would not refuse to help them. After a solid week of rain, the students of Mingda High finally saw the sun. Today was also the day Lu Fong returned to school. After being absent for a whole week, who knows what he did to his appearance, but everyone who saw him in the hallway looked utterly astonished. Holy crap, isn't that Brother Fong? Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? That's awesome, Brother Fong. Ha ha ha. After the other students, it was the 4 dogs' turn to be just as surprised. Oh damn, Brother Fong. What did you do? Why did you lose your mind like this? You skipped school for a week just to do this. You monkey. Only now could we get a clear look at Lu Fong's change. This guy actually dared to dye his hair a striking grassy green. Coincidentally, Lu Fong also had a red mark on one of his cheeks, as if he had just fought with someone. Other than the standout hair, Lu Fong was still Lu Fong. He showed his annoyance and coldly said to his underlings, "If you shut your traps now, you can still die a dignified death." The 4 dogs couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Even Fei Fei was startled by the dazzling green color that Lu Fong, what are you doing? In this situation, his underlings really couldn't sympathize. Sorry, Brother Fong. It's not that I want to laugh at you. I really can't help it. Nice one. Pretty bold. Lu Fong ignored the jokes from his underlings. He seemed very pleased with his hairstyle. He walked to Fei Fei's desk and looked at her, saying seriously, I won't give up. At worst, I'll just court you all over again. Will the shameless Lu Fong be able to win Fei Fei back again? In a flash, it was the day of Mingda High's final exams. Fei Fei went to bed early last night. Waking up this morning, she stretched, full of energy to start a new day. First, she cleaned up. Nie Shinai's instructions were still echoing in her head. Don't do practice problems before the exam. Avoid creating too much pressure. On the second day of review, you must go over the questions you got wrong. Copy the core formulas and theorems for math again. Fei Fei had followed everything he said. Finally, today had arrived. This was the day that would decide whether Fei Fei's life would blossom or her life would fall into a dead end. After getting changed, Fei Fei even confidently declared, praying to Buddha is useless. Chanting in the exam room is too. A stable mindset, a regular schedule of study and rest, and a scientific review method are the key points. No sooner had she said that than she immediately contradicted herself. The picture of Nie Shinai was still hanging in her room. Fei Fei didn't pray to gods or Buddha. She only prayed to the study god daddy. Thank you, study god daddy. Please bless me with a smooth exam. After a whole morning of testing, this ordeal could finally end. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. The proctor on the podium announced for students to quickly place their exams on their desks and remain seated. Even at the last minute, some stubborn kid had to be reminded by the proctor before giving up. You there, stop looking around. And you too, put your pen down, no more writing. After the proctor collected all the exams. Si-Chi rushed over to check on Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei, how did you do? You've been working so hard on practice problems these past few months. All the teachers say you've improved very quickly. I don't think it went well. Except for English, which was okay, I'm not sure about the other subjects. Although she had reviewed thoroughly, facing the real exam, plus the pressure of the exam room, still made our female lead perform below her expectations. Si-Chi put her hand on Fei-Fei's shoulder to encourage her. It's okay. Look at your expression now. It's like you're about to die. Studying isn't something that happens overnight. You should try to think more positively. Encouraged by her best friend, Fei-Fei also had to comfort herself that it's only been one semester. There's still half a year left. Even so, Fei-Fei was still worried about her exam. She was anxious to go check the answers. She wasn't in the mood to talk about getting food with her friend either. Watching Fei-Fei's retreating back, the girlfriend suddenly felt sorry for Lu Fong. Fei-Fei going to the advanced class to find Qin Shi again? Why do I feel so bad for Brother Fong? She's probably not going to find Qin Shi. Fei-Fei's mood was already bad, and to make matters worse, she ran into Sun Cheng's group in front of the advanced classroom. Well, isn't it Dongfang, Fei-Fei? Here to catch a fish in the advanced class again. Fei-Fei already disliked Sun Cheng. Hearing him mock her, she didn't hold back and made her attitude cleared. I don't see any fish, but I do see a loach right in front of me. Sun Cheng became angry from embarrassment. His friends had to step in to prevent Fei-Fei from getting into a heap of trouble. All right. Why be so fierce with such a great beauty? Be careful, or her fanboys and fangirls will beat you to death. More like get beaten to death by Brother Fong. Fei-Fei ignored Sun Cheng's group. Anyway, her purpose for coming here wasn't to cause trouble. But upon entering the rocket class, Fei-Fei couldn't find Yeshinai. She asked Qin Shi and found out he had been called to the teacher's office. Today, Qin Shi was actually kind enough to want to help Fei-Fei. If you want to ask about the problems, you can ask me. Qin Shi's offer made Fei-Fei remember. Without Yeshinai, it wasn't like she was out of options. How could she forget that this guy was the second ranked in the entire grade? So, Fei-Fei, as if she had struck gold, pulled up a chair and laid out her notebooks, waiting for Qin Shi's guidance. Qin Shi was also very dedicated to helping his classmate. He picked up a pen and began to analyze her work. Actually, this question on your final math exam is a bit difficult. The steps you wrote here would probably get you about 7 points. First, you can assume an isosceles triangle ABC like this. Fei-Fei was listening intently to the second-ranked student's explanation when the top-ranked student returned. Qin Shi was cut off mid-explanation. Yeshinai didn't wait for Qin Shi to finish explaining to Fei-Fei and directly picked up a pen, walked over, and said, "Your solution is too cumbersome. Based on the problem, you can do it like this." Qin Shi felt that Yeshinya's solution was the one that was unsuitable. Your solution is fast, but she's in a regular class. Her foundation isn't solid, so she won't understand. From here began the endless debate between the top students, which ordinary people like us and Fei-Fei couldn't get a word in. We could only sit on the side and silently shed tears. And if you wanted to intervene, you'd end up like Fei-Fei, getting shot down the moment you open your mouth. The students in the class had also noticed what was happening over here. So intense. This is the first time I've seen these two willing to explain problems to a girl. I heard Dongfang Fei-Fei already has Lu Fong. I really can't understand it. Lu Fong's family is so rich. These three couldn't earn that much even if they studied for 3 lifetimes. Well, with Yeshinai, you can't be so sure. Today's incident was truly an eye-opener for the rocket class. 2 top-tier academic aces were fighting to tutor a female student from the regular class. This news was hot, guaranteed. Fei-Fei just wanted to come here to check her answers. So why did things turn out like this? In the end, she decided that as long as she got the right answer, it was fine. The trio of 2 guys and 1 girl didn't notice Chu Mei's envious expression. She bit her nails in jealousy until they nearly bled. It seems Chu Mei is about to pull some trick on Fei-Fei again. That night, Yeshinai and Fei-Fei walked home together again. After all, finishing exams brings a great sense of relief. Fei-Fei had regained her spirits, no longer worried and gloomy like in the morning. Now, she switched to discussing the upcoming vacation. Hey, the exams are over anyway, and the break starts tomorrow. Do you have any plans for this vacation? I have to go back to City B. Please take care of Schrodinger for me these few days. Being entrusted with the important task of looking after the adorable cat, Fei-Fei agreed without hesitation. I'd be very happy to. After a moment of happiness, Fei-Fei sighed in frustration again. Sigh. Even though I only checked the answer to 1 math problem, it's so depressing. Let's wait for the scores to come out. Your level isn't so bad that it's beyond saving. This time, Nishinai had really improved in comforting others. But he still needs to try a lot harder because Fei Fei didn't feel any better at all. In fact, she felt even sadder. After some back and forth, Fei Fei arrived home. Just as she was waving to say goodbye to Nishinai, her mother appeared at the door, calling her name. Fei Fei didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Her mother's expression looked quite bad. Behind her was Aunt Mai. I bet she had a hand in Fei Fei and Nishinai's matter. Next chapter preview. Nishinai walks Fei Fei home. Fei Fei's mother finds out and is waiting at the door. The truth will always find a way out, but Fei Fei never expected it to come at such an unexpected moment. Fei Fei's mother stood with her arms crossed and began to question her daughter. I don't want to interfere. Tell me yourself, what is this all about? Is he the reason you haven't been going to evening self-study sessions this semester? At this point, Fei Fei could only admit it, but just as she was about to explain, her mother cut her off. Right now, your main task is to study. It's not that I want to control you, but if you and he get into a premature relationship, your academic performance will eventually decline. It seemed the misunderstanding was getting deeper. Fei Fei's mother was very displeased with her daughter being with another male student. This was also the longest lecture she had ever given. Without good grades, how can you guarantee your financial security in the future? You need to think carefully about whether what I'm saying is right. Don't just think about eternal love right now. You have to plan for the future. At this moment, Fei Fei knew she couldn't say anything more. For now, she had to get Nishinai to leave. She whispered to Nishinai, telling him to go home first, but with the cat out of the bag. How could Fei Fei's mother let Nishinai go? Stop. What are you two whispering about? Are you treating my words like the wind blowing past your ears? This young man, what's your name? Where do you live? Oh no, it was Nishinai's turn to be interrogated. Fei Fei, standing by his side, was worried for him, eager to speak up in his defense. Mom, he's not. But before she could say more, her mother cut her off again. You be quiet. Can't he speak for himself? Finally, Nishinai could no longer stand by silently. He spoke up and introduced himself. Auntie, I'm Nishinai. What no one expected was that as soon as Fei Fei's mother heard this name, her attitude changed 180 degrees. What did you say? Nishinai. And so, her anger turned into joyful relief, and she became extremely welcoming towards Nishinai. So you're Nishinai. Oh, no wonder you look so familiar. When I went to the parent-teacher meetings for Fei Fei, I always heard your name on the honor roll. You're always at the top, right? No wonder the teachers all said Fei Fei's performance wasn't bad this semester. So it was you who was teaching her. Who wouldn't be happy to hear about the top student, let alone witness and meet him in person? Fei Fei's mother was beyond excited, quickly pulling Nishinai into the house. You just finished your exams today, right? Stay and have dinner at my place. I've made a lot of delicious dishes. Fei Fei had just witnessed this drastic reversal from her mother. Even she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. At the dinner table, Fei Fei's mother treated Nishinai like her own son, constantly putting food on his plate. Here, eat more. So you've been tutoring Fei Fei this whole semester. It must have been really hard on you. My blockhead Fei Fei has never been interested in studying. Teaching her must have been exhausting. Fei Fei, sitting beside them, began to doubt her life. Who puts down their own daughter like her mother does? Nishinai also politely responded to Fei Fei's mother's enthusiasm. Thank you, Annie. She studies very hard and has improved a lot. At this point, Annie Mai had no role to play and could only find an excuse to leave. I'll go see why Chume hasn't come down for dinner yet. Go on, go on. That child Chume, she should also pay attention to her health while focusing on her studies. Here, Shen Shun, have some more of this fish. Oh, I really envy your parents. It would be so nice if I had a son as handsome and smart as you. It was clear that Fei Fei's mother was in an excellent mood, constantly showering Nishinai with praise. Even the way she addressed him had become intimate at some point. This time, it was Fei Fei's turn to speak up and protest. Then you could just give up on that dream. Our family doesn't have that gene. Our family's gene mutated by the time it got to me. Is this something a biological mother says to her daughter? That's so hurtful. Fei Fei was so upset, she had to order bubble tea to calm down. I'm definitely not your biological daughter. Sob, life is so hard. Let's order bubble tea. Sir, what's the delivery number for the shop on Xin Yuan Road? Just when Fei Fei was at a loss, Nishinai once again showed us his divine memory skills. He recited the shop's phone number fluently without a second thought. Fei Fei was utterly astonished. Huh, how do you even remember this phone number? After the meal, Fei Fei silently watched Nishinai carry the small cat upstairs. Thinking back, it seemed Nishinai's memory was on a terrifying level. For example, he could recite text from the book fluently. He even memorized extracurricular readings, not missing a single word. Before, she thought it was because his foundation was strong, or that he had memorized it in advance. Now, thinking back, it seemed he only needed to read something once to remember it all. I wish I had the superpower of a top student. But Fei couldn't stand there for long. She quickly caught up with Nieshinai. Halfway up the stairs, Nieshinai turned to ask her, "Are you sure you want to keep it on your bedroom balcony?" Last time I kept it on the first floor, it got injured for some reason. Anyway, I'll be home for the whole holiday. It's safer to keep it where I can see it. Mentioning this brought to mind Zhang Chumei's mischief. Nieshinai pushed open the door to the room. He tilted his head and mysteriously asked Fei, "Is that Zhang Chumei your relative?" "Oh no, she's the daughter of my family's nanny." Hearing Fei say this, Nieshinai put Schrödinger down on the floor while warning Fei to stay away from Zhang Chumei. At first, she didn't understand the whole story. It was Nieshinai who explained the whole story about the kitten to her. "She once brought it to me. She said she found it, and as for the injured paw, she said you did it." What Zhang Chumei didn't expect was that Nieshinya's house had a camera. Therefore, her lie didn't last long before being exposed by the kitten's actual owner. She must not have known where to hide from the shame. Only today did Fei learn about this. Initially, she thought that Chumei was just a bit greedy and stingy because of her poor family background. But if Nieshinai said so, it seemed her malice towards her ran very deep. In her past life, nothing went smoothly for her, and it was more or less related to her. At that time, Fei just felt that her ability was not enough, but thinking back now, it seemed the matter was not that simple. While Fei was still suspecting Chumei, her next disaster arrived. Nieshinai walked into Fei's room. He couldn't help but notice the altar with a still burning candle. "Oh no, don't look at that." By the time Fei shouted to stop him, it was too late. Even so, she stubbornly rushed forward to hide the evidence. Master, don't look at anything. My room is a mess. There's nothing worth seeing. Let's go downstairs." But Fei's sneaky actions couldn't escape Nieshinya's eyes. He leaned down, shortening the distance with Fei, which made her start to feel flustered. Then he suddenly reached out his hand. Fei instinctively closed her eyes. She thought Nieshinai was going to do something to her, but the next second, she saw that he had taken the photo displayed on the altar. Nieshinai looked thoughtfully at the person in the photo. Candles, offerings. Why didn't I know that I was already dead? He held the photo frame and placed it on the head of a blushing and guilty Fei. He began to question her. "Aren't you going to explain?" Faced with Nieshinya's interrogation, Fei could only admit it shyly. She snatched the photo frame from his hand, blushing as she explained this. "Everyone at school says you're the god of studying descended to earth, so I prayed to you before the exam. I was just messing around." Even though she said that, Fei was still extremely embarrassed. This humiliation was something she couldn't wash away even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Yet, not only did Nieshinai not scold Fei, he actually burst out laughing. It must be said that a handsome person looks even more handsome when they smile. Our Fei, who was covering her face with her hands, couldn't resist Nieshinya's charm. She peeked through her fingers and said with a fawning smile, "Master, you look really handsome when you smile. Young people should smile more. It's a waste of your good looks to wear that cold expression all day." This compliment from Fei had no effect on Nieshinai. He still hadn't let go of what just happened. "Compared to praying to my photo, you might as well pray to me directly." Since Nieshinai had said that, what else could Fei argue? She could only change the subject by urging him to leave. At this time, Annie Mai was standing in front of Chumei's room. She was worriedly calling for Chumei to come out for dinner, not understanding why she had locked herself in her room. At this moment, Chumei was lying under the covers on her bed, stubbornly ignoring Annie Mai, who was calling her name hoarsely from outside the door. It turned out that Chumei had just shot herself in the foot. The fact that Fei and Nieshinai were discovered together tonight must have come from her mouth. However, the outcome was not what she had hoped for, which dealt Chumei a heavy blow. She couldn't forget that feeling of humiliation. In the end, Nieshinai and Dongfang Fei were on the same level, people from the same world, and she was just the daughter of a nanny, a servant of the lowest class. The more Chumei thought about it, the more depressed she felt. Her inferiority complex had caused her to become more and more twisted. And so, without knowing when, the relationship between her and Fei had become so toxic. Chumei was obsessed with her family background. She felt that no matter how hard she tried, it was useless. Even if she studied until the early morning every day, even if she ranked in the top 20 of her grade, even if she worked diligently in the future, she could never sit at the same dinner table with them as an equal. This was her background. Having thought to this point, perhaps Chumei could no longer turn back. Let's get back to our male and female leads. At this moment, Fei had walked Nieshinai to the door. Before leaving, Niashinai turned back and joked with her, "Don't see me off any further, or I'll have to walk you back later." Fei Fei chuckled at that. Are you flying to City B the day after tomorrow? Then you'll be able to see your dad and mom. Speaking of which, you've been tutoring at my house for 3 months, but I've never met them. Indeed, Niashinya's family background had been a mystery from the very beginning, but it seemed Niashinai had no interest in discussing this matter. The conversation between the two ended there. He waved goodbye to Fei Fei and left. Just when you thought they were going their separate ways, not long after Niashinai left, Fei Fei chased after him, calling his name from a distance. One would think Fei Fei had something important to say, but it turned out she just wanted to send her wishes to Niashinai. Happy New Year. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Fei Fei's sweet smile couldn't help but lift Niashinya's spirits. Finally, he bid her farewell one more time with a Happy New Year. To know whether this new year would be a prosperous one, it all depended on Fei Fei's final exam results. It was all or nothing. Today, that fateful day had arrived. Fei Fei nervously opened her computer to check her scores, not even daring to look directly. Amiba, may Niashinai bless me. While chanting, she clicked to search for the results. The screen displaying the scores appeared. As soon as Fei Fei saw it, she couldn't hide her astonishment, and oh way. She actually ranked second in her class, and an incredible 113th in the entire grade. The result was far beyond her expectations. The months of arduous study were not in vain. Finally, Fei Fei could bring honor to her family for once. She rushed downstairs to show her mother immediately. Mom, I got second in my class and 113th in the social sciences track. This news was truly earth-shattering. Fei Fei's mother was moved to tears, hugging Fei Fei with immense pride. You're second in your class. My Fei Fei is so amazing. Just tell me what you want to buy for the new year. Right now, our female lead didn't want anything but to study. She just wanted to get into Tsinghua. Mom, I want to study hard to get even better results. In stark contrast to Fei Fei and her mother, Chumei's situation was not so good. Standing outside in the living room, one could hear Annie Mai's scolding coming from the room. Study, study, study. You say you're studying every day, but look at your final exam scores. Your head teacher even made a special call to me. It's so embarrassing. Along with the scolding came the sound of Chumei's crying. This loud argument made Fei Fei curious. Were Zhang Chumei's final exam scores really bad, Mom? According to Fei Fei's mother, Chumei's results weren't that bad. She ranked 29th in her class and 41st in the grade. But compared to before, it seemed to be a significant drop. No wonder Annie Mai was so angry this time. Regardless of other people's business, even though Fei Fei's results weren't what you'd call outstanding, her mother was still very satisfied. Annie Mai's expectations are too high. As long as you study seriously and try your best, that's enough. I'm already very happy with the results you've achieved today. Encouraged by her mother, Fei Fei was overjoyed. Mom, you're the best. Fei Fei's warm family was a stark contrast to Niashinya's current situation. At this moment, he was standing in front of a vending machine buying a drink. Suddenly, a motorcycle sped towards him from a distance. Just as the can of soda dropped, the person stopped their bike, slowly approaching Niashinai, who was drinking his soda. After reaching a certain distance, he took off his helmet. It was none other than Lu Feng, with his extremely prominent green hair. You're going back to City B tomorrow? Looking at Lu Feng's expression, you could tell trouble was brewing. I wonder what he wants with Niashinai. Niashinai didn't look surprised to see Lu Feng. He casually asked, "You're not going back?" By now, he had finished his drink. Niashinai threw the can into the trash with a basketball-like posture, a perfect shot. How impressive. Lu Feng said, "Now that I'm here, I'm not thinking about going back." Hearing this, Niashinai frowned. A thought flashed through his mind. You're not staying because of her, are you? That's right, the her Niashinai was referring to as someone we all know. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned. Suddenly, he became agitated and threw a punch at Niashinai. But the punch was easily blocked by him. Niashinai said coldly, "I've said it before, what I owed you, I've already paid back in full." Following Niashinya's words, we returned to a night a few days ago. It was a day of pouring rain. Lu Feng suddenly asked Niashinai to meet. As soon as they met, they started fighting. Lu Feng angrily charged forward, cursing as he punched Niashinai. "Niashinai, you damn bastard." Niashinai still didn't understand what was happening. "Damn it, Lu Feng, what are you crazy about?" "What am I crazy about?" "The hell? Then what did you do?" The more he spoke, the more furious Lu Feng became. He grabbed Niashinya's collar and growled, questioning him to AT the New Year's gala. The person she thanked on stage, "Was that you?" One punch after another, Lu Feng didn't miss a single one. "The person tutoring her behind my back. Was that You, first with his hands, then with his feet. Lu Feng kneed Nie Xinai in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. The one who wanted to overthrow me before we even broke up, was that you? Yet, Nie Xinai actually let him vent his anger. He clutched his bruised body and retorted to Lu Feng that I owe you this beating. I'll take it. But you know best how you became her boyfriend in the first place. In this past year, what did you treat her as? A joke to be played with, to be thrown away when you're done? These words from Nie Xinai made Lu Feng even more furious out of shame because he couldn't refute them. When you can't win an argument, you resort to fighting. They were brothers turning on each other over a girl. Even so, it's not for a bastard like you to interfere. The rain kept falling without stopping. By now, Nie Xinai and Lu Feng were soaked. The fight finally stopped, both of them injured. Nie Xinai said decisively, if it was just a sudden interest before, now I'm definitely going for it. Nie Xinai, are you sick? You say I used her and threw her away, but what about you? Can you go all the way with her? Lu Feng's taunts and sarcasm were completely useless against Nie Xinai. He turned his back and replied coldly, whether I can or not is for me to decide. Lu Feng's brow furrowed tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, in your dreams. Back to the present. At this point, Lu Feng very naturally admitted his purpose. He even smiled smugly at Nie Xinai. When you get back, maybe I'll have already made up with her. Even so, Nie Xinai remained very calm, completely ignoring Lu Feng's words, the ha ha ha. You couldn't even say a word when you broke up, and you want to make up? Who are you looking down on, you green-haired thing? Nie Xinai once again left Lu Feng speechless. He bristled and shouted, shut up. So what if I have green hair? Finally, Lu Feng got on his bike. Before preparing to leave, he said smugly, still more handsome than you. Ha ha. Whether he's more handsome or not is debatable, but Lu Feng is definitely more eye-catching than Nie Xinai. That head full of lush green grass is guaranteed to attract a lot of attention, and not just from Fei Fei. With that, Lu Feng stepped on the gas and sped off, disappearing from sight. After he had left, Nie Xinai concluded without a moment's hesitation. This Lu Feng guy, he's seriously sick. Fei Fei, however, was completely unaware that two school tyrants were fighting over her. The next morning, she was happily out with her girlfriends. Finally, she could let loose and have fun. The elegant pleasure of a group of girls is definitely shopping. The ideal destination is always the shopping mall. Fei Fei, try this on. It suits you so well. The group of friends and Fei Fei had their eyes on an outfit, but she was still hesitating. Is it nice? Isn't it a bit early to be buying spring clothes now? For her friends, the weather was just a fleeting detail. Looking good was the main point. Everyone's eyes lit up as they praised her endlessly. With your figure and looks, is there anything that doesn't look good on you? That's right. There's only beautiful and extremely beautiful. I'm so jealous. It'll be warm in another month. The temperature is already high now. It's fine to buy it. After they finished shopping, as soon as they left the mall, the friends started talking about Fei Fei's grades. They admired her greatly, smiling and joking. You guys have no idea. Looking at her face after the exam, I almost thought she ranked second from the bottom. When the results came out, all I could say was, well done. What's up with Sister Fei? Her grades have improved. Even the top students should learn from her. And to compensate for our wounded souls. After that suggestive sentence, the next second, a treat was suddenly pushed onto Fei Fei. Sister Fei will treat us to a big seafood meal for lunch. After a full day of fun, the friends said their goodbyes in the evening. The result of the day was more shopping bags than they could carry. I bought too much. I can't carry it all. Siki didn't buy much. I don't care. You help me carry this. The car is almost here. Let's cross the road. Because Fei Fei's house was in the opposite direction from the others, she couldn't ride in the same car with her friends to be the only one on West Street. Otherwise, we could have given you a ride. Fei Fei, we're leaving first. Before leaving, her friends reminded her to be careful going home alone. When you get home, remember to message the WeChat group so we know you're safe. After the taxi left, Fei Fei looked at her watch in frustration, but it's almost 9 o'clock. It's so hard to get a car here. Suddenly, she heard the sound of some girls teasing from the other side. Big brother, why are you drinking in front of the entrance? Who would have thought? It was another acquaintance. Lu Feng was leaning against a street pole, a half-drunk bottle of alcohol in his hand. Surrounding him were beautiful young women, laughing and pulling at him. Big brother, the color you dyed your hair is so unique. The ground is dirty. Do you want to come inside and drink with us? It seemed Lu Feng was completely wasted. His eyes were closed. His face was flushed, and his nonchalant posture made it seem like he didn't hear the girls teasing. But no matter the circumstances, Lu Feng's good looks never changed. Oh my god, he's drop-dead gorgeous. What a top-tier catch. Looking at the scene in front of her, Fei Fei felt completely helpless. She originally wanted to ignore that drunken crowd. She kept chanting in her head, "It's none of my business. I don't see it. It's none of my business. I don't see it." But it seemed the more she ignored them, the more aggressive the beautiful and charming girls on the other side became. It looked like they were determined to take Lu Feng with them. "Big brother, look how drunk you are. You don't know anything. How about we take you to get a room and rest for a bit?" As soon as she touched Lu Feng, the girl became even more infatuated, unable to help but whisper in admiration. "Wow, his physique is amazing too." At this point, Fei Fei felt it would be against her conscience not to help. She sighed in resignation, and in the end, she still had to go and rescue this drunkard. She decided to pretend to be Lu Feng's younger sister. She called out "brother" and ran to Lu Feng's side, constantly nagging that I was just out shopping with my friends. "How did you get this drunk? You're gonna get scolded by mom again when we get back." But her act didn't last long before it was exposed. "Little sister, your acting isn't bad, but you two don't look alike at all, do you?" After all this time, someone finally remembered. The two beauties not only didn't feel disappointed, but they also winked flirtatiously at Fei Fei. Seize the opportunity. A brother can become a husband. After the two beauties left, Fei Fei began to help Lu Feng up. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, can you stand up straight? This guy was truly a pain. It was so late, and Fei Fei still had to worry about him. Lu Feng, why did you drink so much? Why aren't the 4 dogs with you? Lu Feng, tell me where you live. Lu Feng was number one when it came to being shameless. Fei Fei had called him so many times, yet he deliberately didn't answer her, and even secretly smiled in satisfaction. After much prodding, Lu Feng finally managed to say a few words, but it was no different from saying nothing at all. I don't have a home. Who doesn't have a home? At least give me your family's phone number. Hey. Lu Feng fell silent again. I really admire Fei Fei's patience. She was still so patient with Lu Feng. Lu Feng's weight was pressing down on Fei Fei, making her struggle with every step. So heavy. This is like a nightmare. Did I kill your whole family in my past life or the one before that? A presidential suite at a 5-star hotel should be worthy of a young master like you. Finally, the two of them managed to drag themselves to the hotel. Fei Fei was very kind and took Lu Feng into the room. She was still worried about his current condition. "Gosh, I have to get home soon. I should just put him on the bed, cover him with a blanket, and leave, right? But drunk people aren't clear-headed. What if he vomits and chokes? He could die." At this moment, Lu Feng finally seemed to sober up. He mumbled Fei Fei's name and grabbed her arm tightly. Just as Fei Fei was wondering what this guy was up to, Lu Feng pushed her onto the bed, cornering her against the headboard and starting to act like a rogue. "Call me big brother." Lu Feng's actions made the little bit of concern Fei Fei had for him evaporate completely. "Lu Feng, what are you doing? Sober up." She angrily pushed him away, and in her confusion, she blurted out nonsense. "Lu Feng, don't be like this, you're still young." Lu Feng burst out laughing at that. Fei Fei quickly corrected herself. We're still young. Where am I still young? You're not so young yourself." Finally, Fei Fei couldn't take it anymore. She picked up a pillow and threw it at Lu Feng, angrily calling him a shameless psycho. But this little bit of force from Fei Fei couldn't hurt Lu Feng at all. He easily blocked the pillow. Suddenly, his attitude became serious as he asked her, "Why did you care about me? We're schoolmates, after all. Was I supposed to just stand by and watch you get picked up by those two? Even if it wasn't you, even if it were a stray cat or a stray dog, I would have helped." It was clear that Fei Fei only saw Lu Feng as a normal friend, nothing more. Her words were utterly heartless. Perhaps only this way could she make the scumbag give up. A little. Suddenly, Fei Fei realized something was wrong. He wasn't drunk at all. Having gone this far, Fei Fei had nothing more to say to Lu Feng. She stood up coldly and left decisively. "Can't deal with this. Farewell." Lu Feng, sitting on the bed, looked uninterested and called Fei Fei back. "You're already mad? Why do you have to be so serious?" I must say, I really admire Fei Fei. A normal person would have rushed over and given him a good beating to teach him a lesson for being so clingy. Lu Feng's unfunny joke made Fei Fei tense. He made her feel like she was being toyed with. She turned back agitatedly and yelled, "Why can you be so casual?" After angering Fei Fei, Lu Feng finally decided to be serious again. He grabbed Fei Fei's arm to hold her back. "I won't joke with you anymore. Can you stay by my side?" You all know what Fei Fei's answer was. She refused without a moment's hesitation. "No, I can't." Seeing that he couldn't keep Fei Fei, Lu Feng started to act pitifully. He threw up a rainbow-colored puddle. Fei Fei was startled when she saw it. "How did you throw up like that? Weren't you not drunk?" "Cough, cough, I'm not drunk. It's just that my brain can still function." Seeing Lu Feng like this, Fei Fei didn't want to abandon him. "What's your phone number? Or should I call on Yashinai over?" Lu Feng took advantage of the situation to get closer to Fei Fei. "I don't need them. I only need you. Get away from me." Fei Fei didn't want to struggle with Lu Feng anymore. She suddenly remembered something and asked him, That's right. I've always wanted to ask you, what's with your hair? Everyone in class looks at me strangely. It's not like I made you wear a green hat, right? Even with his hair dyed this color, Lu Fong could still think optimistically. This is the color of asking for forgiveness, to beg for your forgiveness. Fei Bao, can you forgive me? Things had come to this, and Lu Fong still didn't know his place, which meant he had reached Fei Fei's limit. Sorry, the conversation has hit a snag. Goodbye. Just as Fei Fei reached the door, Lu Fong suddenly called her back. Fei Bao, Fei, stop. She still had her back to Lu Fong. Behind her, he was leaning against the headboard, his gaze directed at the ceiling, looking quite contemplative. I just wanted to experience a little of how you felt initially when I did these things. After that, it's unknown how things proceeded. At this moment, we turned to Yeshinai. He had returned to his home in City B. As soon as he reached the gate, a butler named Zhang Jian came out to greet him. Butler Zhang, Shin is back. Come in quickly. Come in quickly. Upon entering the courtyard, Butler Zhang walked ahead and said, I'll put your luggage in your room. Shun, you should go to the study to see the old master first. Although he hasn't said anything, he has actually looked at his watch many times. The old master is Nie Xinye's grandfather. It seems his family situation is a bit special. He came home today, but didn't see his parents anywhere. Grandpa Zhang, my parents. Before Nie Xinai could finish his question, Butler Zhang hurriedly found an excuse to leave. I have to hurry. It's almost lunchtime. It seems Nie Xinye's family life isn't very happy. Perhaps this is the price for his extraordinary superiority. After his belongings were brought to his room, Nie Xinai then went to the room to see the old master. The old master of the Nie family was named Manhwa. It seems his elegant hobby was calligraphy. The entire room was filled with a classical Chinese atmosphere. Seeing Nie Xinai, he just asked faintly, You're back? Yes. At this point, the old master told Nie Xinai about the Nie family situation for this new year. It seems this new year won't be very warm. Nie Xinye's second uncle's family in country M couldn't come back. His eldest uncle had business and couldn't make it. It's likely only his older cousin will return to the country. It seemed Nie Xinai already knew but still tried to ask, Grandpa, my parents? Old Master Nie didn't answer Nie Xinye's question directly, but instead asked him, Do you know why I named you Xinai? Although not very willing, Nie Xinai still answered him seriously. Shun, the position of the North Star, the Emperor's residence, meaning the throne. A substitute for the word Emperor. It turns out the male lead's name has such a profound meaning. That's right, the character Shun is extremely noble. The descendants of an Ye family have been pillars of the people since ancient times, contributing to the country's development. You were born with innate talent, and you are a genius never before seen in the Ye family. Therefore, from a young age, your grandfather has used the highest standards to demand of you, to polish you. Hearing this, Nie Xinai already understood his grandfather's meaning. The disappointment was clear on his face. So they're not coming back this year either? Although he didn't confirm it directly, old Master Nie's words were as good as a tacit admission. If you're a genius, don't hope for the happiness of an ordinary person. The impositions of adults always create pressure for the younger generation, and Nie Xinai was no exception. He said agitatedly, I'm not a genius. I'm just not normal. I'm just sick. Old Master Nie angrily slammed the table. If you can bear it, you're a genius. If you can't, you're just sick. Then he sat down and began to lecture Nie Xinai. Your parents have signed a confidentiality agreement. They will not appear for 3 years. They are contributing to the development of the nation and humanity. Turn geniuses into a torch, not let them abandon their true mission. This is what you must do. This time, Nie Xinai said nothing more and silently turned to leave. Stop, where are you going? Nie Xinai no longer wanted to obediently listen to his grandfather. He said resolutely, the genius belongs to the Nie family. Whoever wants to be it can be it. In any case, I won't. In contrast to the tension at Nie Xinye's house, which had just had an internal conflict on Fei Fei's side, the New Year's atmosphere filled the city. It was now midnight, fireworks lit up the sky, and the New Year's welcome program was being broadcast on TV. The golden rat sends winter away, the golden ox brings spring as the year of the Xian Cho ox approaches. See you again, viewers and listeners all over the world, at this year's Spring Festival Gala. Fei Fei and her mother gathered together in their cozy home, eating snacks and listening to the sound of fireworks. Wow, Mom, they're starting to set off fireworks outside. Fei Fei's mother lovingly stroked her daughter's head and said, Suman and Shur have gone back to their hometown. Your maternal grandparents are only coming the day after tomorrow. This year, it's just you and me celebrating New Year's Eve. It's so cold and dull. Even though it was just the two of them, Fei Fei felt very happy. As long as I'm with you, Mom, our whole family is reunited. In her past life, she dropped out of school and ran away from home, making her mother both worried and scared. Only now did Fei Fei truly understand how difficult it was for her mother to raise her alone. In this life, she was determined to let her mother live a more comfortable life. Fei Fei giggled and joked with her mother. If you feel it's cold and dull, you can find a stepfather for me. Fei Fei's mother found it funny and tapped her on the head. What nonsense is this child saying? Finally, it was time for the most exciting activity, setting off fireworks. Fei Fei had already prepared all the necessary tools. She stood up and eagerly went outside. Mom, I'm going out to set off fireworks. Be careful. Stay away after you light it. I know. Very quickly, Fei Fei had arranged everything needed in the front yard. She lit a sparkler. Looking at the sparkling light in her hand, she suddenly thought about the past. Actually, besides helping them out of their difficulties, Mom also kept Aunt Mai and her daughter because she saw how lonely I was after Dad died and wanted Su-mei to be my playmate. Unfortunately, the result was the opposite. In her past life, Fei Fei was always impatient and rebellious towards her mother's criticisms, resulting in no connection between them. Thinking back now, her father died early that year. Her mother could have easily remarried, but she chose to live a lonely life because besides her love for her father, Fei Fei was also the spiritual support she couldn't let go of. Yet at that time, she was so ignorant, stubbornly entering the entertainment industry because she was young and ended up bringing disaster upon herself. Fortunately, heaven gave Fei Fei a chance to start her life over. She must try her best to live on, otherwise her mother would truly have to live all alone in this world. The more Fei Fei thought, the more remorseful she felt. She also resolved to study hard in the new year, to stand firm with every step in life. Fei Fei looked up at the brilliant fireworks display before her. If she worked hard from now on, her future would be just as bright. Suddenly, amidst the bursts of light, Fei Fei saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Ye Xinai. His sudden return surprised Fei Fei as well, seeing Ye Xinai walking towards her. Fei Fei asked in surprise, "Didn't you go back to City B to celebrate the New Year with your parents? Why are you back on New Year's Eve?" Ye Xinai said nothing. Amidst the sky full of brilliant fireworks, he silently hugged Fei Fei. "I'm very sad. Can you let me lean on you like this for a moment?" Fei Fei also noticed that Ye Xinai's mood was a bit strange today. 1,000 questions of why filled her mind. What's wrong with him? Did something happen at home? Or did he have a conflict with his family? Fei Fei suddenly remembered that Aunt Zhang seemed to have gone back to her hometown for the New Year too. With Ye Xinai returning at this time, he would be all alone on New Year's Eve. That's too pitiful. It seems that even geniuses have unsolvable worries. So, out of sympathy, Fei Fei stood still and let Ye Xinai hug her. But this position didn't last long. After a while, Fei Fei had to speak up awkwardly. "Hey, are you done? My legs are a little numb." Ye Xinai didn't force her either. He let her go, smiled lightly, and said thank you. On such a lively night of fireworks, Ye Xinai's back looked so lonely as he left. Arriving back at the villa complex, Ye Xinai pushed the door open and went in. The house was pitch dark, cold, and devoid of human presence. He didn't even bother to turn on the lights. Just like that, he slumped onto the sofa in contemplation. His grandfather's imposing words still echoed in his mind, making him feel immense pressure. Just when he was on the verge of breaking down, the doorbell rang outside. The person who came was Fei Fei. In her arms, she held the little white cat, Schrodinger. The person and the cat looked exactly alike next to each other. In Ye Xinai's dark world, Fei Fei's bright and cheerful smile lit up. "Ye Xinai, I brought little cutie to you. Why is it so dark in there?" Fei Fei's appearance was like a healing balm for Ye Xinai's soul at this moment. Would he tell her what was on his mind or not? Ye Xinai's house was so dark that Fei Fei thought he had gone out again. Seeing him come to open the door, she happily presented the things in her hands. "Here, take these. They're so heavy." Ye Xinai looked at the pile of things Fei Fei brought, a little confused. "What is this? Late night snacks and New Year's food for you. My mom heard you were celebrating the New Year alone and said something about inviting you over to my house. But I saw you weren't in a good mood, so I brought the food over to you." The cat Schrodinger in Fei Fei's arms was also very excited to come here and play with its owner. It turned out that besides food, Fei Fei also brought the winter homework she didn't know how to do. I have to admire Fei Fei. The new year just started, and she's still thinking about studying. As soon as they entered the house, All three were enveloped in darkness, leaving only 3 pairs of eyes shining brightly in the night. Wow, it's so dark. Is there a power outage at your house? The darkness limited her vision, so Fei Fei had to feel her way around, trying to find the light switch. Having come to Nieshinye's house for tutoring many times, she was quite familiar with the place. She reached her hand up to the wall, fumbling. The switch for the entrance light. I remember it should be here. The cat Schrodinger had already jumped out of Fei Fei's arms and run ahead. As for Fei Fei, not paying attention to what was at her feet, she tripped over the cat paw-themed fluffy slippers, causing her to lose her balance and fall towards Nieshinai. Seeing Fei Fei being so clumsy, Nieshinai was also a bit, never mind that your cerebrum isn't fully developed. Why has your cerebellum also shrunk? Nieshinai was always so sharp-tongued. Fei Fei was so mad. The fact that Nieshinai has survived until now with such a sharp tongue is entirely because he's on another level, right? It's truly the privilege of the strong. The fall just now caused Fei Fei's knee to hit the ground hard, leaving a bruise. She resentfully followed Nieshinai to the sofa. It's so dark in the house. I don't have electronic eyes that can see infrared rays. Finally, Fei Fei found a seat. Aya, my knee hurts so much. Where are you going? Let's eat first. Nieshinai was the type to say little and do much. But because of this, others always felt he was cold and arrogant. Even Fei Fei couldn't help but say, "You're so cold even on New Year's." While waiting for Nieshinai to get something, Fei Fei finally managed to find the light switches in the house. She turned on a chandelier, the LED lights, and the TV one by one. At this time, the New Year's celebration program had reached the most anticipated segment. The MC on stage sent heartfelt wishes to everyone at home and abroad. Happy New Year! This is what the New Year's Eve atmosphere should be like. The desolation just now was so out of place. Finally, Nieshinai returned, holding a bottle of medicine in his hand. Fei Fei had already laid out the food on the table. Seeing him, she smiled and said, "I don't know what you like to eat, so I brought a little of everything. There's fried shrimp, pan-fried Crucian carp, and also kung pao chicken." Suddenly, Nieshinai felt a little warmth. He walked over to her, knelt on one knee, touched her injured knee, and said, "Stick out your right leg." It turned out Nieshinai went to get medicine to apply for her. Seeing him personally bandage the wound like this, Fei Fei felt a bit awkward. I could do it myself. The warmth of Nieshinye's palm gently touched Fei Fei's skin. She suddenly felt hot. Moments like these made her feel that he wasn't actually such an unapproachable person. The more she thought, the more Fei Fei's face flushed. No, she had to stay clear-headed. Stay a little clear-headed. I can't be mesmerized by his good looks like this. Suddenly, Nieshinai pressed down on the wound, on Fei Fei's knee, making her scream out in pain. It's true that there's no denying the fact that Nieshinai doesn't know how to be gentle with a lady at all. If I don't use some force, how can I stop the blood from pooling in the wound? Speaking of happiness, celebrating the new year is the happiest moment. Red couplets are hung on every door, each character expressing happiness and joy. Or just having someone by our side will naturally make us feel happy, just like Fei Fei and Nieshinai at this moment. After treating Fei Fei's wound, the two of them sat on the sofa to welcome the new year. Nieshinai ate the food Fei Fei brought while she sat engrossed in her homework. Seeing Fei Fei being so diligent, Nieshinai asked her, "Besides the winter homework, you also have to prepare content for the next semester? You ranked second in the class at the end of the term, so I thought you would be lazy for a while. You really surprised me." Fei Fei said decisively, "I definitely can't relax. The second year is already half over." Speaking of which, Fei Fei became even more determined to achieve her original goal. "I told you before that I want to get into Tsinghua. I'm serious. Based on the college entrance exam scores of Mingda High School last year, I have to be at least 30 points ahead of the liberal arts department to have a chance. You always say I'm an airhead, but actually, I'm very smart. I worked hard for 3 months straight and managed to rank 113th in the final exam. I believe that if I continue to work hard for a year and a half, there's still hope." Fei Fei's ambition made Nieshinai find it a bit funny. "Wake up, you're still far from Tsinghua." Then he began to analyze the harsh reality. For her, first, the final exam questions were all easy so that students could have good grades to go home for the new year. Otherwise, they'd have to run away from home. Second, many questions on the final exam were not standard, which proves that you don't have a firm grasp of this bit of knowledge. You just performed quite well. Every time Fei Fei gets a little more determined, she gets a bucket of cold water poured on her by the top student. Does this person really want her to improve? Or not? Our Fei Fei is down again. So frustrating, but everything you said is right. The goal of getting into Tsinghua is already very difficult. Why do you keep pouring cold water on me? Nieshinai smiled, because it's very difficult That's why you need to work hard cautiously. This was probably what Nie Shinai really wanted to advise Fei Fei. Fei Fei actually understood Nie Shinye's good intentions. She said with deep understanding, "You're right. Learn broadly, inquire carefully, think prudently, discriminate clearly, and practice earnestly." But as expected, right after an exam, the knowledge temporarily leaves you. Fei Fei was starting to forget things. What's the math formula I need to use here? I suddenly can't remember. Although Nie Shinai was a bit speechless, he still answered her. The formula for the perimeter of an ellipse is L equals 2. By now, Nie Shinai had finished eating. He took the food containers Fei Fei brought into the kitchen to wash them. Fei Fei was very surprised to see Nie Shinai being able to handle both the living room and the kitchen. That you're washing them yourself? Nie Shinai looked at her with the kind of affectionate gaze one gives to a person with a mental disability and replied as if it were a matter of course. Or what? Basic life skills may not be used every day, but you can't not know them. Yet, Fei Fei, who had never done housework in 2 lifetimes, couldn't grasp that sentence. She poked her head into the kitchen and asked curiously, "So, do you know how to cook? I was even thinking of making meals for you these few days." Hearing that from someone like Fei Fei, who had never touched kitchen work, was a bit concerning. Fortunately, Nie Shinai refused without hesitation. "No need. I know how to cook." Nie Shinye's words made Fei Fei even more curious. Simple daily dishes? Who would have thought the top student would get another chance to show off his skills? He said very calmly, "I know how to make most dishes you can name." Retract your gaze. Name the dishes. Come over for lunch tomorrow. To have someone else cook for her, and this person being the study god daddy, how could Fei Fei pass up this opportunity? She listed a series without any politeness. Roasted lamb leg, spicy steamed fish, shredded potatoes, sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed sea bass, winter bamboo shoots and pork belly, braised pork, and so on and so forth. In short, so many that it was tiring to list them all, but the main point was that for so many dishes, Nie Shinai only said to postpone a day. It was because he didn't have time to prepare the ingredients, not that he refused to cook. It was as if a sumptuous feast like this was just a trivial matter for him. Fei Fei stayed at Nie Shinye's house for a while, and it was time to leave. At the gate, seeing Fei Fei having to limp with difficulty, Nie Shinai took the initiative to turn his back to her and said, "I'll carry you back. No need. It's not like I broke my leg." But since Nie Shinai had already offered to help, he wouldn't let Fei Fei refuse. He cut her off decisively. "Get on." In the end, Fei Fei agreed to let Nie Shinai carry her. On the way back home, she leaned closely against Nie Shinye's back, tilted her head to call his name, and then kindly invited him to go shopping with her and her girlfriends tomorrow. Celebrating the new year on the streets is quite lively. She hoped Nie Shinai would join the fun with her, but he refused flatly. "I'm not going. I don't like places with too many people." Since Nie Shinai had said so, Fei Fei couldn't be proactive anymore. Although she had been in contact with him for 3 months, she still felt a bit distant. She carefully recalled. At first, looking from a distance, she would feel that Nie Shinai was a man of both literary and martial talents, so outstanding that people couldn't help but notice him. Then she suddenly discovered he had a violent side that left an extremely bad impression. But when she came into contact with him, she felt that although this person was sharp-tongued, he was careful and serious. The more Fei Fei thought, the more she felt she wanted to understand the boy in front of her better. So she couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you like crowded places?" Nie Shinai shook her a little, startling Fei Fei. He replied helplessly, "A group of girls going shopping. What am I supposed to squeeze in for?" Chatting as they walked, they finally arrived back at Fei Fei's house. Before going in, she turned to wave at Nie Shinai and said with a smile, "Then I'll come to your house at noon the day after tomorrow." Although Nie Shinai just smiled without saying anything, it meant he had tacitly agreed. Perhaps even he didn't know when the two of them had become so close, because Nie Shinai refused to go. The next day, Fei Fei still went alone to celebrate the new year with her girlfriends as planned. The group's dining spot was a Japanese-style restaurant. The girls seemed to really like the style of dress here, even striking various intimate poses. As expected, this samurai outfit suits me best. Take a picture of me and Si Chi, the domineering samurai, and his little wife. While they were laughing and joking, a waiter came to Fei Fei's table, and what a coincidence, they ran into an acquaintance. It turned out Qin Shi was working part-time at this restaurant. Isn't this the top student from the science stream's rocket class? The group was very surprised to see him. Qin Shi, why are you here during the new year? For a poor student who strives to overcome difficulties like Qin Shi, working part-time during the holidays is also understandable. The salary is tripled after all. He seemed quite satisfied with this job, even offering a promotion for Fei Fei's group of friends. Watching Qin Shi's back as he left, the group of friends couldn't help but tease. This top student looks so cute, the type that makes you want to bully him. Just then, Fei Fei noticed two male waiters standing in a corner, watching Qin Shi serve customers. They made no effort to hide their jealousy towards him. Supervisor, this is too unfair, isn't it? How can this newcomer be in charge of such a good section? That's right, who knows how many customers are in that section? These words from the two male waiters made the supervisor very unhappy. He straightforwardly defended Qin Shi and criticized him. He's handsome, popular with customers, and smart. If you can't compare to him, you should first find a reason within yourselves. All right, get back to what you should be doing. The supervisor's reprimand made the two male waiters even more resentful of Qin Shi. Witnessing this scene, the words that seemed like just a joke from her friends earlier made Fei Fei think. She looked pensively at Qin Shi, bringing out the wine, wondering to herself, could it be that he really has a face that makes people want to bully him? Then, taking advantage of the moment when Qin Shi was pouring wine for their table, Fei Fei asked him, "What's with those guys? Are you that well-liked by the manager?" To this question, Qin Shi answered very calmly, "If you're useful to people, of course they'll like you." Si Chi, sitting on the side, propped up her chin and asked with a curious smile, "Hee, is the manager a young, rich woman? Also, since when did a young chick like you get so close to our Fei Fei?" To Si Chi's question, Qin Shi just replied coolly, "I'm only 17. If a rich woman makes a move on me, it's illegal." Unexpectedly, the top student's frankness made all the girls burst out laughing, while Fei Fei got straight to the point and asked, "Is it because you're handsome that you attract so many older sisters? I just helped the manager solve a few business problems, that's all." Hearing what Qin Shi said, the group became curious. There's something like this too? Since Fei Fei's group of friends wanted to know, Qin Shi was also very enthusiastic to answer. The first problem is whether the exclusive sales platform can enter the market or not. The stores operate simultaneously. The percentage of the two platforms is 15%. Last week, a sushi restaurant business was proposed. After exclusive operation, the commission became like this and that. Oh, in short, it's all math and business knowledge that people like us who hate math can't absorb. So I'll just skip it. The more Fei Fei's group of friends listened, the more dizzy they got. Look at his face. From revenue to delivery, streaming issues, and then distribution range, all sorts of things. Tan Shi is truly worthy of being a top student. After a long analysis, he even bowed very humbly and politely, saying, "Actually, these are all simple math problems I've read before. No more chatting. I hope everyone enjoys their meal." Simple indeed. So simple it makes people break down. Finally, Fei Fei understood what it means to apply what you've learned. After hearing this, the group of sisters felt even more pessimistic. This is the consequence of not studying. You can't even be a waiter. Suddenly, I remembered I haven't written a single word of my winter homework. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. This situation was truly like shooting themselves in the foot. Just then, the group ran into another acquaintance. That prominent green head of hair belonged to none other than Lu Fong. Today, he even brought along a little kid with red hair who looked just like him. Lu Fong was grumbling as he walked. All right. Stop crying. Why do you have to eat sushi? Isn't instant noodles good enough?" The little boy with Lu Fong looked very wronged. "Boo-hoo-hoo, I've been eating noodles for 2 days. I don't want to eat them anymore. Mom said eating noodles will stop you from growing tall." It turns out this kid's name is Lu Sheng, Lu Fong's biological younger brother. When Si Chi saw Lu Fong, she raised her hand and called him over. "Hey, Brother Fong, what a coincidence. Over here." 455. Lu Fong's appearance made her feel a bit awkward. That day, she had no idea how to respond to Lu Fong's words, so she just bolted. Suddenly running into him today was so embarrassing. But very quickly, the sisters' attention all shifted to Lu Sheng. This was the first time they had met the boy. "Holy crap, is that Brother Fong's son? What the hell are you talking about? Could I have a son this big? This is my little brother." After being introduced to the older sisters by Lu Fong, Lu Sheng completely forgot to greet them. At this moment, the little boy was staring at the plate of sushi in front of him with sparkling, covetous eyes. It was the friendly Fei Fei who first broke the ice with the little one. Just as Lu Sheng finished saying his name, his little stomach protested with a loud growl. Seeing this, Fei Fei didn't hesitate to pick up some sushi, place it on a plate for the little boy, and said with great concern, "How did you get so hungry? Hurry up and eat." "Thank you, pretty sister." It seemed like it had been a long time since Lu Sheng had such a delicious meal. The kid was so moved, he was crying his eyes out. Si Chi spoke up again and asked, "Brother Fong, how come it's your turn to look after the kid?" My parents went on a trip for Valentine's Day, so they dumped this little brat on me. While answering Si-Chi, Lu Fong ordered more food. Tuna sashimi, miso soup, caviar, these things. Seeing that the person taking the order was Tan Sure, Lu Fong couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is quite the hustler." As soon as he turned back, he found that most of his crimes had been exposed by his little brother. Oh my god, Brother Fong fed you noodles for 2 whole days? And this morning he overslept, leaving you hungry until now? Brother Fong, this is child abuse. I'll take you out to play later. At this point, Lu Fong scrambled to find an explanation. He couldn't lose face like this that I couldn't get any delivery for the past 2 days, and I don't know how to cook, so that's why. But at this point, who cared about his explanation? The quick-witted Si-Chi asked Lu Sheng, "Why are you sticking so close to Fi-Fi?" "Because Sister Fi-Fi is the prettiest." The other sisters are also very beautiful. They're truly brothers. Lu Sheng is just as smooth-tongued as Lu Fong. Seeing his little brother flattering someone else, Lu Fong had a mischievous idea to tease his brother out of spite. He pointed to the sushi plate on the table and started to threaten him that, "Aren't you very hungry? Look, this is Peppa Pig's nose, this is her little brother, this is her daddy, and this is her mommy. The whole family has been chopped up like this." Terrified by his brother, Lu Sheng burst into tears. Seeing Lu Fong using his size to bully the little one, the group of sisters became even more indignant and called out his name. After eating their fill, the whole group went to an arcade. It was very crowded because of the New Year holiday. Fi-Fi was afraid Lu Sheng would get lost, so she told the little boy to hold her hand and not run around. Lu Fong was holding 3 game cards. Each card had 500 coins, and he could add more if they ran out. But he deliberately didn't give Lu Sheng a card to play. Seeing this, Fi-Fi offered to give her card to Lu Sheng, but the little boy still politely refused. "No need, it's enough for you to take me to play, sister." So, the two of them, sister and brother, walked hand in hand to a nearby arcade machine. This scene made Lu Fong annoyed. Who would have thought that after he deliberately sidelined his little brother, the kid would get ahead of him? So he took a step ahead, inserted his card into the game machine, determined to have a one-on-one match with Lu Sheng. We all know how this will end. How could Lu Sheng possibly compete with Lu Fong's skills? The little boy was defeated in several consecutive rounds and looked completely dejected. Lu Sheng was so wronged, he started wailing. It was Fi-Fi again who comforted him and took him to play the claw machine. Unexpectedly, both of them were equally clueless at this game. They almost used up all the money, but not a single bear drop. The last try was also a miss. The two of them, one big and one small, could only sadly watch the cute stuffed animal slip from their grasp. Boo-hoo, what a pity. It was always just a little bit off. Suddenly, a stuffed bear was tossed into Fi-Fi's arms. Lu Fong, who had been watching from a distance, finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to step in. As expected, when a pro like Lu Fong took action, it wasn't long before he conquered the entire game area. He even attracted the attention of many people that, "Oh my god, he's too amazing. He's not cheating, is he?" Absolutely not. I've been watching for a long time. You could say that the 3 of them, Lu Fong, Lu Sheng, and Fi-Fi, were standing in a pile of prizes. There were so many that Fi-Fi had to speak up and stop Lu Fong from playing anymore. "That's enough. Lu Fong, we can't carry anymore." How much can a lipstick weigh? That's right, the last item Lu Fong wanted to get was a lipstick. It goes without saying who he wanted to give this item to. But Fi-Fi didn't seem to like this item very much. That "I'm already in 11th grade. I don't have a chance to wear makeup, so it would be a waste." The people around were still gathered, watching without leaving. The stunning looks of Fi-Fi and Lu Fong became a topic of discussion. "This is the first time I've seen someone with green hair who can be so handsome. The girl next to him is really pretty too. Oh my god, what kind of divine visuals do these 3 have?" Finally, the lipstick was in Lu Fong's hands. He picked it up, wanted to give it to Fi-Fi immediately, but she tactfully refused and, "Oh, don't. I'll rarely use it before graduating high school. It's not anything valuable either. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away then. As for these stuffed bears, I'll just have the staff send them to your house." Lu Fong really knows how to play. He collected so many prizes, all with Fi-Fi in mind. But these stuffed bears were what Lu Sheng wanted to win initially. So Fi-Fi still advised Lu Fong that it would be better to send them to his house. At this moment, Lu Sheng happily said, "Sister, stuffed bears are for girls to play with, so of course they're for you." Having such an adorable and flattering little brother, Lu Fong might complain, but I wouldn't. I couldn't even ask for one. Fi-Fi was very grateful for Lu Sheng's sentiment. She patted the little boy's head, "But I'm past the age of playing with stuffed bears. It's better to give them to Sheng. Since Fi-Fi had said so, Lu Fong decided to go along with her wishes. He gave a wad of cash to the staff, asking them to deliver the pile of prizes to his home. Indeed, Lu Sheng really liked stuffed bears. Seeing Lu Fong taking them all home made the little boy even happier. "This is the first gift you've ever given me, brother." Only then did Fai Fai notice that she had been so engrossed in playing that she didn't realize her group of sisters had disappeared. Right behind her, Lu Fong was winking and signaling something to Lu Sheng. It was obvious he was up to something. Lu Sheng continued to cling to Fai Fai. "Sister Fai Fai, can you play with me?" Sheng Sheng has been playing all by himself the entire winter break. It's so pitiful. With the adorable Lu Sheng asking so pleadingly, how could Fai Fai refuse? She happily agreed right away. Lu Sheng inviting her was one thing, but when it came time to play, it mostly turned into Fai Fai playing one-on-one with Lu Fong. From shooting zombies and racing cars to dance competitions, it was the two older ones playing together, while Lu Sheng mostly just stood on the sidelines cheering. By the time Fai Fai realized something was off and different from the original plan, it was already too late. Behind the girl's back, Lu Fong secretly gave Lu Sheng a thumbs up in praise. At this moment, the wound on Fai Fai's knee twinged, with pain causing her to stumble and almost fall. Luckily, the agile Lu Fong caught her. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" "I wasn't careful and fell yesterday, injuring my knee. I was just running and jumping, so it suddenly hurts a little." As soon as Fai Fai finished speaking, Lu Fong, without another word, swept her up into his arms, saying he wanted to take her to the hospital for a checkup. Fai Fai didn't feel it was that serious. "It's just a little pain. No need to be so dramatic. Put me down." Although he agreed not to take her to the hospital, Lu Fong was still very insistent, saying, "Then I'll take you home tonight. It's late now, and your leg is inconvenient. It's not safe to go home alone." Lu Sheng, standing beside them, also looked incredibly sad and apologetic. "I could see turns out your knee was injured, sister, and you still played with me for so long. How about you just let my brother carry you home?" Seeing the Lu brothers working in tandem, one setting it up and the other knocking it down, Fai Fai finally reluctantly agreed. Lu Fong looked at Fai Fai's expression and asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot?" But Fai Fai showed no mercy and told him bluntly, "Seeing your bright green head up close makes it hurt even more." Oh my, our female lead really knows how to embarrass people. After returning home, Lu Fong was in a good mood and praised Lu Sheng. "Why were you so understanding today, even sticking especially close to Sister Fai Fai?" Lu Sheng, hugging a bear, answered cleverly, "Because Sister Fai Fai is the prettiest, and also because your phone screen is a picture of her." It turned out Lu Sheng had long discovered Lu Fong's feelings for Fai Fai, so he was intentionally trying to set them up. Oh, what a good and understanding little brother. So different from his thoughtless older brother. Lu Fong wanted to leave Lu Sheng at home alone and go out again. "Brother, where are you going?" "Going out to play." "Stay home and sleep by yourself. Don't bother me." Leaving a child at home alone at night. How could that be right? "Brother, I'm all alone at home. I'm scared." Lu Sheng pleaded to this extent, but Lu Fong still coldly scolded. Scared of what? The security in this villa complex is so tight that even delivery can't get in. But just as Lu Fong finished putting on his shoes, before he could even get out the door, he was stopped. Seeing Lu Sheng so happy, it turned out the two brothers' parents had returned. The parents' interrogation session had arrived. "Were you planning to go this late?" His father's voice made Lu Fong's face turn pale. His karma came really fast. There was no escaping this time. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Fong's father appeared, he could no longer act tough. As he handed a cloak to Mrs. Lu, he began to question Lu Fong. "Going for a walk? Why don't you just go out and fool around for 3 days and let your brother fend for himself? Also, you still haven't dyed your hair back." Lu Fong still had the nerve to talk back to his father. "I'm not dyeing it back." Mrs. Lu felt it was best to give the father and son some private space, so she took the initiative to lead Lu Sheng to bed first. Lu Sheng was still very worried about his brother. Before leaving, he asked his mother, "Will Dad hit brother, Mom?" "No, your dad hasn't seen your brother in a long time, so they have a lot to talk about." We all know Mrs. Lu's words were just to reassure Lu Sheng. Seeing the tense atmosphere between Lu Fong and his father, it would be a miracle if they didn't fight. Sure enough, as soon as the mother and son left, Lu's father continued to question Lu Fong. 2 years ago, you said you wanted to come here to study. It's fine that you didn't come home for 2 years. I turned a blind eye to you causing trouble with stray cats and wild dogs at school all day. But out of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, all those colors, why did you have to choose green? It seemed Lu Fong had gone too far this time, crossing a line that made Lu's father have to personally punish his rebellious son. So he mercilessly kicked Lu Fong. and even raised his fist, forcing him to dye his hair back. The dyer had already been called and was ready. Even at this point, Lu Fong stubbornly refused to listen. So he got a slipper right to the head, followed by another kick from Lu's father. I've taught you that in everything, you must be quick with your hands. I don't expect anything else from you. Look at you, even when you fight, you have this damn look. Lu Fong continued to talk back stubbornly. Old man, don't go too far. If you were my father, I would have fought back long ago. Lu's father gave him one last chance. Are you going to dye it or not? I'm not dyeing it. Since Lu Fong was so stubborn, Lu's father didn't mind using forceful measures. He leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said coldly, Xiao Wu, you guys come in. Immediately, a line of burly bodyguards entered the room. Following Lu's father's instructions, they were to take all the valuable items from Lu Fong. The moment he heard this, Lu Fong felt regret. In the end, it was he who backed down and admitted defeat. Sure enough, when it came to money, Lu Fong was at a clear disadvantage. He was still completely dependent on his family after all. Dad, don't be like this. Actually, violence can't solve the problem. We can sit down and talk calmly. But at this point, resistance was futile. 3 bodyguards approached and took away Lu Fong's precious car keys and bank cards, despite his screaming and cursing. Damn it, get off me. Motherfucker, don't touch me. In the end, Lu Fong had to give in, hurriedly admitting his mistake to Lu's father. Dad, I was wrong. Whatever color you want me to dye it, I'll dye it. That's why they say an egg can't be wiser than a hen. There's no way. As if waiting for just that, Lu's father waved his hand and called the hair dyer Indiana. Sure enough, everything had been specially prepared for Lu Fong. This proved that today, he was forced to dye it back no matter what. Lu's father even urged, do it quickly, hurry up. Lu Fong, you dare to dawdle again, just try me. Faced with his father's threat, Lu Fong no longer dared to resist. At this moment, he could only sit still and bid farewell to his prominent green hair, letting the dyer arbitrarily choose another color. Back to our female lead. Tomorrow was the day she was scheduled to have a meal at Nyeshinya's house. As soon as Fai got home, she rushed to report to her mother, Mom, tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to Nyeshinya's house for a meal, and I'll also ask him a few questions from the winter break homework. She thought that since Nyeshina had been accepted by her mother, going to his house would be easier. But unexpectedly, Fai was rejected this time. Tomorrow you have to go with me to pay New Year's visits. It seemed that Fai had never had to do things like this before, so she found it a bit hard to understand. Fai's mother had to explain the schedule to her in detail. It turned out that the company she was running was entering a growth phase and needed a large capital injection. Coincidentally, the chairman of the group her side was negotiating a contract with was also in City C, so she decisively used the excuse of a New Year's visit to network with them. Hearing her mother say this, Fai had no choice but to reschedule with Nyeshinai for another time. Fai's reaction surprised her mother a little. Our Fai is so understanding. In the past, you would definitely refuse to go to occasions like this. You always said a group of adults talking about things you don't understand is too boring. It was true, Fai had changed. She had become more considerate of her mother. It wasn't easy for her mother to support the company alone. It's only right that I help a little. At Nyeshinya's house, he had bought all the necessary ingredients and was preparing to cook when he received a message from Fai explaining her situation. She had to postpone their meal until the day after tomorrow. Nyeshinai didn't make things difficult for Fai. He quickly agreed. So, Nyeshinai put all the ingredients in the refrigerator to preserve them. His schedule also changed. It turned out that the day before, Nye's father had sent a message saying that his eldest uncle was also in City C for some business. Tomorrow he had to socialize with a partner and asked if Nyeshinai wanted to come along. Initially, because he had plans with Fai, Nyeshinai had refused. But now he messaged his father back asking for the address. Since his other plans were canceled, he would go this time. The next morning, Fai and her mother arrived at the meeting point with the company's partner. According to Fai's mother, the person they needed to meet today was Director Liu of the Wanheng Company. Their company had always intended to invest in Fai's family's MCN company to arrange the content for the underground market. Although Fai's mother's company was past the startup phase, it would develop much more if they could attract more capital. It turned out that Director Wanheng was none other than Lu Fong's father. The world is truly small. Just as that thought flashed through Fai's mind, her mother somewhat confirmed it for her. She even told Fai to talk more with Director Lu's son, who also studied at Mingda like her. Fai just felt it was really awkward. The last farewell was so embarrassing, and it hadn't been long. What was there to talk about? She also didn't expect her mother's partner to be Wanheng. In her past life, when she and Lu Fong were dating, he never told her about his family. Later, when Lu Fong returned from studying abroad, he was always changing girlfriends, one online celebrity after another. He would occasionally appear in the news and on hot searches. It was only then that she learned his true identity. Later, when she became completely famous, she happened to meet Lu Fong at an event. He was still up to his old tricks, still coming to tease Fi, which caused their high school romance to be blown out of proportion by the press, saying that all the girlfriends he dated looked very much like her. Although Fi admitted her judgment of men was poor, which is why she fell for a scumbag, she wasn't the type to reuse old things. Just as Fi finished her train of thought, the car stopped in front of their destination for the day. This place was an incredibly luxurious and splendid hotel. When they got out of the car, a staff member even came out to greet them. "Hello, I am Lee Meru from Mon Culture Company. I'm here to pay a New Year's visit to Dr. Lu." "Hello, this way please." On the way to the appointed room, Fi couldn't help but ask her mother. The news said that Director Lu's education level was only high school graduate, right? Why is he called Dr. Lu? Fi's mother patiently explained to her daughter, the titles are different. The higher a person's social status, the more they value academic degrees and background. Calling them director and such, they'll feel it smells too much of money. These capitalist bosses all like to be cultured people. Although she didn't quite understand, it was generally all due to social etiquette. At this moment, the host, Lu's father, was still shouting himself hoarse, urging his son, "Hurry up. Do you know what time it is? The guests are all waiting downstairs. Hurry up and get ready. Look at the state you're in, you slowpoke." It seemed Lu Fong wasn't too keen on this New Year's party. He showed his annoyance openly. "I'm not fast. Stop nagging over there." A reminder that these words are not cool at all. Little ones, don't imitate this. Lu Fong's attitude made his father even more annoyed with him. "Still talking back? And you're standing in front of me, showing off the few pounds of muscle on your body. Don't think you're still young. In terms of physical fitness, I'm still much better than you." All right. The old man is vigorous. A treasured sword is never dull. "I'll wait at the door. Hurry up and get ready." It seems if his father and son could be harmonious for one day, there would be a storm. They were almost at the appointed room, and Lu Fong was still being reminded by his father about all sorts of things. "Stand up straight for me. Later, even if you have to pretend, you have to put on a good act for me. Don't let me lose face from City B all the way to City C. Isn't it just a few small companies hoping for your investment? Why drag me through the front lines? You understand, Jack Squat." The argument between this father and son was only temporarily suspended when they met their guests. "We're meeting acquaintances again. Today, Zhou Jiasu also came with her family to pay a New Year's visit to Lu's father. Her father, Zhou Shan, is the head of Ding Ding Culture Company. Such a successful person would definitely be on the guest list this time. The two sides exchanged a few polite introductions. "This is my wife, Chun Rue, and this is my daughter, Zhou Jiasu. Speaking of which, Jiasu and your esteemed son are both in the 11th grade at Mingda School, right? Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. However, one is in the rocket class while the other is in the international class. Even though they're in the same school, the distance is still a bit far, isn't it?" Lu's father happily welcomed the mother and daughter, laughing very humbly. Not at all. What kind of doctor am I? I was just bragging in front of the young people." "Oh, the young lady is truly a rare beauty, just like her mother." Sure enough, today Fi couldn't avoid bumping into Lu Fong. As soon as she met Lu Fong, she felt a little awkward again. At this moment, another distinguished guest arrived. The person who came was CEO Nye of Jinghua Film Company, who is also Nye Shenye's eldest uncle. Add the male lead, and all four children here are classmates. Lu's father once again left to greet guests. In the room now, only Lu Fong was left with the families of Zhou Jiasu and Fi. In front of his father's guests, and more specifically, in front of Fi's mother, Lu Fong became frighteningly polite, no longer the rebellious, flippant person he usually was. He said politely, "Annie Fi, please sit down and have some tea first. Uncle Zhou, you too. Our hospitality is not very thoughtful, my apologies." Then he very considerately instructed the service staff, "Tea is too plain for girls. Bring up 4 bowls of this year's imperial bird's nest." As expected, a Lu Fong like this made a very good first impression on the parents. Little Lu is truly a man of talent, and so thoughtful and meticulous. He really has his father's demeanor. When praised, Lu Fong also replied politely, "Uncle Zhou, you're too kind. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. Fi and I happen to be classmates, and our relationship is especially good." Fi really couldn't stand these words from Lu Fong anymore. She was really not used to him being like this. "Shut up. Who has a good relationship with you?" Lu Fong seemed to have turned into a different person. Even Fi's mother couldn't help but think well of him. Could it be that the red-haired boy Li Mei mentioned who was ambiguously involved with Fi is Lu Baohuang's son? He looks quite well-mannered and likable. Not a useless hooligan like Lee Mei said. Reading Fai's mother's thoughts, I just want to scream, Annie, you're mistaken. The red-haired young man in front of you is a certified bad boy. Lu Feng hadn't been entertaining the guests for long on behalf of his father when Lu's father returned with the last distinguished guest. They were even walking and laughing. Isn't it a great coincidence? City C is so big, yet all 4 children study at Mingda. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy.